Shangri-La Frontier. Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game. Arc 5. Dragon. We open up the unknown and the truth. Part 1. By Katerina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 291. First City. The Best Hunter. There was once a certain unique monster. Its name was Gravekeeper Wiseman. That unique monster was known from its ability to spam an insta-death skill after insta-death skill, often without break and without giving its opponents any room to breathe in between those. In the end, it was a freaking monster of a boss, one that you would not be able to beat if you were simply going to spam your own skills without any sort of a plan. And with it being able to keep the insta-death parade for as long as 30 minutes straight, battle with it was truly a grueling one. But that being said, it was a good boss monster to train your memorization skills and the ability to dodge. There was once a professional gamer called Sylvia Goldberg, a human-powered Taz machine, and that's putting it lightly. Trust me, her playstyle is somewhat comparable to that of my own, but she tends to treat every single character she plays as if that character was herself without fail. There was once a certain secret boss based on a technology called Trace AI, a technology which mapped the brain of a human being and converted it into the virtual reality. That secret boss was known as Ryugen Fugaku. That thing was a genuine monster in more ways than one. Honestly, more than just a simple AI, fighting that thing was like trying to overcome someone very similar in concept to Sylvia Goldberg, only slightly less tenacious. But even though the fight itself was ridiculously shitty, the overall experience was quite fulfilling. There was once a player in Shangri-La Frontier called Sega 100. Her strongest point was the fact that she was able to emerge on top of all of Shangri-La Frontier simply by the virtue of chasing after one peculiar dream of hers. There was something similar in her to Sylvia Goldberg, and it was the fact that if there was something that she was unable to do, she would try over and over again until she was able to do it. It was kind of crazy, but because of that she was always able to maintain a high amount of tension. Still, that did not help her much once she stood against me on the field of battle. Which brings us to this guy right here, another Taz incarnate. Then, how about this? A blow that is performed as a spin attack, and in the reverse clockwise direction at that. Swift and sure, aiming right at the base of my neck. There is a weapon coming straight for the middle of my chest. I had to use every ounce of my strength to brandish the Duke's Arim sword in order to push that weapon away from me, in order for me to escape from the blow by the strange kind of weapon that looked like a combination of both Tunfu and a sword. I had to mobilize all of my mobility skills, and then I have managed to dodge it by the skin of my teeth. God damn it, I am concentrating here the best I can. And still, even though the imitation roleplay, Ryugen Fugaku is up and fully operational right now, I am still finding myself at an overwhelming disadvantage here. A testament to that can be the fact that even though my current sword regenerates its durability with every successful critical strike, more than a half of its durability was now gone. When things like that keep on happening to you, the only thing that keeps on raising is the feeling that you want to say screw it and just give up completely. And by shit like that, I mean being killed for no apparent reason whatsoever. If you try to be more on the defensive side, you are going to die. If you try to go on the offensive, you will also die. And that is not mentioning that I do not have my usual caffeine boost with me right now. Oh well, please do your best. Naturally produced adrenaline. As for what was trying to kill me here, it may very well be called a walking Taz machine. Its attacks are not the fastest out there, but the fact that each swing of the weapon is calculated to be the optimal one when it comes to trajectory and use of deadly force makes this all the more annoying to deal with. Spin around, and then trying to get behind my back. And since my opponent was using Tunfus, his attacks are really versatile right now, allowing for some deadly and unexpected combination of blows. However, this guy is limited by the range that the fisting weapon can provide. And thankfully, I can work with that, as it was not all that eager to change its battle style for the moment. Reshape. You are? That's actually amazing. Now it's noisy all around us. Is that the change in the BGM? If so, I should pay a little more attention to it. I would really like some rock music right about now. You are, better not focus my hearing on that, I might actually die because of that. I mean, why do I feel like something bad about to happen? I try to block the incoming barrage of attacks with my sword, but then my hand is blown away and I am left wide open for attacks. In the face of that, I quickly operate the inventory window with one hand, trying to equip the replacement, while all the time dodging the incoming blows. The speed at which the weapons change right now feel awfully slow for some reason. And that slow speed is enough to make me feel angry about it. I know that the 7 days limit was yet to pass, so the access mechanism could not be used, but I decided to block the incoming attacks with the help of my trusty mirror shield. And now it's time for the counter-offensive. Eat this, Phalanx. Its face is hidden under the hood and the muffler, so I cannot really read anything at all from its expression. But for the moment out there, I could have swore that I have seen something akin to a frustration there. This should only be an AI, so I have no idea why it would target me of all people out there. However, after coming so far, it would just be too frustrating to say I am too tired of this situation, so I just give up. And that is because it is the city in which most of the Shangri-La Frontier's new players will start their adventure, first tour. So if I die here now, I will respawn in the completely different city. Or maybe it's just that I don't want all of those beginning players to watch me get my ass kicked by this thing. It doesn't really matter what the origin of this feeling is. Right about now, there is a burning desire deep inside of my heart. I don't want to lose you. Ready or not, here we go. Don't blink or you might miss it completely. It's not anything all that unique, so there is literally no reason for me trying to hide it. There is a brief pause in the battle, and in the next moment I push the thing back with brute force alone ever so slightly. Then I squeeze my hand into a fist and lodge it straight into that thing's stomach. It's time for a real fist fight, mano. And since kill penalty is not a problem with you, don't be mad if I happen to blow you to shreds by accident! Exclamation mark. While I wear this armor of Black Thunder, even the most optimal and fastest of attacks won't be able to reach or harm me. And from the way that the bounty hunter started to shake his head, I could see that this Lucia showed signs of being irritated for the first time. As I said earlier, I have never committed any sort of park here in Shanfro, and the bounty hunters are the NPCs that hunt the players with an especially bad and nasty karma. To be more specific, NPCs that specialize in hunting down the Pkers. Well, that's certainly strange. Why am I the only one who is being targeted by the park players? I can hear them going after me, and me exclusively here. Chapter 292, Fugitive. Looking at the end part 1. For me, games are nothing more but a hobby. If I were to trace my bloodline, it would turn out that both the extended family on my father and mother's sides were having many different and sometimes unique hobbies. If you were to go north to the house of my father's parents, you would find that my grandfather has a vintage sports car in his garage, one that he maintains and occasionally takes for a spin around the neighborhood. And if you were to go west to the house of my mother's parents, you would find out that many of the space out there was occupied by the plastic models that my grandmother loves to both put together and collect. I also heard my grandfather saying after getting a few drinks with my dad on a certain day that once he was going to pass away, I would get that sports car of his as inheritance. But since he said that while being drunk there is no way for me to actually know if he was serious or not, so maybe it was not such a bad idea to train some racing games for the time I would be trying to get my driver's license. But anyways, enough about that for now. What I was trying to say here, it seems that both my sister and I are a crossbreed of two lineages that cultivated many different and unique hobbies, so being a hobbyist was actually in our blood. I get a feeling that when I am going to find a wife for myself one day, I need to be very careful about her hobbies and qualities, or else my children might turn out to be quite a disaster hobby-wise. And when it comes to Rumi, some of the signs were already starting to show there. That is why just playing the games is the purpose for me. That is also why I can say with utmost certainty that for me playing video games is not a means of escapism as people often like to assume. And even if it is, It is a fairly rare occurrence. Why do I bring that up? It is because of the last happening with Seiga-san at school. The one in which she almost went and self-destruct herself. To say the least, Seiga-san is the perfect member of society. A perfect being. If you were to ask 10 people about their opinion on her, 9 out those 10 would give you the exact same opinion. I mean, I get it, I really do. All of a sudden, she approached a boy in the middle of the school's corridor. What's more, she told that boy that there was something important that she would like to discuss with his once the classes were over. And taking into consideration that she was an honor student and the ace of the track and field club, there was only one thing this could point towards. So I don't blame other guys for taking me into custody and wanting to cross-examine me about what was that all about. And despite me preaching all the time that even during an interrogation basic human rights guaranteed by various treaties and conventions should not be broken, the giant and muscular arm of a guy belonging to the judo club does not loosen its grip over my neck. And seeing how they were so eager to deliver a quick sentence here, let's at least try to buy some time here. Grand Inquisitor, I propose that we skip all the needless procedures here and proceed directly to reading the defendant his sentence. What about my right for the lair? I did not know that we even had an inquisition here in this school. Was there even a need for such a thing? I could also tell that everyone present in the room were glaring at me very intensely, as if I was some kind of criminal. I wonder what that is all about. There was an easy way out of this mess for me. I would only need to deny that I have no romantic interest in Seiga-san, and that she does not have any such interest in me. However, that would give birth to other questions that would be almost natural in here. Then what is that important story that Seiga-san wanted to talk about? Let me reiterate here. Seiga-san is the perfect and exemplary member of society. If you were to ask 10 people about what they think of her, 9 out of those 10 people will give you the same kind of answer. But I am the one who cannot answer in the same way as everyone else. That is because I know about Seiga-san's secret. The fact that exemplary honor student Seiga is actually a hardcore gamer. Privacy is really important when it comes to personal information in games. I don't think that Katsu would care much about it anyway, but Pensilgton. Who? Pensilgton is a whole other story. That bitch would certainly try to pull something off with that information. That is why when it comes to others, I try to protect their privacy and information as much possible, while expecting the same kind of treatment in return. So these lips are sealed, and that's final. And no matter what kind of interrogation may await me, I won't spill the beans, no matter what. This bastard, did you see how his eyes were sparkling at that moment earlier? Are you sure everything's okay with your memory, guys? Want to hit your head on the ceiling and lose it all, just to be sure? All right, if that's how you want it to be, then so be it. Hey man, are you really sure that this special futon folding technique of yours is as spectacular as you claim it to be? Yeah, just leave it to me. Wait just a moment. The fuck? My spine? Do you want to fold my spine? There are no joints to be found in the spine, right? It cannot be folded, no matter how hard you try, right? My sister's wedding ceremony is coming soon, and I was thinking about buying her a nice set of earrings. I think that your life is going to be nice trade-off here. Look at you, way to go. Selling your friend so mercilessly the first moment when the situation allows for it. Younger sister. I heard that this guy's sister is quite popular, but is that true? Really? I heard that she's extraordinarily cute. You hear that? Defendant Haizutome? If you give us your sister's contact information, we are willing to forgive you. This time, you stay away from my sister, you bastards. Besides, she's way out of your league. Why don't you try that again after taking a long look in the mirror and re-evaluating your lives? I shall now pass the sentence. So, it has come to this? All right, you lot. Stop fooling around and take your seats. Today's lesson will cover the things that are going to be on the test. Hiya, boy, I sure love studying. Studying is what every student should be doing. Teach, can you wait with the lesson for a bit? Just long enough so that we can execute this guy. Don't get your hopes up, you lot. Please remember that all of the great people across history were immortalized by the way they lived, not the way they died. Can you believe this? Was that something a true educator would say? Chapter 292 Part 2. Chapter 292, Fugitive, Looking at the End Part 2. Sega 0. I am really sorry for the inconvenience that I have caused you. Sanraku. Nah. Don't worry about it. Sega 0. I must have caused you all sorts of trouble. Sanraku. Like I said, don't worry about it. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Sanraku. So, back to the main topic at hand. What was that important thing that you wanted to talk to me about? It's something Shanfro related, right? Sega 0. Right. Actually, regarding the antimony sword and antimony armor set that I own. Sanraku. That. Sega 0. Actually, while we are being at it, I don't think that unique scenario is over quite yet. Sanraku. How come? To make a long story short, that person, Ray, talked to me about becoming a fully fledged Shangri-La frontier hero. Ho-hi-a? Fuan-hu-ho? Hi-ha-a-ru-fu-oh. Some people already treat her like a warrior god. But I take it that you had no idea? Hi-o-fu. While squeezing Emil around, I relayed to him the contents of the conversation I had with the Saint Chan, Iristala, the saint of charity. I talk about the quest that was presented to me, as well as possible methods of overcoming the roadblock that would most likely become a major obstacle on my way to completing it. Over at the new continent, it seems that the world-devouring dragon fights with the Dragon Heavenly King. I see, I get it. For a moment out there I thought that one of those titles sounded familiar, but with the saint's next words, it all becomes pretty clear, and in the not-so-distant future, that conflict is going to cause a coup in this country as well. I cast a quick glance at Gisette, and after a brief moment she nodded her head, affirming my silent question. How can you be so confident about what is going to happen in the future? You see, I can see and hear more than most ordinary people. I may be standing corrected here. I thought that St. Shield's territory were just a bunch of role-playing wackos, but that might not actually be the case after all. This woman here is surely not just a normal NPC, she seems more like an oracle or someone else like that. So, what about the schedule for the flying get? Please, will you do it? Whoa there, let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? I thought that they were a bunch of weirdos that just are overly attached to a single character, but that does not seem to be the case here. But since she seems to be the real deal, the sheer advantage that they can have from having her around is just ridiculous. They can have knowledge about certain events before they even take place. That's something Library can only dream of. And don't let her charm you or anything. This Saint Chan is hella cute, but this thing is really confusing for some reason. Or it may be just a cover-up, and her real intentions lie somewhere else. It's always a possibility. Because let's face it, why would they ever need help from someone like me, some nameless adventurer without anything to back me up in this world? I would like Gisette to provide me with some answers here, but it does not look like I am going to get any anytime soon. The mastermind behind this coup is going to be Alex, the fist prince of this country. The first prince is staging a coup? Why would he even stage a coup in the first place? He need to just sit on his ass quietly and he would succeed the throne either way. Does he really want to make a bad impression on the general public or what? No, wait, could this be why I was called here? I see, so I am to be a disposable gunball once more. No, that's not what you think, huh? It's not the order to secretly assassinate the first prince. Personally, I have no problem with assassination roleplay. I was doing that in the previous games I have played, and originally I was supposed to assassinate the Demon Lord Pensilgton. Well, that last one did not end up as you might have expected, but if it's not that, then what's the purpose? The pioneers are the perfect pawns for that role, because even after death we just revive. So we could even go over to the new continent and wait for the uproar to subside. But if that's the case, then wouldn't some of Holy Shield's territory be better suited for the job? It's a coup, but not in a traditional sense of the word. It is going to be carried out through the means of the crown will be passed on to the first prince the moment the king decides to go to a new continent. Now I am starting to see the whole picture more clearly here. NPC do not respawn, and when going to a new continent, there would be plenty of opportunities for some unfortunate accidents to take place. But if some pioneers were there by accident and helped the poor man, that would change everything. What's the possibility of the king being assassinated on board of the ship? The visions were hazy. But I think that if anything was to happen, it would be only after the ship reaches its destination. So, does that mean that future prediction is realized through visions? And does that mean that the future that is most likely to happen is more clear than the other things? That kind of divination was present in other works and media as well, so I can see why people think that it is creditable to some extent. That is why I would like to ask this of you. I would like you to protect the king while he makes his tour of the new continent, and I would like you to help with the establishment of the branch of the Holy Church there. This time around I really get it. You need a pioneer who happens to have as little connection to this kingdom as possible. Yes, that, and because you seem to have a connection with that country as well. Yeah, I might actually run out of roleplay here. Oh, does that mean you know about my big bro as well? Yes, because I happened to meet him once in the past. Casting a quick glance at Josette, it seems that she does not know what we are talking about, so I guess I am in the clear for now. Now then, how exactly did I manage to find myself in my current predicament? Chapter 293. There are two continents that make the world. Part 1. For those of the players who are not familiar with the Bunny Country rabbits and the unique scenario invitation from the Bunny Country, obtaining magic is a task that bears the very minimum of importance. However, once you clear the invitation from the Bunny Country, you are going to find out that there is actually a hidden meaning behind it. This hidden meaning is actually connected with the two unique monsters that you can meet there, Golgi-9 the Inexhaustible and Y-Sash the Immortal, as well as the underground tunnels that serve as the battleground for the two and their respective kin. However, even something like this is just a side attraction, something that will postpone you from exploring the main quest of Shangri-La frontier for as long as possible. But if the Saint Chan herself is involved into a side activity such as this changes the nature of things considerably. To me it is clear that this whole Iristilla, the Saint of Charity, is the kind of NPC that is going to cause quite a stir in the events of the game's main storyline. So far, the World Quest managed to raise a ridiculous amount of event flags, but Saint Chan is going to take a big part in all of this for sure. If nothing else, if you were to drop the bomb that Saint of Charity can predict the future, you can be sure that it would cause quite a bit of stir here and there. In fact, everyone who would get to talk to Saint Iristilla at least once would quickly become aware of that fact. Could it be that the Saint Shield's territory did not care about anyone else finding out about that as long as their goals were achieved? Or could it be that they are going to make me some kind of offer I cannot refuse for finding that out? I see how it is. Pretty clever of them, making that fact a sort of advanced payment. I have a whole lot of questions I would like to ask here. Some of them are really stupid, and some of them are really philosophical, like the secrets of the universe. But the most important one, why is this Saint Chan so unbelievably cute? No, it's best not to think about pointless stuff right about now. Yeah, I'm a gamer here, and gamers need to have guts. Best to think about what is going to happen in the near future and what I can do in order to not die a pointless death. Alright, after giving it some thought, I shall accept that request of yours. Thank you so very much, Sanriku-sama. And I hereby swear upon three pillar gods, your hardships and efforts shall not go unrewarded. Josette-san? How is it even possible to have so many nosebleeds inside of a video game, I wonder? And that is why I need to go to the new continent. Speaking of which, Rabbits is located on the new continent, right? Yes, that's right. However, Rabbits is first and foremost an island country. So even if we go out of there, reaching the mainland of the new continent is going to be difficult. Does that mean that all this time Golgi-9 was digging her tunnels under the seabed? If so, it is both amazing and incredibly dangerous at the same time. I mean, one mistake here and the whole thing is going to be flooded in a matter of seconds. And since I was yet to die since the meeting with the Holy Shield's territory, with a mule on my head I had no choice but to travel to Rabbits in my female form. For the time being, I am going to organize my equipment. Then, we shall go to Fastua. Why there of all places? Without any real jobs to do, this world would not have been that much realistic to begin with. Also, since this is the world inside of a video game, I don't think that I will be asked to show any ID here. I mean, I would be really surprised if I was. But still, new continent research vessel. I forgot its name already, but there should have been 3 ships that were built with the thought of going into the new continent. Each named after one of the sacred beasts that symbolizes the Holy Church on this continent. And even though only the pioneer can board those ships, not everyone is able to enter. You need to have a certain level and possess certain abilities that are deemed worthy. And who judges those abilities? Of course, it's the Union. If you don't happen to reach 5th tier by your own accord, either because you are strong or fast enough, there is still a way for you to score for yourself a ticket leading straight into the new continent. That is working for the Union and completing various quests posted by its members. Do enough of those, and the Union will consider you to be a valuable asset, one worthy of guaranteeing your ability. Yes, but if you happen to belong to a Union, I see that the recommendation from the Saint of Charity herself holds some value here, but being unemployed truly does suck. I don't really get it, but if you say so, then it really must be like that, right, Sanriku-san? That being said, what do you say for hiding in the ship's cargo hold and role-playing a stowaway? That sounds more like fun, right? I call this a social vorpal soul. It is still a thrill, although of an entirely different kind than that of confronting a giant monster or a boss monster. However, it is not wise to seek a thrill just like too often inside of the game. Believe me, for the time being, you might go pay a visit to your brother and sister, while go buy some things and restock on some other things. As far as the teleportation gate goes, it only seems to be working in places that the player character has already been to at least once. So if I want to go to First Tour, this means I need to teleport back to Secondal and walk from there. Talk about a detour. For now, let's die properly and then we can go there. But wouldn't it be more Vorpal Soul-like to just throw your life away? Ha ha ha, if I wanted to do that, I would have paid a visit to my dear friends at Crystal Scorpion Hill. Dear friends? I mean, as soon as I get there and try to mine for something, the scorpions become agitated and rush towards me to greet me. If that is not the way in which a friend acts, then what is the right way? Or maybe they are simply holding a grudge against me for taking away their stuff without asking? Who knows? Chapter 293 Part 2, Chapter 293. There are 2 continents that make the world, Part 2. Oh, so you have come, huh? Sup? And could you tell me about that weapon that the big bro is using? Wait just a minute here. I think Bree is better suited to tell that tale instead. After waiting for a while inside of the throne room together with Wysash, I could see Break enter the bunny court with the tense look on her face. Peep Pops, I was told that you wanted to see me. Could it be that it is about that great weapon we were discussing? Yes, that's right. Let's hear it. All of it, with as many details as possible. When he took a glance at Break, she stiffened for a moment and then nodded her head vigorously a couple of times. It was then that the two would start to tell me of the decayed Aridvul, that weapon I managed to recover earlier. Normally this thing would be called a great weapon, but at this point in time it has lost all of its original power. That is why it is something that all blacksmiths out there are looking for, a way to restore that lost power and see what those weapons are capable of at their full potential. But for now, we do not know anything about them. For example, before decaying, that blade, Aridvul, that was actually a tip of a giant's spear, was lodged in the body of one of the Golgionine's lackeys. But for how many years it's been there? That is when Wysash mentioned something that was probably supposed to be a hint as to what needs to be done in order to bring the sword back to its full glory. You see, when it comes to Aridvul, this is a blade that was meant to withstand the dragon's fire and destroy their bodies with ease. But since the blade has decayed, it has lost its guiding light. That is why, Sanraku my boy, if you wish to restore that blade to its former glory, you must find the guiding light that shall rekindle the fire within that weapon. A guiding light, it cannot be just an ordinary light or fire. It must be the kind of flame that originates in the very bowels of the earth and reaches to the heavens, burning away everything it meets in its path. From the bowels of the earth, and reaching towards the heavens. Somehow, I happen to be familiar with the phenomenon and the place that meets all of those criteria, no problem. No, wait a second, but that would be one of the top 5 places where I, being as half naked as I am, would happen to be utterly useless. But still, that is to be it. Nothing else comes to mind. So we need a fire so hot to melt everything? Melt? What does it mean, to melt? Well, it is something that is caused because of a fire that originates deep underground and is capable of erupting high in the air, alongside the huge amounts of dirt, smoke and ash. Ah, you're talking about a volcano. So, are you saying I am to jump inside one of those things? No, I don't think that anyone would actually expect you to go and scoop up lava with your bare hands. Maybe somewhere underground is an enemy composed of magma, and we need to obtain its core to use it as a power source or something like that? This sword was probably meant to crush bones more than to hack them away, but in order to fight a lava-based monster we would need a fire-resistant armor. No, wait a moment. There are no active volcanoes on the old continent, are there? So that would mean that it is an entirely new continent project. There was an inactive volcano here, but it is no longer active. It was a lake now, first and foremost. So it would be foolish to actually expect there to be anything fire-based when there is nothing but water wherever you can see. So that's actually hopeless. Now I wonder, is there going to be such class like a magma diver in one of the future updates? That would actually be convenient. Speaking of which, there should be a mountain like that is still active, you know. Are you being serious now? They said that this volcano is still active, but not all that active, and for some good, aggressively physical reasons. And since I had no idea what they meant by that, I pressed them for some more information. What I managed to find out was that there is a red dragon in there, acting as a lid sealing off the place. One of the previous generation of dragons created by Seagwim itself. I do not happen to know the exact meaning of that myself, Kukaku, but if there is anyone who can do it, you seem like a fine candidate, lad. No, that is not what I am surprised about. I am surprised that there is actually a concept of former and new generations when it comes down to dragons. Combine that with the previous story, that with the bottom of the lake. Yes, it could be something similar to that secret garden place where Wisman was waiting. Just how much does this mafia-like bunny actually knows? With various kinds of emotions starting to simmer inside of my head, I had to forcibly keep my thoughts on the right track and not think about anything unnecessary. Don't mix up your priorities here. Keep focused on what's right in front of you. I need to process all of the information I was given here. And with them being so much, it would be a task that would require focus and a moment of my time. And no matter what the outcome here may be, I need to accept it. But if we were actually to take a dive like this, then tie a weight to your leg like that. No matter how you may look at it, it would be similar to execution. Oh well, then please try to think about something on your own. Then, thinking of a crazy solution took me less than 2 seconds. So there should be no problem with that, right? The greatest of legends would then be updated. So now would water pressure be our only concern here? Break, if you'd be so kind. There is one more thing. I would like to leave it to you. The restoration of Eredville, that is. When I saw Break going crazy while jumping 4 or even 5 meters in the air, it really hit me. She was truly Emule's sister, without a shred of doubt. Chapter 294 Part 1. Chapter 294, My girl power level is over 530,000. Part 1. The things we needed to do were clear now. We left Break to cool off a little bit while Emule and I went on an excursion to find the guiding light for the weapon Aradville. But to leave Break together with Wysash like that? No. It's not that I thought something bad was going to happen. I was just a little bit worried that people who usually tend to weapons might not be all that good with basic social stuff such as communication, is all. That is why, Emule, we are going to do to Thirdma for the first time in a while. Wow, I can't say that I have good memories of that place. No, sir. Yeah, I get it. When we arrived there we were chased by Pensilgton and her goons and all that other stuff. I knew it. It is better to be ready to dish out some nasty divine punishment wherever you go. Oh, not good. Not good. It is a bad etiquette to bring the Bakumatsu playstyle and mindset to another game, but still, being surrounded by other players would still sometimes get me on edge, and I would expect being attacked at any minute now. That is why at first I wanted to go to the Crystal Scorpion Cliff in order to bring myself back to normal, but then I gave up on that idea. This form would actually work to my advantage. I mean, in my normal form there still may be people who are after me, so why risk it? Alright Emule, it's time to do some girls talk real quick. If there is one thing I regret from playing this game, it is the fact that I did not take a screenshot of Emule's expression when he heard me say those words, because it was truly priceless. You see, Emule, I'm afraid that I do not possess all that much girl power on my own. So we need to fix that. Think of it like boosting your statistics or obtaining a better gear. Samra, Go-san. Even if you tell me that, I don't know how to react to that. Here in Shangri-La Frontier, you can costumize your appearance as much as you want, but there is one thing that you cannot really change or fix: your vocal cords. Therefore the blue holy grail truly shines in here, since it changes both your appearance and voice as well. A perfect camouflage. Even my name is going to work in my favor here. All this time everyone assumes that Sanraku is a male name, but it is something that can also be read as a female name. That's another layer of protection. I mean, I have been meaning to ask this for a while now, but why do you even have clothes fit for a woman to wear on you? I mean, it is a given, don't you think? When you change your sex, you must be given appropriate clothes. Otherwise it would be really weird. That's a lie. While I was still in my male form I asked Break to make some women's clothes for me, just in case I would need them for some roleplay. But I don't want Emule to know about it. Especially I don't want him to know about that look that Break had given me. As if I was a walking pile of burnable trash. It was for the right cause, but that still stung quite a lot. Now, let's get ourselves some girl power. Alright. You are. For Sanrako-san to try to act like a normal girl, that's actually kind of creepy in its own right. Haha, what was that? Even I, the mighty Sanraku, can pretend to act like a cute and adorable little girl, you know? Because that's the power of roleplay. Whoa, talk about an equipment that I have never seen before. It's really cute. Where can I possibly get one for myself? Wait, Sanraku. Could it be? Nah, man. That guy's supposed to be a male character, remember? Oh well, I guess that maybe I got that name wrong, but still, doesn't that person look as if she was on fire? Who knows? Maybe her armor gives her such a visual effect, but just look at her, she looks so plain, just like your typical girl next door, but she is so pretty at the same time. Her voice is that of a female as well. Hey, let's try to hit on her. You idiot. You do that and then what? No matter how you look at it, she's a high-level player. What could you possibly talk to her about? Oh, you know, about this and about that. But if it would have been the other way around, that would have been a dream come true. Honestly, should I feel happy about all those words of praise that were coming my way? Or should I feel more disturbed by them? No matter how you look at it, that's one pretty crazy power, Kitanid, you bastard. But that fact made all that hard work at the bottom of the sea worth it. The very first moment that I left Third Rmas, I activated the overflow effect and started running. I guess that it won't be good for a mule, but he needs to bear with me for a while here. But don't you dare kick my cheeks with those bunny legs of yours. They may be small, but right now it would be more than enough to kill me. I have about 1 HP left here. So I hope that you are aware of that. Stop whining out there. Here, drink this. You should feel better. After we both recovered from the statuses that were afflicting us, I have found myself right in front of the supposedly inactive volcano, which was right there in the open. I do realize that the ancient ruins are probably the highest place on this continent, but this supposed volcano was nothing to scoff at, either. Looking up at it, it was certainly giving you some sort of an intimidating feeling. Well, soon enough I am going to be the one who is going to be intimidating everyone else around here. Wow, some big words. But that climb does not look to be an easy one. Maybe so, but I think it is not going to be so bad. I mean, thanks to the Lucan's carved wounds, monsters that are weaker than me won't even dare to approach us. So this is really going to be nothing more but a mountain climb, pure and simple. But, how do you plan to even get to the bottom of that lake once we get there? By means of the inventory, of course. This is going to write yet another page in the book describing the legend of the inventory. No matter how you look at it, this ability is just too good. It's downright broken. Getting transported to another space without any form of interruption. This time around, it is not going to be used for battle, but for the breathing purposes. And the best part here is that once I get back from there, I shall reappear exactly in the place from which I have left. This is indeed the strongest possible ability of them all. Chapter 294 Part 2. Chapter 294, My Girl Power Level is over 530,000 Part 2. NYU? What's wrong, Emule? Could it actually be that I am nothing more but an answering machine once again? Dude, you noticed that just now? I awkwardly turn my face away, but I can see Emule pouting his cheeks in anger. No, it's because, that's right. Only one person can be teleported into the inventory at a time. And besides, I don't know how other races are going to behave underwater in this game. No clue at all. Lately, I get a feeling as if I was just a convenient tool for you to teleport all over the place. No. You see, please understand. Lots of places I go to are dangerous. So much that you might actually die if we are not careful enough. So maybe it is you who is weird, Sanriku-san. Because you always seem so happy to go somewhere where you might die easily. It's not my fault that the more hazardous the place, the better loot you can find there, and that you want to squeeze the place dry of its resources to the very last drop. Lately even Katsu asked me if I know of a good material farming spot, and I was actually considering to bring him to the Crystal Scorpion Cliffs, only to see him being torn to shreds by the Crystal Scorpions over and over again, to my satisfaction. And that is exactly why, Emule. Yes, if you say so. Thinking about it carefully right now, after I manage to collect the things that we have come here for, the fastest way of getting back is probably going to be committing suicide there and respawn. So that means that you can actually go back to rabbits? What the hell? Does that mean that about 80% of my hard work here was useless in the end after all? You said that. Not me. Emule then somersaults in the air and kicks me to the chin, causing me to lose my balance and tumble down the steep slope for about 10 meters or so. Even though I was expecting it, this thing is still pretty heavy. I mean, I know that this is supposed to be a mecha that can get me to the bottom of the lake, but even when active, won't this thing have like zero mobility? Isn't that kinda bad? A gorilla, an American football player, without a doubt. This thing uses heavy machinery in order to create a mecha of a heavyweight type. A heavy armor in two major colors, dark green and jet black, just like a moss growing in the deep caverns. That was the feeling that this heavy armor type Fugaku was giving me. Fugaku. Somehow, that one word was more than enough to revive the memory of that painful challenge inside of my mind. But I do not believe that the two are actually related here. Most probably the Fugaku here is red as mountain, but that raises even more questions here. However, I am sure that once I start to do more world quests and slowly unravel the truth about this world, the answers will come to me on their own. At least I hope so. After all, it is all about recognition here. Super advanced science may seem like magic at the first glance, but those things are not one and the same. You might say here that they seem similar for as long as you do not unravel the way in which the science tends to work. Yeah, all right. Let's do this thing. Shall we? Have a safe trip down there. As for me, I shall be heading back to Rabbits first. I shall wait there for your return. Sorry for leaving you out of it like that. I will make it up for you sometime later. You'll see. I will buy you whatever you want. I am a very rich person now. After all, I have more than enough money to spare, so it won't be that much of a problem here. Then this is better going to be one of those super expensive spell books containing those super powerful magic spells. Dude, did you even look at the price tags on those things? I am rich, but I am not that rich. Let me tell you. One spell book of the highest caliber costs roughly around 100 million money, so you will have to excuse me if I won't be buying you one of those. You can be angry with me all you want, but I am not going to change my mind on that. Or could it be that you are still angry about something here? Oh well, I might not buy that specific spell book, but a cheaper one? Why not? I really want to kick into effect the immune strengthening plan that I have been putting away in time as of late, so that it would be a start. And with that thought, I jump into the water, right into the lake that formed in that oversized crater. The truth about this area that Wysash told me about, the mysterious powers that are at work here, strong and sinister enough to make even the most battle-hardened veteran shiver in his boots. Using the red dragon as a lid in order to stop the volcanic activity in the area, and the tranquil emptiness here, it's like sticking your finger right in the middle of the cookie dough and trying to press it against the cutting board. Systemic physics of Shangri-La frontier may be perfect in every detail possible, but the physics of the world itself here can sometimes be all over the place, and this is my moment to shine. As for the details, oh, who cares about them? Anyways, the sinking Genbu does not light up ready to be operated. It's only a matter of course, since the ether reactor went back to Katsu, its rightful owner. So right now Genbu was nothing more but an oversized mecha. A very heavy mecha at that. Of course, there is no way for me to be able to acquire oxygen underwater. Even when sitting inside of a mecha like that, I would have suffocated within seconds here. However, this is just too convenient right now. It's actually so convenient for me that it is actually suspicious. I then teleport right into the inventory, breathe as much air in as my lungs desire, spin the Gakurilet on the MP recovery potions and go for a dive once more. The rest of the work here is just letting the game physics engine work its magic. So I sink even further down below, go to the inventory to replenish my oxygen level and magic points, teleport back and repeat the whole process. And after a few repetitions just like that, I could feel my feet standing on some real solid ground. Sorry for trampling all over you, buddy. If Wysash's words are to be believed, the place that I currently going through should be the place where the former Red Dragon Cryptochrome met its end, slaughtered by Seagrim many years ago. So this place is actually its tomb. Chapter 295, read from the Depths Part 1. At first I thought that the night vision effect that was characteristic of the glossy feather, the helmet that was serving as Tactical War Beast's Suzaku control unit, was the ability that the helmet itself had, but it turns out that it was just because it was powered up by Suzaku itself. Talk about a bummer. Right about now I could really use that night vision power, because even with the enhanced vision characteristic of player characters, the darkness that was currently surrounding me was deep and impossible to see through, even though my immediate vicinity was slightly brighter than the rest of the area. But even without night vision on my hand, I must say that the technology from the era of the gods was really handy and it was making my life that much easier. Of course, there was no oxygen to be found underwater, so I had to utilize the strategy of escaping into the inventory quite often and coming back here, but every single time I was doing that there was no water leaking into the armors inside. So once again, thank you, the technology from the era of the gods. However, there was also another problem that emerged here, due to the combination of issues such as being underwater, the Tactical War Beast having no power source to cause it to move and the armor being just plain and simple heavy as hell. I was moving extremely slow here. So slow, in fact, that I had to cast a certain type of magic onto myself in order to be able to move at an acceptable pace in this place. Now that I think about it, that magic would have been extremely useful during the battle with Knight Prololocan. Maybe it is going to be a part of Locan meta from now on. Fortunately for me, it seems that whatever magic the player would cast onto himself with the help of the Lapis Star Cloak would also be transferred onto the Tactical War Beast and affected in the same way. That is why Fugaku was able to move right now. I am talking about a rather basic magic spell called Magic Torch here. It is a simple spell that cost about 2,000 money, which was small pocket money for me at the current moment. Its effect is that upon activation it generates an orb of magic light that continues to eat away on the user's magic points until they either run out or the spell is cancelled. But the best thing is that the longer the spell is active, the brighter the light becomes. Of course, if you have a normal torch you do not need spell like that, but 1. I do not have a torch myself. And 2. Normal torch would become useless here, underwater. Hence the need for the spell. There is even more ridiculous thing to that magic as well. You can cast it basically in any kind of environment, as long as your hands are able to move and activate the spell itself. It is so broken that you could easily use it to expose Lucan's alter ego and bully it to death, as long as you won't forget to replenish your magic points reserves and remember to keep the spell ongoing. However, the true value of that magic lies elsewhere. Basically, it is a passive kind of magic, one that only needs to be casted once to stay in effect, and then you can do whatever the hell you want with your hands, like using other spells or casting skills and use weapons. And I have no idea if there are class skills that would allow for such a thing to happen. But if you have a thing such as this Lapis Star Mantle, you can even cast multiple instances of such spell instead of one. So double or even triple the light source would not be a problem here. Disposable magic scroll. Active sonar. The price tag on this thing was 200,000 money. For such a price you would expect it to be extremely good and universal, but it was actually extremely situational spell. Borderline useless. Actually, what is that magic? It is the kind of magic that allows you to detect enemies and display terrain information in the 30-meter radius from the caster, giving you specific information about the location of possible enemy mobs, NPCs, item boxes and such. On a side note here, usually with magic scrolls a following rule can apply: the stronger the effect written on the magic scroll, the bigger the price of the scroll itself. As for why a simple sonar scroll like that would cost 200,000 money, well, I think it's because of the difficulty and complexity involved with the sonar. Normally your brain does all the heavy lifting when visualizing stuff that you see in front of your eyes, so magic imitating such an effect must be fairly complex and difficult to obtain via normal means. So it's all about the resource allocation, and I mean, let's be real here. Did Sigwim really just threw that other dragon here, flattened him and turned him into a lid? Combining the illuminating effect of the magic torch together with the magic sonar filling my brain with various information, it is easy for me to locate the possible place for that lid, or at least something that was acting like it. Since at the very bottom of the crater there was some sort of bony remains and a formation that resembled giant horns. So at the very least I know that some part of that story was apparently true. At the same time, it could be seen that parts of the crater's floor as well as its walls were covered in huge cracks. Those must be the scars created by the volcanic activity below, and fortunately enough they were wide enough that I should be able to pass through them without much of a problem. So even though the lid was still fulfilling its purpose as intended, there was a way for me to pass through it. Okay, here goes. HMNGGGH crack. The sound of Fugaku trying to pass through the cracks. I knew it. This heavy armor is fat as shit. I just hope I won't get stuck in here. That being said, I had to make one trip inside of inventory while passing through the cracks. So far so good. Even the water pressure is not that much of a problem. Or is it? Now that I think about it, it may be possible that the further down I go, the tighter the pass will become. So maybe even with a more slender armor the free passage may be impossible. So that means I will have to exit the armor and proceed with my physical avatar? It's not like I do not have means to proceed further, but I wanted to save it for some dire times. I did not wanted to abuse it or rely too much on it all the time. Chapter 295 Part 2. Chapter 295, read from the depths Part 2. But now was the time to use it. I see. That being said, I take out one more Holy Grail that I managed to obtain from the battle against Cutenid. The Indigo Holy Grail. The ability of this Holy Grail sure is powerful, but it also comes at an appropriate price. Using this Holy Grail, you can swap the numerical values of two statistics of your choosing, but after a set period of time the effect ceases, and the affected statistics are given a certain debuff. That debuff lowers the numerical values of those two statistics by more than half of their original amounts. So after recovering my magic points inside of the inventory, I activated the Indigo Holy Grail, and go Bobo Bob you? The moment my body exited the tactical war beast and I returned to the real world, I could feel a huge mass of water attacking me from all directions, pressing onto me as if it was trying to mercilessly crush my whole body. Fuck the hell yes. See that? I managed to survive. I cannot believe that I managed to survive that. Reaching the bottom of this volcanic lake filled with water from thousands of hundreds of years, I managed to pass through the lid blocking my path by going through the cracks in substance that seemed to be solidified lava. There is no need to go into every single detail here, so a short version is as follows. After some trial and error, I finally managed to find my way to the underwater cave where it was possible to breathe normally. As one might have expected, there was indeed damage due to water pressure at this depth, but thanks to my cleverness and intuition I managed to pull through. The statistics that I have switched thanks to the power of the Indigo Holy Grail were vitality and luck. Damage coming from water pressure can be said to pass as environmental damage. Just like poison pool, lava pools, swamps, and pressure seem to hit you like a jackhammer. So it was actually a good guess on my end that I should be able to withstand it with the increased vitality. What about the magic power stored in the star cloak? Did it all run out on me already? But it doesn't matter all that much anymore. It's not like I need magic lights anymore. After all, it is so bright in here that there is no need for artificial light. How should I even describe it? I do not have any real skills in that field, so I cannot be sure about anything when it comes to geology. However, even someone like me can understand that this is not how a magma chamber would look like in real life. What the hell is that? This place located so much underneath the bottom of the crater lake. Let's call it depths for convenience sake. The depths here were shaped like a dome the size of a small stadium. Due to the nature of this place, the lowest layer of this place constituted of the cold and solidified lava. Then there was a layer that was covered in a huge amount of cracks that looked much like spider webs. And up above, you could see torrents of water flow from the ceiling like waterfalls. It was an impressive sight in its own right. The material making the walls and the ground is the same as the one making the canopy of this place, that is cooled down and solidified lava. Normally such a place would never even hope to exist in the real world. Being cooled and solidified means that this place must have been submerged at some point in time, but normally magma must have had a place to enter it, and water to get out. But I cannot see how possibly it could have been done here. In other words, this place here looks like a stone dome with pillars of water coming down from the ceiling, and creating a shallow pool right under your feet. Of course, this dome had no other exits, and the thing that was resting in its center. I get a feeling that I do not want to get involved with that thing, but no matter how you look at it, that is the target that I came here looking for in the first place. A monster? No. Could it be that this thing is actually an NPC? No. How should I even describe that thing? It looks like a sphere? Or is it more like a cross-section of a broccoli? It also emits a mixture of both white and red light, similar to the pulsating light of magma, not to mention that it makes those strange snoring-like noises that makes me want to laugh for some reason. And since I can feel my wet body starting to dry at an extraordinarily fast rate, I guess that this light also must be generating some sort of heat as well. As you would expect from magma-like substance, I guess I need some mask here. It may sound cliched, but ever since I have started playing Shanfro, I got so used to that mask of mine that I cannot feel at ease without it. So I become a bird head once more and prepare some weapons in advance, just in case things are going to go south here. Okay, I get it. I understand. No weapons, no weapons. If that's how you want to play it, I shove my weapons away into my inventory with a speed that could have very well been a contestant for the world record, and then the changed sound coming from that broccoli-like thing changes and reverts back to its previous snoring. For the time being, that monster, let's call in Broccoli X for now. It looks like it has some properties similar to non-active field monsters. I thought that equipping my weapons would not be a problem here, but it must be capable of detecting that somehow and go into alert mode. That's why let's try to not aggravate it too much for now. However, what the is this thing going to transform? I could not be too sure about that because of the bright light it was emitting, but it looked like that broccoli-like thing was trying to open itself like some kind of folded cloth. So I guess it is reasonable to think of its current form as a mere standby state. A mysterious floating object shaped like a broccoli right at the bottom of the crater lake. So no matter how you look at it, this is the object of my search, the reason why I came here in the first place. Recently, you were not able to do anything because I got better equipment and was doing so many crazy things. So how about I let you in on the action after all this time? Let's try to break some ice and have a proper talk. Chapter 296. Just like Icarus, plunging into the sun with all of his might. Part 1. Temporary name of this here monster, Broccoli X. As far as I am concerned, its body must be made entirely out of magma or something very similar to that. It resembles a biological monster and behaves like a biological monster, but it is clearly not a living being by any means. When it comes to size, it was somehow similar to Brake or Edward. In other words, it was half the size of the average human male. And when it comes to that strange broccoli part, those must be its wings, or at least something very similar to wings. For the time being, as long as my weapons remained hidden, there was no problem with me approaching this thing. I even tested if shadowboxing would bait some sort of a reaction from it, but so far there was nothing even remotely close to that. Now, the alarm sound would appear if you got too close to the thing, or if the shadowboxing seemed as if it was directed directly at the creature. At that moment the sound of its snoring would drastically change. However, taking a few steps back or stopping to shadowbox would cause it to revert back to its relaxed state. So as long as I maintain some safe distance and show no hostility at all, I should be in the clear. Hello. Some sort of reaction was clearly there all right, but nothing when it comes to a verbal response. That is why it was so confusing. Was that thing an NPC, or simply an inactive monster? How thin was the line in between those two things here? For the time being, any sort of action that can be classified as battle preparation seemed to invoke the alert mode in this thing. But what if we simply try to approach it like we just want to talk? I'm not scary. I'm not scary at all. Look closely. I'm half naked here, so I cannot be scary here. I cannot be scary like at all, because I do not have any weapons on me. 1 step closer, 2 steps closer. Best not to get too greedy with too many steps here. Whoa there, careful not to slip here. Slip damage in this place would be extremely painful. Whoa. What the fuck is happening? Why am I burning? In a hurry, I jump back and try to extinguish the fires that caught on my bird mask. No way, what the fuck is this? Almost half of its durability is gone. Talk about dangerous. Is that supposed to be some on-contact ability? So what would the strategy for a fight with this thing would be? No, does that mean that no matter what you do, the player is going to die here? For a moment out there, a kind of a crazy idea comes to my mind. What if I was to blow away the ceiling of this place and cause the torrents of water to flood this place? However, this plan does not guarantee safety to the player character. It may also be that it would be much work for very poor results. And besides, I do get a feeling that there is some sort of gimmick to this place and monster. Normal battle strategies based on winning or losing are not going to cut it in here. We have come from beyond the sky. Our realm lies beyond the stars. There are no gods in heavens. When you want to look for a god, look down below. Underdogs, mad scientists, horror movies, the annoying guy who gets killed in a really gruesome way early on. Whatever the cliches may be here, those are the exact words of that guy from way below the ruined castle. So, could it be that this here Broccoli X is actually a god? Something that was supposed to be like the last boss, but I managed to encounter it way before its designated time? Nah, that explanation would be way too convenient. There is just no way. But if that aforementioned description is to be taken as truth, then simply by the fact that the Broccoli X is here, so far below the ground, it is too early to dismiss the possibility that it has nothing to do with the gods. That being said, how am I supposed to obtain that whole guiding light thing here? Depending on what happens, battle may be something that can't be avoided here. Take the Golgi-9 related quest for example here. In order to obtain the sample of her poison, I had to slash her with Kanzu and collect the crystallized poison that dropped from her. However, even if the same principle could be applied here, I highly doubt that trying to slash a magma monster with a knife would be interpreted as goodwill and sign of friendship. So, does that mean that drawing out my weapons is the last resort? What else is there that I can possibly try here? Fortunately enough, there are no other people beside me. So even if I happen to have a few crazy ideas, I can try them out to my heart's content without having to worry about condescending gazes. Attempt number 1. Try to grovel on the ground. Please, I beg of you. Share your guiding light with me. It's a matter of life and death. It is a strategy that no top-notch gamer would even think to try out. But you never know. Sometimes strategy like that can really work, simply because it was so embarrassing. Groveling is the essence of the Japanese people. And right about now, I turned the full power of this essence towards the Broccoli X. But even though my groveling was perfect and I was doing it for more than 10 seconds, there was no reaction from the monster. Now this is troubling. At this rate I might actually run out of possible options here. If groveling failed, what else could I possibly do here? What is the more effective way to obtain what you want other than groveling? After trying out some other things, I was starting to get physically and mentally exhausted. So I equipped a regen accessory that I happened to buy in Aoife's store the other day. Still, I could not keep on going after doing that, because when I entered the space where the burning effect was starting to chip away at my health, it would cancel the effect of the regen. However, that gave me some idea. Why the hell shadow boxing is triggering this guy and other things have no effect? I don't understand it. In other words, in order to make some progress here, I needed to determine what was triggering Broccoli X's mode shift and what was not. First of all, I tried shadow boxing in one place, all the while thinking just how badly I do not want to go to school the next day. No warning sound at all. Next, I tried shadow boxing while looking at the Broccoli X, making slow advances towards it and trying to make the moves as if I was really going to punch it. Warning sound. I was suspecting that it might be the case here. But could it be that this game is actually reading my thoughts? I jumped back, concluding the ultimate line separating the safe space from the alert space. So, as long as I keep behind that line, even if I want to pick up a fight it should be okay. But what if? Hey, Broccoli boy, look here. This is the anti-blade sword that Wysash crafted personally. Isn't it cool? I see. So if you draw your weapons but with intent other than combat, it is fine. However, once you change your mind, the monster immediately goes into alert mode. So if it is about that, I cannot really deploy Kensho here. So, in other words, achieving my goal through normal attacking is pretty much impossible here. Chapter 296 Part 2. Chapter 296. Just like Icarus, plunging into the sun with all of his might. Part 2. I try to approach the monster as stealthily as possible. Wonder what is going to happen here. Kensho's ability is triggered by critical hit, so there are two possible outcomes here. Either I am going to be able to extract the guiding light with Kensho's help, or I will be forced to try and obtain it without it. Actually, now that I think about it, could that noise actually be a Morse code or something like that? It's a possibility, and a scary one at that. But even if it is a Morse code, I do believe that my IQ is not big enough to be able to decipher it. Worst case scenario, I would have to sell that information to the magical girl wannabe. But I don't even know your name, but Mr. Broccoli, please listen to me. Honestly, I realize that this monster might not possess that much of actual intelligence, and groveling only tends to work on enemies that can be manipulated into feeling pity or remorse for you from doing such an action. But groveling is a strong contestant as far as options go, so it is not a bad idea to give it a go either way. You see, actually, my big bro came with me this time around. Okay, maybe he's not here, but he ordered me to bring him the guiding light, big and scary bunny, not to be messed with. So please help me out here. Will you? In the first place, it was only me talking for a while now, with like zero response from that monster's side. I wonder if it can actually understand me? Understanding is the first step towards meaningful communication. After all, I know that it might be stupid, but I am soon about to run out of options, so what choice do I have? I'm not going to attack you, okay? So please, can you do the same? Now, could you look here? This thing, right here? Can you help me restore it to its former glory? Or is it not possible in its current state? At that moment I took her the decayed Aradville, all the while continuing to explain my circumstances, hoping that it would help me to stay in a mood that would not reek of possible hostility. All right. I suppressed the urge to scream out loud and brandish the Aradville around in a victory gesture. I only allowed myself to smile broadly behind the cover of the bird mask. What do you say about that, you bastard? This here was the result of all those shitty games I have conquered, all those dating sims that I have played. All my knowledge and role-playing abilities. Suck on this, shit Chronicle Online's opponents. You can always succeed at communication with enough effort and determination. Even if your talking partner is some sort of mysterious creature incapable of communicating. That's right, good boy, good boy. Who's a good boy? You are. Please, lend me, guiding light, your guiding light. Please share with me. Good boy. Good boy. Broccoli X floats in midair, gazing towards the tip of the decayed sword that I was holding onto, making different sounds than the ones I have heard before. I keep on getting closer and closer to it, maintaining the atmosphere as if Aradville was not a weapon, but rather a piece of decorative equipment. I even removed all the other equipment that I had on me, which left me completely naked. No, I mean, I still had my boxers on. So I'm not actually naked, just half naked, that's all. Every second that I was approaching, the damage I was taking was growing even larger. All because I was practically naked, with no means of protecting me from the heat. It soon reached the amount that was exceeding the amount of healing I was receiving from the accessories. But even so I kept on moving forward. Even if it is going to kill me. And contrary to the effect of Bone Shatterer and Dissipator that I displayed during the duel with Sega 100, this time around my body was truly catching on fire. The amounts of damage I was receiving was so big that I wanted to scream and back away, but I had to push forward. And I did just that. I don't care what you do to me, but please bestow the guiding light onto this thing here. Please. I was slowly approaching my limit, when Broccoli X, no, I could see it clearly now. It was not broccoli, it was a butterfly made out of magma. A very, very big butterfly that was not spreading its wings. When its wings fully spread, there was a small shock wave coming from them, accompanied by the heat wave likes of which I have never even felt before. It was increasing with every second, as if spreading around the place. When, Buey, in an instant, my body was burned to charcoal and my remains dispersed on the wind like a pile of ash. If it turns out that suffered all that in vain, without obtaining what I came here for, mark my words. I am going to come back here and kick your ass. Additionally, I would have to voice a formal complaint if I happened to wake up at the bottom of that lake again, surrounded with water. Fortunately, nothing like that happened. As for that monster, emotions are something that results from having a will, but for a program or a cluster of data, the identity, goals and purpose of those who descended all the way down in order to meet it are completely irrelevant. It acts a specific way not because it wants to but because it is to. In the first place, it has no biological autonomy. It can only respond with B if the A takes place. It's a simple action and reaction pack, nicely put together and given shape, and its only purpose is to continuously accumulate heat power while staying in that underground prison. Although it shares a category with a certain other red, its principle and origins could not have been different. The monster that was named Big Red Wing was only following its reason d'etre, nothing more and nothing less, and that reason being compensation with its own power to those who lacked the power of their own. Therefore, it is that kind of a noisy creature that was able to burn to cinders even those with good fire resistance, and be able to do so just by virtue of standing near that character. And after everything was said and done, the Big Red Wing just returned to its original state, without concerning itself with matter such as what was presented to it or to what purposes it was going to be used later. For now, It sleeps inside of its solidified prison. However, the day when it was going to be exposed to the whole world was not all that far away. Chapter 297. Half-naked, long-legged Anisan, Birdhead. Part 1, Audiobook of the Decaying Light, the weapon of the hero of the past, now in possession of the light table to restore it to its former glory. It is still far away from its original power, and as a weapon it is difficult to handle properly. However, the blade of the former giant's spear can now shine with bright light. In a complete silence, I strike the victory pose with my whole body. Since I died just now, the gender change effect is resolved and I return to my original appearance of a human male. But the gender or physique does not really matter that much right now, as I would feel the same no matter what my appearance may have looked like. I can see that mule staring at me with worry in his eyes, but for now it does not matter all that much to me. What matters here is that I finally managed to put all those years of pain and suffering through shitty games to good use, and that it allowed me to transcend the communication barrier and a barrier between a player and AI, no less. Right about now, no matter what kind of shit chronicles awaits me, there is nothing I am afraid of. It is all thanks to being betrayed by former friends in previous games and conquering women that seemed impossible to approach if it was not in the game. I have learned from those experiences and I have grown as a character, now able to protect those who are dear to me from danger. Yeah, right. If it was an event scene, I would have surely cried tears of both joy and sorrow right about now, but who cares about that in the first place? Who would even come up with a scene like that in the first place? It's ridiculous no matter how you look at it. All right, let us go, Emule. It's time to pay that bouncing sister of yours a visit. Alright. Just like that, we have enthusiastically waltzed right into Brake's workshop as if we own the place. But what we have witnessed there was Brake unlike we have never seen before. The change seemed almost too drastic. You ha-ha-he. Be Brake Ni-chan? Is that you? By RT that woman. She's hitting a carrot with a mallet as if her life depended on it. So, are you perhaps trying to make a carrot paste? Yeah, that can't possibly be it, right? And judging from the way in which she was placing the carrots one after another on the anvil and smacking them into oblivion, I was seriously starting to worry that she might have actually suffered some sort of a mental collapse. Is it really alright to talk to her when she's like this? How can we know that she won't just jump at us and attack us? You know, kinda like an autopilot guided by her survival instinct or something like that? You know what, Sanraku-san? I would really appreciate it if you did not treat my sister like a golem or other abomination like that. No, even if you tell me that, it is pretty obvious from the way she is acting that right now she is but a machine, and with a very simple and basic programming. At that, but on the other hand, I wonder just for how long will she keep on doing that if we just leave her like this? Oh, and now she's devouring the carrot paste. I see, it is in fact a perfect source of nutrition. And what is that supposed to be? Oh, it's just you, guy. Whack, the sound of the mallet falling down right on top of Brake's hand. Jia Nbua, Nhayu. Those were the only sounds we made. I want someone to give us both a medal for not laughing outright at that slapstick skit just now. For a short while Brake writhes in agony on the ground while making the sounds that were truly difficult for me to describe. Then, when the sight becomes more pitiful than funny, I take out the audiobook and present it to her, all the while trying my best to hold back the laughter. Because I know it all too well. If I laugh here, I am going to suffer a hammer strike directly to the shin or somewhere even worse. Are you Alri? Bufafu. Brake-san, let's talk about this first, alright? Don't do a full swing like that. Full swing is seriously not good here. I might even die if something like that hits me. Dance, dance, little puppet. Dance until you drop dead. Off Bueg. That one full swing took away about the 70% of my HP bar. Pops left me with the task of reviving that sword to its former glory, so I am going to do it. Even if it is the last thing I am going to do in this life. As I handed the audiobook to Brake, she declared that with utmost confidence. Right now the blade was glowing slightly with the guiding light it received, looking kind of like my body after treating it with the bone shatterer. It was a huge difference from its rusty and useless state from before. Right. So, do you need anything else for that? Let me think. The fire part is complete, so, yeah, right. A container. I will need a container for that fire. Container? Something like a better furnace, for example. I take a look at the furnace that Brake has in her workshop. It looked pretty normal to me, besides the futuristic apparatuses that was placed beside it. But I think that we can ignore that for now, since it must have been something that was used to create the scorpion gauntlets and dissipator. Or should I actually praise it for all it had done for me? I happen to be a master craftsman as well, so the very first moment I have gazed upon that sword, I understood it. That sword has an affinity for a fire. Fire attribute? No, not fire attribute. The fire. Oh well, I guess thinking of it as a fire attribute is close enough. But what I mean by that is that this sword has an affinity for the flames themselves. I guess that the overly exaggerated metaphors are the bread and butter of every fantasy world out there. Anyways, if Brake says that this sword has the natural affinity towards fire, I guess it really is like that. I mean, I have no reason in particular to doubt her words. So apparently, it is not your ordinary fire weapon at that. This sword is. I guess it was a spear at some point in time, but now it is a sword. It used to have a flame serving as the core of its power, so it is going to be our job to restore that flame. For that end, I am more than sure that the current furnace is not going to be enough. I see, I get it. So, what would you need? Chapter 297 Part 2. Chapter 297. Half-naked, long-legged Anisan, bird head. Part 2. Fumu, a couple dozens of top-quality ore. I see, okay. I can do that no problem. Sometime later. Run, hide, dig, die, then rinse and repeat. What do you say? That going to be enough? Say, Emule, I know that I sent you to gather materials, but didn't I said that I needed just a little bit? You see, Ani-chan, one simply cannot have enough golden scales, the more the merrier. When asked about the details, it is something alongside the lines of those who worry about the Seagram's golden scales to deteriorate are the real idiots. It is something to do with the fact that Seagram's scales never deteriorate, or something like that. It's an interesting proverb to have, especially since it does not seem to have its counterpart in the real world. Wait a minute. Does that mean that what I'm doing is stupid? But since it is stupid, there is little use to worry about it. Who? Hey, Emule. Later I am going to get you acquainted with the business end of my sword here. Wait a second. Are you going to throw it? Aren't you? Why are you going to throw it at me? What about a parabola? There will be none. It is going to be thrown in a straight line, so brace yourself. Straight line? That's what you get for getting me to overwork myself for nothing. Now, my dear Duke Sarim, it is time for you to give it your very best. I'm counting on you. Every time you score a critical hit, you restore its lost durability. So it should not be that much of a problem here. So by that factor alone, it is a weapon that is more convenient to use than my every other weapon. At least from the attack power point of view. Because ability-wise I have even better stuff. Well, you might want to hold your horses there. Strengthening the furnace is going to take time. About 2 weeks, I wager. All right. And apart from that, I would like you to strengthen this, and that. Can you do it? I also want to strengthen Emil at some point, so he cannot blame me for showing him some tough love now. After all, I am willing to spend some serious money on him in the not-so-distant future. Yes, I am the kind of a man who does not care about money at all. I mean, I like to save money as much as possible, but at the same time, when money needs to be spent, I am going to do it without regret. No matter if we talk about a few hundreds or a few millions. I already decided to go to First Tour on a later date. But for now, I had a certain business to attend to in Fifthsia. It is a meeting that I was able to arrange thanks to a connection to one of the people from my guild. But even if it was not for that, I am sure that I have enough goods on me to be treated as a VIP right from the start. Even though I am nothing more but a bird-headed, half-naked person. Now then, Sanriku-sama, what brings you here so late in the night like that? I am that kind of pioneer that you may call a night owl. What about that guy? Once he heard that you are here, Sanriku-sama, He said that he shall be here as soon as possible. I see. So if he's on his way, would it be all right for me to wait here? But of course. After all, Sanraku-sama is the distinguished guest of the Golden Scale Company. For a while, the only thing I could do was to feed my muffler some carrots in the waiting room. And by the quest room I mean a room that a royal castle would not even scoff at. Then I heard knocking onto the door. Sanraku-sama, the one you wanted to meet is here. Please bring him in. Sanraku-san, the sheer contrast of your behavior and appearance is making it hard for me not to laugh. Mufflers can speak, right? So do me a favor out there and shut up for a moment, will you? The next moment, the one who entered the room was a young NPC who looked really tired, wearing a suit. The man seemed to be pretty muscular, but was also giving off the impression of possessing some excess weight. He looked towards me and when he realized that I was looking right at him, he bowed his head quickly. Still, I could see it in his eyes. The question that he voiced almost right afterward. Why are you naked like that? Please do not worry about it. I assure you that there is a reason for that. You are Norman, right? Yes, that's right. I heard that you would like for the Golden Scale Company to lend you a loan. Is that correct? Thud. Together with that sound, the sturdy desk shakes and almost crumbled under the weight of what was placed on it. What I took out of my inventory. Norman's eyes widened with surprise upon seeing that. The giant-sized jewel that I placed on the desk. For a moment out there the young man could only see that, and probably could not even hear my words. He almost seemed like a zombie. After all, this item is something that cannot be obtained through any normal means. No matter how big of a loan you would want to take, it can only be gathered at the top of the Crystal Scorpion Cliff, a place that might as well be synonymous with hell here on this continent. Lapisteria Crystal Star, is that what we are supposed to be looking for? And it is so big, that is to be a lie. No way, that's the first-rate star? No way. Isn't that something fit for a royal family? Can I continue with my explanation? Why yes. When you try to do negotiations like Pensilgton would, there are two basic approaches that you can do. One is to hide your hand as long as possible, and other is to reveal more information that it is actually necessary. If you overwhelm the other side with information, it makes them lose their composure and confidence, which in turn makes them more willing to make concessions in hopes of learning even more. This guy basically reeks of a rich old dude with a whole lot of shadiness to him. It also occurred to me now that they were the same company that Pensilgton used to deal with, so that is most probably the reason why mentioning her name worked here. And as far as negotiations go, I really want to get as much information as I possibly can from those guys. Norman Kun, Yes, I can say with all responsibility that I am very interested in your offer. By all means, please tell me all the details you can tell me. I am a kind of a man who does not care about money. Hell, I can even put up to 5 billion money if you want me to. No problem. Chapter 298. I forgot that you are like that. Part 1. That being said, the seventh unique monster is most probably a monster that looks like a humanoid and tree hybrid. Could it be something that resembles that one enemy I have encountered before? What was its name? Loser's Woods. I believe it was something like that. Yes, that's it. That is exactly right. I'm surprised that you know of its existence. Oh well, you see, it happened as a result of a certain invitation that was handed to me sometime in the past. That particular monster is pretty dangerous at first glance, but once you manage to take his staff out of his hands, it becomes virtually harmless. Oh, I see, I get. Maybe I should give a fight with it a go sometime in the future. Although I must say that because of that last incident things were still kind of awkward and uneasy. We are all playing the same game here. So if we want to put the most effort into it, there is nothing wrong with helping one another out in times like this. While at school, I was talking about the Shangri-La frontier to Sega-san, giving her various tips and hints. As it turns out, right about now she was also right in the middle of braving through the various tasks that Wysash was imposing onto her. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was originally planning on posting that on the group chat of the Wolfgang later. But I guess I can tell you this right now, we are pretty much set when it comes to the prospect of our base. Really now? That's great news. I mean, it was something that had to be done eventually now that our guild has grown and new members. We also need a place where we can store our shared funds, as well as give both Rust and Mold their share of the reward for the Cutanid battle. Not to mention that both Rust and Mold log into Shangri-La Frontier quite sporadically, so it is hard to actually set one concrete date to meet and talk about things. The only instance Rust logs in is to remind me to let her use the mecha, so it would probably yield a better result to contact her in Nephilim Hollow. Talk about confusing. It seems that recently she came up with an idea for a new frame and was vigorously testing it out even since. It is most probably connected with the fact that a new update came out, the one that was disabling all the limitations when it comes to weapons that you can put on your machine. I am sure that one of these days I will receive a duel invitation from her, and I will be forced to fight some sort of mechanical monstrosity armed to the teeth with lethal weapons. This is, I mean, Rust-san. Where did you manage to meet her? I happened to meet her in another game. The name's Nephilim Hollow if you are interested, and I say another game, but it was mainly just me taking a little breather from Shanfro, is all. Oh, I have heard of it. It is that game where you get to ride those huge robots, right? So you do know about it, huh? That was really surprising. So much that for a good moment I could only stand there and look at Sega-san in amazement. Then, seemingly embarrassed by my staring at her like that, she turned her head away. She looked as though she was looking for the right words to say something. You see, I once gave it a try, but I could never get used to the controls, so I kind of left the story right in the middle. Yeah, I guess it's true. You need to really have a grasp on the movement of your machine if you want to play competitively against human opponents, but for casual games it's not so bad. Most of the machines move just like your normal body, so you only need to get yourself familiar with the way in which the boosters at the various parts of your body tend to change your movement pattern. It looks like the sequel to Nephilim Hollow is already on its way, so I wonder if they are going to fix that problem in the future. However, if the movement system is too close to reality, it is going to be hard to immerse yourself in the game's world. Then on the other hand, as the player I would also not want for the controls to be too clunky, so it would not be that hard to move around the battlefield. This is, you see, if it was not too much trouble to ask, would you be willing to tell me more about how to operate within Nephilim Hollow? Give me some tips. Maybe I could go back to it that way. I mean, yeah, sure, why not? But, don't you think that either Rust or Mold would be much better teachers than me? They surely know much more about that game than I do. I even managed to discover recently that perhaps Mold is even better to teach about Nephilim Hollow than Rust, mostly because Mold tends to be the operator the vast majority of the time. Such a position allows one to have deeper knowledge about the game's inner workings and gives you the unique perspective, unlike which the normal player could never have. It was also thanks to his insight that I was able to come up with some unique battle tactics that I happened to name Mold Slaughter Methods. And originally it was something that was mine alone, but recently you could see the methods are very similar to my own starting to spread across Nephilim Hollow like wildfire. It was also thanks to that Mold was receiving more and more mail from the people wanting him to teach them, and the sheer number of those requests was starting to take its toll on his mental health. And even though he was trying to come up with excuses such as it was not me, it was Sanraku, he came up with those strategies. It was doing him no good. The requests just kept on piling up, and it was no wonder why people were flocking onto Mold like bees to flowers. I mean, he is the right-hand man of the once invincible Rust. So there you have it, chapter 298. I forgot that you are like that part too. No, that's right. Since you can play mostly at night, Hayutom-kun, we would have to optimize our schedules. Yes, that's what we would need to do. For some reason, Sega-san turned her face away from me once more here. Was she perhaps trying to sneeze or yawn? That being said, what an elegant way of doing things. You see, my sister sneezes and yawns openly just like that, without a care in the world. So that's pretty refreshing. I see. If that's the case, we can do that no problem. We just set the time that would works best to both of us. I I see. If it's like that, then maybe someday, we could even go out just like that. Then, there was a huge pause in her words just now, but it was not a surprise to me. After all, Sega-san would often just kind of load in the middle of the conversation. It was a very cute habit of hers, one that was so similar to her behavior as Sega Zero. Guess what? I was taken into custody and detained. Again. Getting cocky, aren't we? Monopolizing the ace of the track and field club so early in the morning, huh? And guess what? We have new volunteers to our cause, and they are oh so eager to interrogate the shit out of you. Surrounded from every possible side, I have no other way but to confront the investigators here. But this time around I had some of the defensive measures ready, and I would not hesitate to use it if worse comes to worse. As a matter of fact, a certain thought occurred to us all. Could it be that you and Sega-san are actually dating? No, I mean, not really. I believe I said that before, but we just happen to share some common interests. That's all. Who? And what would those common interests be? Pray tell? I can't tell. That would be a violation of privacy. Not only mine, but Sega-san's as well. You think we give a damn about some stupid privacy of yours? What's this? Holes for piercings? And homemade at that? What a sloppy job. My god. Shut up. I know my rights in here. Huh? Rights? It thinks it has rights? Guys, even you cannot be this stupid, seriously. Now, it's time for some poetry reading. You may want to go to the bathroom beforehand, because understanding this may take a while. Of course, I would use that opportunity to escape, but oh well. The sparkling sunlight. You fascinate me so. The sunflower field I pass by. Listen up, everyone. It would be inhumane if we were the only ones to interrogate this chump. So if you want in, feel free to join us. Look how popular you are, Mr. Poet. Time for the change of the players. Take it from here, boys. What? It was about time for me to take the initiative here. Otherwise this could take a really nasty turn for me. They would not want to listen to the poem, so maybe some dark history exposure will be more up their alley? Let's find out, shall we? However, the details for that event are a story for a completely different time. It is always good to know you're right, even if nothing good is even going to result from it. Morning, good morning, Yorihana-san. Have you heard? There are rumors going around the school that you walked to school together with your boyfriend. Boy, it's not like that. There is no way that, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, that's right. We are just friends. Is that right? You say you're friends, but aren't you getting along like really well? This is, yes, that's right. Seriously? Oh boy, I get a feeling that this is going to cause quite a stir. A stir? Please, you are just over-exaggerating. Judging from the way you are upset by hearing about it, just think what that guy must be going through. You are, your face. Stop making a face like that, and do something about that dark aura. Even an amateur would be able to tell that it is filled with malice and intimidating intent. When I was ready to leave school, I could have sworn that I felt a whole lot of eyes on me. Or at least even more than lately. But more than anything, it was downright scary to see the members of the female track and field club running past me, jiggling like crazy. As I was about to exit the gate, a luxurious car stopped right next to me. The steering wheel was on the left side of the dashboard, so was it a foreign car? But why? Hi's Yutom-kun. Oh, Sega-san. As I was pondering why would that car stop right next to me, one of its windows slid down and I could see that it was Sega-san sitting in the back passenger's seat. Whoa, so is this the power, mostly monetary, of the Sega family made manifest? The Saturday and Sunday, would you like to play Shangri-La Frontier together with me? Yeah, sure. If it's fine with you, then sure thing. I feel like the amount of time we log in together is also increasing as of late. Could it be that Sega-san want to hunt some specific monster together and needs my help for that? Sure, we can play together. Oh, but please bear in mind that the research vessel bound for the new continent is setting sail on Sunday as well. Are you perhaps going to the new continent? Oh, yeah, I actually took a certain request that demands me to go there. I mean Sega-san, Have you been to the new continent before? No, not yet. But that's okay. Yes, I am eligible to join the crew when I see fit, so it is not a problem. Oh, good to hear that. What was that? For a moment I thought that the flow of this conversation seemed to be bugged. Was that only my imagination? Oh well. Then, I will email you sometime before the weekend. Alright. However, invitation from the strongest player just like that. Does that mean there will be a regular slaughter going on? Maybe I should stock up on the energy drinks beforehand. I still have that other revolving lantern back at home, but because of the can being suspicious looking, I was refraining from drinking from it up until now. Oh well, it is unlikely that we are going to fight an opponent that is Cutinid class or something similar to it, but something alongside the Crystal Scorpions? That's more likely. Chapter 299, Brynhild Baskerville 3, 14 years old. Part 1. Guild Wolfgang. Sanraku, I know it may feel sudden, but I have a question or two for all of you. Rust. A question or two? What's that supposed to mean? Sanraku, I am trying to come up with a cool sounding name. Any suggestions? Rust. How about Absolute Zero? Akatsu Arcane. How about No Blue Sacerant? Katsu, Blood Infection. Cool and edgy. Pencil Warrior. Brynhild Baskerville 3. Sanraku, and who the fuck is that supposed to be? Pencil Warrior, the pen name of the guy who sent me a fan mail in real life. Some truly interesting and funny content inside. Pencil Warrior, in honor of his courage, I thought I might give him some advice here and there. Now we shall wait and see. In about 3 years or so maybe this is going to turn into something pretty amazing. Sanraku, again. Are you sure you're not a demon, woman? Kyogoku, listen up. Sanraku, you should come back to the video games situated at the end of the Edo period. Believe me, once you get there, we are going to have so much fun, you and I. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Sanraku, sorry, but I will have to politely decline. Besides, no matter how you try to sugarcoat it, this obviously sounds like an invitation for a divine punishment from some Bakumatsu nut. Kyogoku, you fucking asshole. Do you have any idea just how long it took me to get out of that retarded respawn hell? Kyogoku, you can try to run from it. You can dread it all you want. But when you eventually wander there by accident, you are going to be in for a surprise. You are going to be the target of the slaughter so grand and bloody unlike no one has ever seen before. Sanraku, so it is a good old quest for vengeance, huh? You will have to get in line for that, my friend. You are not the only one who has some beef with me. Pencil Knight, the ending day of the Edo period. I heard about that title as well. There are some guys out there who can do pretty ridiculous stuff while yelling some pretty ridiculous things, right? It's like their words convert directly into their ability to hunt and kill their opponents. Katsu, this brings me back to those good old days of that apocalyptic round table realm. Nothing says more about the game world and its player base than good old. Nice to meet you, and now die. Sanraku, I think that what you meant by that was that in that world the word die was synonymous to hello. That's way more fitting here. Kyogoku, and as far as the cool sounding names are concerned. Ultimate Shogun from Hell, what do you think? Sanraku, downright rejected. Thank you very much for your input, won't need anything more from you. Kyogoku, just you wait. You shall see. One of those days, my divine punishment shall reach your sorry ass. Mold. What kind of question even is this? Sanraku, you see, I did some extensive shopping in Shangri-La Frontier, but some of the things I have bought are yet to be named. Hence I am looking for some suggestions in that regard. Rust. Incidentally, what did you buy? Is it something cool? Some sort of a weapon? Maybe? Sanraku, that is still a secret, so I'm not telling. Whatever should I do with this? So far, this whole Brynhild Baskerville 3 seems like the only plausible candidate. You talk about being virtually useless when it matters to you the most. However, I still have time to think this though. After all, the designer informed me that it will still need more time until it is finished. Foo. I knew it. Other players simply cannot compare themselves to me as far as the ore resources are concerned. It took me a while to get done, and it was a whole lot of hard work, but thanks to all that, including its price and remodeling costs, I was able to add an extra 5 billion money to my name. Ah, I knew it. Spending so much money in one go truly feels different. I could really get used to this. What is this? Am I really holding 100 million money in my hands right now? I took a look at Emule, who was visibly trembling with joy while holding onto a bunch of thick spell books. Then a certain thought occurs to me. It's been a while since I last did any equipment strengthening, and since I was feeling pretty good about myself right now, why wait with that? Let us act immediately. Hey, Emule, while I'm at it, we might as well strengthen some of your equipment as well. Aren't you one lucky bunny, huh? Yeah. Sanraku-san, you are the best. Truly the best out there. But this means that you will need to work extra hard when we arrive at the new continent. So best be ready for that. Yuya. Ha ha ha. Why the dead fish eyes all of a sudden, Emule? But no matter how you may look at it, if you keep associating yourself with me, it is only going to be a matter of time before you will be able to go against Knight Prolalakan or Goldunine the Inexhaustible on your own. I guarantee it. However, let us hope that the new equipment for you is not going to have that much of a different shape or size. Or else you sitting on my head is going to demand some true gymnastics on my end, both physical and mental. And that is partially the reason why I decided to visit the very first area that I happened to arrive at when I started playing this game, Rampart Forest. There was also a nostalgia part to it, but it's a secret. Won't you look at that, Emule? Isn't it nice and refreshing to see a goblin running away from you with tears in its eyes? Could it be that this is how humans feel when they encounter Knight Prolalakan? I wonder. Hey, that was rude and uncalled for. Besides, are you comparing me to a monster? You are, aren't you? You are. What the hell is this thing? Is that a monster as well? Birdhead. Is that some sort of a caveman? It's a rare monster. It is to be. Come on. Let's beat the living crap out of it and see what it drops. But I am a player, just like you, guys. By the way, this is the 12th time something like this happens today. Me being mistakenly taken for a monster, and I am keeping Emule as a muffler this time around, since Emule in his Vorpal Bunny mode can attract rare enemies of this area towards himself. I did not want to use the Holy Grail's power here, since turning into a woman would be too much of a hassle here. Besides, since I am going to register myself at the guild, I suspect that doing so with a different gender would bring some form of trouble down the line. Talk about nostalgia. From my perspective, not that much time have passed, but it feels like it's been ages ago. Chapter 299, Brynhild Baskerville 3, 14 years old. Part 2. I don't know much about Sanraku-san before we met, but I can certainly imagine it. Especially seeing on how after we have met it was one dangerous thing after another. What can I say here? It was all Pensilgton's fault most of the times. No, seriously, it really was. At least when we take the encounter with the Ashura Kai and the battle against the Gravekeeper Wiseman into account. All right, most of the dangerous situations were Pensilgton's fault. I admit, some of the trouble were clearly on me here. You know what, Sanraku-san? I have been thinking for a while now, and isn't that all those situations are entirely on you? Because you are the way you are? What? Nah, that can't be. There's no way that. Now you're just talking nonsense. Well, that being said, whenever I am in trouble, I have one universal excuse to cover for me. It was Arthur Pensilgton who told me to do it. All the time we proceed forward, we sometimes stumble upon other players who can't hide their shock and disbelief upon seeing me. Some of them thought I was a monster, while others thought I was simply too poor to buy decent equipment. I honestly don't know which was worse here. Look, it's not that I am half naked because I want to be that way, alright? It's being forced onto me. At first it was really like that, since I wanted to save up some money. But now I have a whole lot of it and I can buy whatever the hell I want. So hooray to capitalism. Alright, we should be more or less at our destination now. You're right, I can see it. I'm sure that not that many players have seen this view from this perspective. Normally, people tend to go from point A to point B through this forest, not the other way around. Beyond the thinning tree line you can see the silhouette of the very first town that the pioneers descend to. A place that becomes the foothold for many adventures and challenges yet unknown. The city that is so plain and unexciting as every first town in any other video game. The town of first year. It looks that its size is slightly bigger than Secondil, but smaller than Thirdra. Should we call this is a sub-Thirdra class? It may feel so spacious because there are so many open spaces in between each building. Now, visiting the very first town for the first time ever since you were about to venture to the new continent. Talk about a twisted feeling. Unlike Fifth Year, this is not a port city. It does not flourish thanks to the pioneers going to the new continent. It is also not the plateau city like Thirdra's, which flourishes mostly because of the people being presented there with various options where to go from there on. The place looks spacious, there are plenty of buildings here, but all of them have a rather rustic feeling to them. This seems like those city of departures, the ones you grow up in and leave when you come of age, going into the vast world beyond to find your place in it. You are, but I must say, for a quiet place like that, it surely feels lively over there. You know what they say, appearances can be very deceiving. I heard that the saturation of players was always high here, and that it was especially crowded during the summer vacation season. However, if you started around the beginning of summer break, it is highly unlikely that you would stay there for more than a month. So by the end of the summer break you should be able to reach Secondil or even Thirdra quite easily. In other words, even though it is crowded here, the vast majority of the crowd are newcomers. Even though it was midnight right now, the place was as lively and busy as during the day, so that it was calling for a certain fear. What if the new influx of players causes this place to become a shitty game in the long run? Emule, for the sake of keeping a low profile, you should remain quiet for now, okay? Roger that. Thrill-seeking is all good and that, but you need to be very careful about what you are doing and where you are doing those things. One false move and you can give a start to events that can quickly spiral out of control, or be disastrous in results. But more than anything else, it is important to be aware of the rule of the right person at the right place. Now then, if only I can get registered with the Mercenary Guild and get some recommendations out of them. Then I can get it done quickly and… Wait, where is the Mercenary Guild? Again? This is my first visit ever to this city, so it should go without saying that I have no idea where is around here. So for now, let us do some sightseeing and get acquainted with the area, shall we? I see. So assuming that the vast majority of players coming here are newbies, the shops are run as stalls, huh? And in order to accommodate all of the players and their needs, every stall was equipped with extra amounts of essential items for the beginners, with some extra staff working behind the counter in order for business to go in a smooth and ruly way. And the speed at which those aunties here were handling the customers that were crowding the stalls, isn't that the kind of speed that Sylvia Goldberg exhibited? What is with their stats, I wonder? Could that be the reason why they were able to handle everything here in an orderly fashion, without major incidents or attempts at theft? The rabbit is, the snake is, by the poison. All of a sudden, I can hear a whole lot of familiar sounding words being spoken all over the place. Apparently those are the people who have become familiar with the monsters around here and experienced death from their hands. I think that in this game, the tutorial is a little bit harsh on the new players. At the very least, the tutorial area seems to have a rather high mortality rate. And then I remember that I was the victim of this area as well. But seeing as I am now, maybe it would be a good idea to go and bully that stupid snake just so that I can make myself feel better. Especially since it must be related to Goldunine in some way. No matter where you look, there are people with familiar looking equipment everywhere. I mean, of course there would be people like that. It is a starting area, after all. Most people never come back here, and once they start the game they only have the starting equipment that they have decided on during the character creation. In other words, there is little to be had in terms of variety when it comes to the starting equipment. The only thing that would be kind of similar to that is the change of color scheme. Thinking about it, the people that are here seem much like chicks the moment after they just got born into the world. I cannot help but chuckle at the thought like that. In other words, You say that being half naked is not something that should be scoffed at, but is a sign of the highest grade rarity. Oh, won't you look at that? A bird mask for your starting equipment. Be strong there, my little rookie. Even if it means dragging your own body through mud, as long as you specialize in agility and avoidance, there is nothing in this world that can stand in your way. It was then that I picked up a kind of noise that was clearly different from anything else around here. And what's this? What is that supposed to be? Taking advantage of the height of my own avatar, I could see a group of players gathered around in a circle. And let me tell you, they did not look as newbies or innocent little gamers who just started. They looked like people who already had some experience here. And in the middle of the circle, two of them were facing one another. Winning or losing is irrelevant, but the thing that counts is the school swimsuit, naturally. Now, let the battle begin. No, seriously, what the hell are you even doing, guys? Chapter 300 Part 1. Chapter 300, Inherited Dreams Part 1. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you don't understand something, all you need to do is simply to ask for an explanation. Say, what are you guys even doing in here? You are, what poor equipment you have there, my brother. Yeah, as if your equipment was any better in terms of looks or defense. But I mean, I get it. I completely understand. I have removed my star cloak because it was difficult to move with it on through the forest. So right about now I must have looked like a complete newbie who sold most of his starting equipment, save for the bird mask. The player who looked at me and said those words looked almost the same as me, but I am more or less sure that the reason for his look was exactly because of money problems. I even took the extra effort to remember his name because of that. It was Tango or something alongside those lines. Not to rain on your parade, dude, but in your state I have beaten unique monsters and other difficult opponents. Can you do the same? You are a mercenary just like me, but you have a big sword on your back. However, while I was giving Tango the look over, he answered my question. What? This thing? How do I put it? I do believe that they fight for better clothing? Yeah, it's something like that. Now that you have mentioned it, I do believe that I have heard about it somewhere before. I do believe that Pensilgton mentioned something very similar to that in the past, that there is a group of people who want to wear better clothes in this game, even if it means wearing a bikini armor dresses meant for little girls. It is sometimes very difficult to say for sure about things like that, because this is a game and all that, but could people like that be those people in real life? I even heard that guys like that established their own guild where they could share their interests, but at their core they were nothing but pkers. But what about bounty hunters? Surely they would come for their SS, since they are fighting within cities' limits. Oh, so you do know about them? About bounty hunters? I mean, whether I know about them or not is not really important here. But things like that are more like a history test. Dude, could you not bring up studying while inside of the game world? That's just depressing. Ah, I see, I get it. So he is the immersive type of gamer as well, huh? It is a way of enjoying the game as if you truly were a part of the different world. You do not treat that world as merely a game world. Of course, there is no reason for me to deny the way in which someone else is willing to have fun inside of a video game, but it almost seemed like a joke when the one saying that was a half-naked newbie. Ha ha ha. I see that young players these days truly pay attention to details. Talk about bold. But I guess it is this kind of boldness that makes one good at interpersonal communication. When it comes to bounty hunters, they are like a true Taz murder machines, except they are all cranked up to 11. Because of that, no one ever wants to have anything to do with them, much less summoning them with their own accord. Of course, even though they are specialized in the interpersonal type of combat and their movements are humanly impossible, it also seems that their equipment is not all that great or high-end to begin with. However, it does not matter if you are holding on to a pair of wooden sticks or a pair of legendary swords. Even the most garbage of weapons can become murder machines in the hands of a skilled warrior. Here we have a perfect example of that. A single warrior equipped with a simple one-handed sword and shield is facing against a group of opponents wielding spears. And as for the lone warrior, he blocks the incoming barrage of attack of the spears with his shield. and counters them with the well-timed counters with his sword. However, knowing your own strengths and the weaknesses of your opponent is not all. You need the actual skill in order to be able to emerge victorious from the grueling battle. Simply swinging your sword around is not going to cut it. When it comes to time and speed, the advantage is on the side of the spear users. However, no matter how fast or unpredictable their attacks would be, the lone swordsman would always manage to successfully block them, even if the motion would not be humanly possible to pull off. Why won't you guys use any skills for battle? It's because of the thrill. When you are fighting your favorite opponent, don't you want to prolong the fight and make it as enjoyable as possible? That being said, human players are not perfect. They cannot make decisions in a split of a second, and there is often a short period of lag in between their actions. And that momentary lag is all that the deadly Taz murder machine needs to make a difference. So the conclusion here was more than obvious for anyone who knew what was going on. In the next moment, the blade of the one-handed sword pierced the neck of the spear user deeply, and the match was over while accompanied by the flashy effect of the critical hit. Q. My dream of the naked apron. The enemy sure is strong. However, I still believe that Ruthia-san would be better suited for a naked apron here. Tiaz-chan or Ruthia-chan, it doesn't matter to me, either of them would still be a win in my book. But now, my dream. I entrust my dream to you, guys. Then, the spear user shatters into a myriad of glittering polygons and the name of the sword and shield user gets dyed in red, thus branding him as a PK. Next, the karma system is kicked into effect. It is a system that evaluates every single action of the players of Shangri-La Frontier, judging them either as good or bad. And killing someone inside of a city is a hugely punishable offense in the eyes of said system. Phew, talk about lucky. Only one this time around. Oi, here he comes. Stop Tooru, stop Tooru, stop Tooru. For a moment out there I had no idea what that sword and shield player, Tooru, was talking about. But then it appeared before him. It came out completely out of nowhere, as if it fell right from the sky above the player in question. The aura it was emanating was truly menacing, oozing out of its body with even the smallest of movements. Contrary to the poorly equipped player, this thing was wearing a long leather jacket and a deep hood paired up with a muffler, so that you could not read its expression in the slightest. Isn't that cool? It is, right? Chapter 300 Part 2. Chapter 300, Inherited Dreams Part 2. But surely, without a doubt. Yes, I think that the one that appeared before poor Tooru here was none other than the famous member of the formation widely known as Tiaz-chan Dress-Up Corps. What a delightfully sounding name, don't you think? It's Ruthia. She has come to use. Oi, don't tell me that dispute from before. It was all about this guy right here? You fucking moron. We were not talking about this monstrosity. We were talking about Ruthia-chan in a maid outfit. We can do this. We still have the time. We can exchange this. I'm sorry, everyone, but I think that I fancy Ruthia-chan in a swimsuit more than in anything else. You bastard. You do us dirty like that? Oh shit, what the hell? This looks mighty fun. Those guys consider the PH penalty as a merit, so they are practically invincible. However, in my case park penalty remains only that, a penalty. So as much as I would like to join those guys, I can only sit here and watch from afar. Now show me some interesting things. Both when it comes to bounty hunters and the so-called prize hunters. This is going to be a valuable experience, I think. Incidentally, what are those? The weapons that the bounty hunter holds in both of his hands? This looks to me like a combination of both tunfas and knives. Bladed tunfas? Stakes mounted onto arms? It's honestly kind of hard to tell with some of those things. And what is their category? Twin swords? No, are those even swords? I think that with a weapon like that, you can either strike or pierce, or maybe even crush at that. Talk about a universal design. This whole Ruthia would not even betray the way in which he would be using those tunfa edges from his stance. But just as he was standing silently and watching this Tooru guy, in the next moment he leapt forward, aiming to strike Tooru's head. The movement was so smooth as if the tunfa was an extension of this man's body. Q. Aura, just hurry it up and drop dead. Shut up. This is my fight and I will choose what to do. I also think that Ruthia would look so much better with a swimsuit on. Sword and shield guy manages to repel the initial attack, but his shield must have taken quite a beating, because he unequipped it in a hurry and assumed a stance only with the sword in his hand. However, when it comes to bounty hunters, I guess that the expression Taz murder machines is by no means an over-exaggeration. Those Tunfus are pretty dangerous as they are, and you also need to watch out for them changing into a piercing weapon at all times. But if you turn them around, they will act like rushing weapons instead. They do not hesitate, they do not lag, and the viciousness with which they are fighting can only be described as Sylvia Goldberg level. They will constantly change patterns and attack strategies, while also being able to perfectly respond to anything that the player is going to do. Just the sheer aura of this bounty hunter makes you feel as though you would not want to perform park ever again. That weapon looks mighty strong. See this, Tango? It is a good idea to set goals for yourself in life. Motivation is important. With enough motivation, even the strongest of shitty games won't be able to stand in your way. Even if the thing that stands in your way is a Tunfu mace that quickly becomes Tunfu edge. And seeing that they should be similar in concept to those anti-blade swords that I possess, or that they might even come from twin daggers. Should I ask Break to make a pair of those for me somewhere down the road? Q. So strong. Gawa? Goddamn. Did someone happen to take a screenshot of those beautiful legs just now? I have it set to take multiple shots one after another. This is perfect. Now aim for some low-angle shots as well. I'll even pay you, not to spoil the fun for you, guys, but that guys looks more or less done for here. That's right. The one-handed sword guy was blown away by the barrage of Tunfu attacks. Blown away right towards where we were all standing. Watch out. From a kick alone, Ruthia-chan is most probably a female character, but it seems that the appearance does not go hand in hand with the strength of the actual character. The testament to that can be the fact that Toru was blown away in the air, made a splendid arch and landed on the ground right at our feet, making a miserable squeal. Hey, mister? Are there any rules here regarding what to do in case of a ring out? I'm sorry, but I have no idea. Oh. Could it be that the bounty hunter is going in for the finishing blow here? Huh? Wait a second. The way in which it's getting ready to strike, the trajectory of the Tunfus, the way they move. Whoa there. Don't get me involved in this. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Say, Mandragora? Who is that? And why Mandragora? Does this game come with the mechanism of self-defense? Huh? The moment the bounty hunter jumps in the air, I take out Duke Serum from my inventory and get ready to intercept the certain death coming right at me from above. Tunfu edge is in slashing mode, with the cutting part facing forward. According to the physics engine, if they were to make a plunging attack right now, they should get enough force and momentum to cause a fatal injury should the attack be received up front with little to no means to defend yourself. That's heavy. I mean, even with my current strength, I wonder if I had some more points into that stat, would the effect be slightly different? Would I be able to endure it? But for now, even with a successful block I have lost a portion of my HP. It's not good to get the crowd involved in a fight, you know? So get back to the ring and do your job. The only reason why I was able to avoid taking this blow face on was simply because in the past I was able to withstand and react to attacks of similar speed. Otherwise I would have been a goner right about now. By the way, normally I'd most probably be in for some penalty for drawing my weapon on a bounty hunter like that. But if self-defense is really a thing in here, then I should be okay. And Tango could be my witness here. Yup. Wait just a freaking moment. I have never committed any park in my life here. I swear. I have people who can testify that the bladed tip of the Tunfus are being pointed right at me for some bizarre reason. Then the players that were surrounding me take a few steps back, as if they were trying to communicate a get-ready message to me. Thus one fight ring closed and a new one has taken its place right after. No, wait, the fuck? Why the fuck am I the one who is being targeted here? What? Why you? That's right, Toru-san. Don't you have an important mission to fulfill here? The one that is to put this Hiruthia-chan in a swimsuit or something alongside those lines? So get back up on your ass and, An item transfer request? But from who? I don't really get what is going on here, but you have to do it. You have to make our dreams come true. School swimsuit, blade-repealing swimsuit. Custom made by Gunborishan. It gives the wearer a higher resistance against any kind of water or moisture. Author's note: I have finally succeeded in installing the function of displaying the wearer's name in hiragana on the name tag. With this, our dreams can finally come true. By Gunborishan. How am I even supposed to react when I am faced with an inside joke of this caliber? I cannot even. Chapter 324, From Misery to Sadness Part 2. But what would that flag even be? The best possible thing to bet on would be the encounter with the Dullahan once again. But it is always an option to come into direct contact with a particular character. But wait, do I even want to come into contact with that character? I stop and think for a moment out there. I can do that no problem, but such choice has its advantage and disadvantages as well. I had some clues here and I could not possibly ignore them, but it is also unique, so it can be that one wrong move here can destroy all the effort I have put in here so far. It was at that time that the image of Iwamaki-san in my heart smiled to me. Lads, remember not to lose yourself in the depths of love. Yeah, I get it. But the ones who have lost themselves in love were the true quiet and the Dullahan, not me. However, at that moment I have made up my mind. I would have second-guessed myself if the one to show in my heart was that bloody Pencilton. But since it was Iwamaki-san, I was going to put my absolute trust in him. Oh yeah, better change my equipment first, just in case. I then equip the rusty iron armor set on me. It has no special abilities whatsoever, but it only specialized in hard defense. Then I take the Holy Grail in my right hand and the black crystal in my left hand and transform. Just kidding. That player's name was Mia. She has a short temper that does not let her deal with silly matters for too long, and she does not like the idea of harming others even if it was for her own benefit here. Although she is not all that suitable for playing hack and slash or any games like that, she started to play Shangri-La Frontier for very personal reasons. She was unable to have a pet due to the regulations of her apartment complex, and one of her recently made friends recommended this game to her, since in his words it was more of a simulation game rather than anything else. With the new update for the game, there was a particular change that was implemented to the Monster Tamer class. It was the creation of buddy monsters. Ever since it was introduced, Mia was advancing her level as a monster tamer and eventually managed to befriend a buddy monster named Kuritaro, a dog monster that had some cat elements to it, which made him the best of both worlds for Mia. And right about now she was traversing the Valley of the Lost Souls for some reason. On a side note, there is one thing that Mia, or rather Sudamayano, cannot stand more than anything else in this world. Those are horror movies. Today we are only checking this place out. Kuritaro, we are going to defeat some weak monsters quickly and be on our way. Alright? Woof. The thought of clearing the Valley of the Lost Souls alongside Kuritaro, or effectively doing it solo, not even once crossed Mia's mind, but she had to move forward as a player. Right now her friend, Rage, was on his way towards the new continent, and she promised him that once he gets back she is going to mature into a wonderful monster tamer, so she had to learn to stand on her own and move forward. Or at least that's what she thought. In order to make her ambition of becoming an excellent monster tamer come true, she needed to get stronger and tame even more monster, so that the next time they would meet, Rage's jaw would drop on the floor. She was using that thought to help herself to advance, but after a while Mia started to realize that she was gradually getting used to the fear. Monsters. There are not any in here. She wanted to form a party with other players someday and capture this place for real. So today it was only a trial run so that she could get used to the horror-like monsters that were sure to rampage around here. Her first goal was to go all the way from first year, a place with a whole bunch of new players, to third year, which was a place where mid-tier players would gather. Then it would be a straight shot to fifth year, and then to the new continent, where new challenges were sure to wait for her. But the areas between those places were semi-dungeons and exploration areas, so there was no way that monster would not lurk in there in wait. That's what she thought at the time. But just then Kuretaro started to growl and jumped in front of Mia, and right after that something happened to fall out of the sky and hit the ground with a mighty force right in front of Mia, black smoke and miasma oozing out of it. What there? Hi-ei. The name of this monster was Skeleton Wyvern. It was making a movement of its jaw as if it wanted to let out a roar, but since there was nothing there any longer, the only sound that was made by the monster was the clacking of its bones. There is no way for Mia to know that, but the Skeleton Wyvern was a monster that was not belonging to this zone. It was from way higher, and it was actually knocked down here by the crystal scorpions during the occasional battles of the monsters. Kuretaro. I can't do it. Let's just run away, Kuretaro. When it comes to Mia's build, she initially wanted to be a magic caster, so she raised her MP and magic first and foremost. However, upon listening to the advice of others, she started to invest points into physical stats as well, to have some versatility. As a result, she was a strange hybrid of magic caster and dexterity-oriented fighter. She was able to hold her ground in combat together with Kuretaro, but she was not someone who would dish out huge DPS or be able to tank properly. A common sight amongst the beginning players, the Skeleton Wyvern does not possess long-range attacks, but discarding the flesh and internal organs it would possess incredible agility, one that was enough to blow players away with its skeletal mass alone. It was a monster that should not be underestimated. And it was at this moment that a change in its behavior occurred. The wyvern stopped concerning itself with a frightened human and shifted its empty eye sockets towards the dog, a little ball of fur that was barking and growling at it constantly. Tears began to flow down Mia's face, and Kuretaro was still growling and barking. Both of them knew what was going to happen next, and the two closed their eyes slowly, bracing for the imminent impact of death. For a moment out there, all three of them seemed to have forgotten about something. Mia, Kuretaro and the Skeleton Wyvern. Foo. Ha 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 ha. There was a horror far more terrifying inside of this valley at this very moment. Something more dangerous than the zombies and skeletons. A black terror clad in the black thunder, running around and killing everything in sight. Higher. It was walking through the sky, in a step that looked like dance moves, tearing through the blackened sky, a monster wearing a black morning gown. Huge gauntlets on its first. It rushed towards the Skeleton Wyvern and managed to cave its skullet with nothing but a single strike. It was already too late for the Skeleton Wyvern, too late to dodge, too late to attack and too late to defend itself. Upon impact, the black miasma and fog started to ooze out of its entire body. In the next moment the Skeleton Wyvern was turned into a fine dust, and the only thing that remained was the black thunder-clad monster. There are basically two types of horror that Mia was absolutely unable to stand no matter what. One was a horror that would leave you devoid of hope. The horror when you go up against a horde of zombies or monsters and there is nothing that you can do to fight back against them. The fear created by the assumption that all of your efforts shall go in vain, no matter how hard you try. The other is the type of horror when the murderer has the absolute advantage over the victims and proceeds to kill them all one by one with little to no effort. It might only be my imagination, but have we perhaps met somewhere before? Kion? The face of the monster turned towards Mia and Kuretaro, but because of the veil she was unable to see the monster's face. But in Mia's eyes, this thing looked like a monstrosity taken straight out of horror story, one without face whatsoever. The voice she let out at that moment was also nothing more but a primal instinct driven by fear. She then grabbed Kuretaro and dashed back the way she came, with the speed and agility that were clearly far exceeding her normal attributes. This is impossible. I cannot do it. This area is too much for me. Those were the thoughts she was carving out deep inside of her heart. I was with someone named G. Yeah, and she would continue to have a dream like that for about a week or so. Chapter 301 Part 1. Chapter 301, Job Hunting is a series of ups and downs. Part 1. For fuck's sake. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall get. There would be no penalty placed upon me, for I have not committed any park, right? At least that's how it should be, right? Please tell me that's just how it is. I beg of you. However, if there is something that I regret about this whole situation, it is the fact that I have lost my opportunity to have a go against that prize hunters. And when it comes to this situation, I still have my concerns about the possible penalties of going against the bounty hunter, but I have no other choice here. I just have to do it. Oi, you there, Tango guy. Hold on to this for a moment. Why don't you? Oh, why yeah, right, all right. Huh? What's with this muffler? Why is so strangely warm? Hearing Tango's words, the Emil muffler in his hands twitched a little bit, but in the end he managed to control himself and keep the mimicry up. Besides, it would be very hard for me to actually focus on fighting while having to simultaneously worry about Emil's well-being. Having taken care of that hand, having one less thing to worry about, I grip my sword tightly and proceed to go the center of the human ring that was formed around the bounty hunter and I. Still, one has to wonder, why the sudden change of targets? Why would the bounty hunter attack some player that had not committed park even once in this game since the moment he started to play it? And perhaps it is because this development was just too sudden for them to comprehend, but the members of the TIA's dress-up corps had little to no problem with letting someone like me, an intruder, to take part in their activities. In other words, right in this very moment you could say that the pairing of me x Ruthia-chan was more or less established here. The setting was more or less the same as the one before. A ton for edge user versus a one-handed sword user who was half naked, and once the eyes of everyone present were focused at the two of us, our battle could begin for real here. Now then, just whatever should I do here? How should I approach this issue? These tunfas suggest that Ruthia-chan here is a close-range type of fighter, probably a dual-wielder with an insanely high skill statistic. And as far as her weapons go, it is without a doubt that she can switch between the modes of her tunfas ridiculously fast, so fast that no normal player would be able to replicate such a maneuver. On the other hand, yours truly here specializes mostly in mobility, so it means more or less that if I let even one attack to connect with me, I am done for. However, since my avoidance and evade are constantly improving with each battle and opponent I face, I am more than confident enough that I can hold on my own in a fight like that. The question is, how do I want to handle this matter? Do I want to adapt a hit-and-run strategy, chipping away at the bounty hunter's health while prioritizing evasion and staying alive? Or should I just throw aside all caution and just go all in with the damage, hoping to settle this as fast as possible? Took too long thinking? The bounty hunter apparently decided to take the initiative here! The attack comes fast as the wind from the side, aiming towards my neck without fail. However, at that moment I activate in fight and bend my body backwards to avoid the first strike, and bouncing off the second strike with an accurate movement of my hand. Speaking about ultra-fast attacks with a chance of killing you on the spot, what comes to my mind right away is the Gravekeeper Wizardman's Tokike's sword technique. However, that attack was only ultra-fast, and that's that. It was a single strike, but this opponent here, this attack was just a first part of the longer combo attack, which means that it was leading to another technique right away. This is still dangerous, but it also means that the next attacks are going to be telegraphed somehow, keeping the momentum of the sideways swing from before. The best course of action would be to shift into the rotary slash using the other tunfa, which would allow you to regain even more momentum and shift into a myriad of possible attack from there on out. But on the other hand, rather than letting her continue with her own combo, I could go for my own combo, or simply attack with my own sword in order to stop her flow of attacks from occurring for a moment. I decided to do the latter, and once our attack collided, fortunately there was no critical effect from the collision. However, since her strength stat must have been greater than my own, even though I blocked the attack I still ended up losing a slight portion of my HP as a result. God damn it. What comes next makes me think of a flip book. A steady barrage of attacks that come one after another with such swift motion as if they were a single flow of the river, not a series of single actions that just happened to result from one another. Or just like page 1 naturally changes to page 2. However, The combo does not end with the intercepted attack. After all, as I have seen earlier, the attacks of this bounty hunter do not amount to equipped weapons alone. She tries to perform a leg sweep attack after closing the distance between us, an attack that is sure to be a start of a new combo altogether if I just let it connect like that. Was she going to forcefully aim for a critical hit? I know that's what I would try to do in such a situation, since it would have been a nice opening for any further attacks. So in anticipation of the inevitable onslaught of attacks that was bound to happen, I assume the defensive posture and brace my sword for impact. No, this cannot go on like that. If I only stay on the defensive, there is no way for me to win this at all. I must take the initiative here and press on the attack. That is why I waited for the right moment, and then I activated the skill that would let me turn this attack around and leave a suitable opening. Alright, Aura. The skill that I activate boosts my movement speed temporarily, allowing me to hit Ruthia-chan with an attack of my own. Of course, the attack itself got blocked easily, but from this position the initiative for the next attack was still at my side. Then I used my free hand to summon another sword from my inventory, launching a series of multi-hit attacks that were meant to stop Ruthia-chan in place. However, just like it should be expected from a bounty hunter, it must have come to a conclusion that allowing some of the attacks to connect would be best here, because right after them it pressed on the attack once more. Chapter 301, Job Hunting is a series of ups and downs Part 2. My dual-wielding prowess is based solely on slashing because I favor swords as my weapons of choice, but Ruthia-chan is closer to being the blow type judging by the nature of her tunfus. But it all means one thing: both of us need to get as close as possible to our opponents, which means this is the time for the infight to shine. I avoid the blow of the left tunfa that was aimed at my temple by forcefully twisting my body to the side, and right after that I was forced to evade to the back in order to escape the uppercut of the right tunfa that was aimed at my chin. That was close, too close. If I did not back away and evade in time here, my chin would have been shattered to pieces for sure. Just thinking about it sounds painful enough. HNGH. Normally I would not be able to do such acrobatic moves combined with evasive actions, because I would have lost all the momentum due to that last backflip I was forced to do. However, this time around I had skill correction on my side, so I was able to pull through somehow. I then perform a somersault kick in order to put some distance between Ruthia-chan and I. All around me, I can hear excited voices and shouts of the onlookers. I would gladly respond to some of them, but I was too busy staying alive in here to pay attention to such background noise. Legal defense! Exclamation mark. I then lean forward as if I was about to make a crouching start position, and the moment that I was almost on all fours I used that momentum to lounge myself at Ruthia-chan. Tunfa flies towards my belly in order to stop my advance. However, that was only a bluff. A rather aggressive kind of diversion that no normal player would ever think of. In response to that I use Formula Drift to compensate. I then spin my upper body sharply while jumping in the air, avoiding a fast leg sweep that Ruthia-chan wanted to perform on me. Thanks to that I managed to maintain my balance and, no, wait, jumping? Avoiding it? That was a lie. I have been had. Using the help of flip float here, I kick the air behind me at a very low altitude, as if I was aiming to do the breaststroke in the air. Then I used that air foothold to launch myself forward at accelerated speed, barely managing to avoid the tunfa's blade that slashed through the space where I was mere second ago. Exclamation mark. The blade of the tunfa comes right after me, drawing a deep line on the ground. If I don't avoid it here, I am going to be a goner for sure. So first and foremost, I do a roll on the ground in order to escape the incoming blade. Then I use my elbows as support and lift my body up as soon as possible. And then I use the spinning slash with my swords to gain some much needed momentum that will allow me to escape to safety for a short moment. Lastly, I get up while spinning vigorously, just in case there was a tunfa's blade tracing right behind me. My semicircular canals, do you best, don't let me down now. I crossed my swords and intercepted the two traces that came after me from the ground level. Another direct hit prevented, but the shock coming from this black was so severe that my legs started to tremble a little bit and my vision became blurred for a short while. Again, if it was not for my mobility skills, because of my inferior strength stat, it would have been all over, but the skills are still in effect, and I am alive because of that. The interlocked weapons caused sparks to fly in the air, and then I jumped back to barely escape from the danger zone. After that violent exchange of attacks and acrobatics, there was a brief pause on both sides. Both of us were giving it our all, but even we could not keep on doing such things without at least a moment to catch our breaths. That's the price you need to pay for being unreasonable in the first place. Phew. I let out a small sigh in order to catch my breath, but I stayed vigilant just in case. Listening to my surroundings, I could hear a bunch of people doing the same thing, so it must have meant that the tension here was super high. How about a little timeout? Exclamation mark. Thought as much. You stupid asshole, why won't you drop dead already? Or some mysterious player was right now fighting with the bounty hunter after being roped in on this fight by a total accident. And in response to the show that this guy was putting together with the summoned Ruthia-chan, the members of the TIA's dress-up corps could only sigh in awe and admiration. Just look at those moves. I wouldn't be able to do even half of that even if I tried. Don't you think this guy might be as strong as Saba-san? First year is the very first city available in this game, a starting point that every player has to go through at the beginning of their adventure. Therefore, it is not rare at all to see half-naked players here, who had sold their starting equipment for money and supplies. That is why the players around here misunderstood the nature of this new challenger here, taking him for a newbie who just happened to start his adventure with this game. But seeing how that player was moving around, they were coming to start to realize the very nature of their mistake. What's wrong? Some of the high levels decided to mimic a beginner here? I don't know. We don't understand it, either. Besides, is there even a merit for a high-level player to mimic a newbie in the first place? It's the first time I see it. Besides Saba-san, I mean someone able to withstand the Tunfa combo of Ruthia-chan. Oh, did someone call my name just now? Oh, Saba-san. I didn't know that you were here. There was a certain player who appeared just now amongst the crowd, looking as though he did not understand what was going on here. The members of the dress-up corps surrounded him in an instant, wanting to explain what was going on. Had some business to take care of in real life, but now it's finally over. Is that what the commotion is all about? Yeah, I mean, it's so nice to see Ruthia-chan here, but for some reason, all of a sudden her aggro changed from one of our own to some totally unrelated player. Huh? Someone unrelated to us? Who is he, then? In this situation, that was the most obvious and plausible question to be asked. Therefore, that player did not need to wait long for an answer. I happened to take a glance at Hypien earlier. I'm pretty sure it was Sanraku or something similar to that. What did you say, huh? Upon hearing that name, the expression and the atmosphere surrounding Saba changed completely. Sanraku, huh? The name of that player was Survival. And right about now, he was looking at Sanraku and the bounty hunter just like a predator would look on its prey. But there was also a strange kind of joy mixed into that gaze. The only one who was able to hear the words that Survival muttered next was the one staying right next to him. However, even though he heard the words, he was unable to understand their meaning. No way. A survivor of Mu? However, that question was swept away by the loud cheering of the crowd when Sanraku and Ruthia-chan clashed once more. Chapter 302 Part 1 Chapter 302 Setsuna no Kausa Part 1. Gee goddamn it all to hell. A swirling strike comes right at me at high speed, the blades of the Tunfus aiming precisely at my neck. It was terrifying that at this speed it was this accurate. Right away I throw Duke Salam in front of me to block that attack. However, it seems that this one was only a decoy as well. The real blow here was aimed right at the center of my chest. So this time around the Tunfus were used like a slashing weapon above all else. And let me tell you, escaping the barrage of attacks from such tricky weapons is an art in itself. The one that was mobilizing all of your skills and acrobatic abilities. At that. God fucking damn it. I'm concentrating here as much as possible, So why? Nothing seems to be working here. Even though the imaginary role-play, Ryugen Fugaku is fully operational right about now, I am still finding myself at a huge disadvantage here, not being able to seize any kind of initiative or put any kind of pressure on my opponent. Not to mention that Duke Slim's durability was starting to fall well below 50%. And this sword should have been virtually invincible for as long as you are managing to land successful critical strikes. What the hell? I can also feel like the players gathered around me were already aware of the direction in which this battle was going on. And now they were simply watching for the sole purpose of seeing this through to the end. If this shit continues just like that, does that mean I am going to be killed for a reason that I am not aware of? Something beyond my comprehension? If I go on the defense here, I am going to die. If I go on the offense here, I am going to die, but even quicker than while being on the defense. For crying out loud, I do not have nearly enough caffeine to figure this one problem out. Oh well, please do your best here. Naturally generated adrenaline. This opponent of mine here is by no means the fastest opponent I have fought against in this game, but that's not what is important here. The important bit is that with its every attack it manages to trace the best optimal way of attacking, which is making it top and downright broken in more than one way. I cannot even catch a single break here. The bounty hunter swirls like a vortex and tries to get behind my back. I can also see that it brought the Tunfus back to the striking mode, which means that its attack patterns are going to be more complex and versatile in the nearby future. However, the range of those kind of attacks are only that of fist weapons, so for now it looks as though I still had a space to maneuver, so it did not manage to corner me just yet. Rebuilt. Yuoa. That's kinda amazing in its own right. It's starting to get noisy in here. Is that the BGM playing, or is it something else? Because if it is the BGM, then I need to pay attention to the melody playing just a little bit more. Man, I really want to listen to some rock music right about now. Oh no, that won't do. Need to focus. Once I stop hearing the music from the background, I might really be done for here. Speaking of which, I am pretty much in some deep shit here, am I? While talking to myself like that, I reflexively parry or block any incoming attack that the bounty hunter was throwing my way. Then, I free one of my hands and open the inventory window, quickly browsing through its contents, at the same time doing my best to protect myself from any kind of danger that my opponent was throwing at me. It was hard to do, but fortunately I was managing to hold my ground just fine. For some reason, even though I usually pay no attention to it, the speed at which the new weapons were deployed was extraordinarily slow. It was making me really, really angry. Since the limit of the 7 days was yet to pass, I cannot really use its succeed mechanism, but that does not matter right now. But even so, I move to intercept the incoming Tunfa strike with Dissipator Shield. How do you like that, huh? The muffler that covers the bounty hunter's mouth prevents me from reading its expression. Same with that hood. It was so deep that I could not really see the look in my opponent's eyes. However, from the way it moved right about now I could have sworn that there was at least a sight of frustration somewhere out there. It is really regrettable that this AI targeted me for some bizarre reason and that it was attacking me with more and more ferociousness, but I have come so far right now. It would be downright miserable and regrettable if I were to just give up here and let it kill me just so that I can have this battle over with. If I'm playing this seriously, I want to win. That's for sure. And that is because this city here is the place where all of the new players that are starting their adventures in Shangri-La Frontier will arrive in the first place. And needless to say, if I were to die here, I am going to respawn in a completely different place whatsoever. Or maybe the reason lies somewhere else entirely. This is the city of beginners. So I do not want for the beginning players to see me lose. And especially not now, since such a huge audience converged on this location. But it does not really matter what is the origin of this feeling that is rooted deep inside of me right about now. What is important is that it is there, and it is screaming out loud those words. I do not want to lose this. Ooh. Ready or not, here we go. I leave and give you about 5 seconds of a head start. There is nothing unique to begin with, so there is absolutely no reason for me to try and hide it. So I use the size of the shield in order to push the bounty hunter back after he managed to push me in so much. It steps back a little bit, and it created a split second of a blank moment in this battlefield. And it was in this blank moment that a pair of gloves appeared on my hands and I slammed my right fist right into my chest. The real battle starts now, but don't you dare to cry about it later when I shall blow you away. Even kill penalty won't stop me here! Exclamation mark. While I am wearing this armor made out of black thunder, there is nothing that can stop me. Even the fastest of enemies' attacks won't be able to keep up with me. As I swing my fists around to psych myself up a little bit, I could clearly see for the first time that the bounty hunter Ruthia had been upset by my actions. Chapter 302, Setsuna no Kausa Part 2. I wanted to shout it out loud. I wanted to shout at the bounty hunter why it targets me all of a sudden, when the one it was supposed to target was standing right there inside of the crowd, happily minding his own business. But the bounty hunter would never listen to my shouts, continuing to attack me relentlessly and going full throttle. If you are going all out here, then I shall surpass the skill difference in between us with sheer difference in stats and performance. With that shout taken care of, I activate Moment's Sight, a skill that gives me the advantage of moving at the accelerated rate while the rest of the world is slow motion. With that, I could switch to my plan B here, which was going all out on the offensive all at once. Even if you still have your normal stamina, you also cannot underestimate the mental exhaustion caused by this fight. I must do something decisive here and do it soon. Without the extra source of fuel in form of caffeine, I would soon run out of steam and that would be my end here. That is why I must stretch this 1 second here as much as possible, betting everything on a single strike in this one instant. I'm going to beat the she, but at the same time, this skill is like a double-edged sword here. In such a way that I had less time to assess my surroundings and think rationally. That is why I only just now noticed one simple fact that I would have noticed much sooner under normal circumstances. Our eyes have met. In this world of accelerated thought and slowed motions, the eyes of the bounty hunter were clearly catching up to me and following me around. It was there, in the gap between the food and the muffler, a pair of blue eyes glowing like sapphires, emitting light similar to that of a star shining bright in the sky. I don't know why, but I knew right away that right now my eyes were exhibiting the very same effect. It was the eye that would not miss anything, not a single frame would escape from its marvelous gaze. That simple, lone fact. The NPCs could use both magic and skills the same as us pioneers can. It was affirmed when I caught a glimpse of the outline of Ruthia-chan's mouth moving, formulating those simple words. Moment's sight. Next, I can feel my body starting to slow down. But it should be enough for my attack to reach its mark. At least it should have been. But then Ruthia-chan muttered another word, disappearing for a split of a second. Mac. The moment that Black Thunder and Sonic Shockwave both intersected, I could feel sparks filling the inside of my head, and then I just blacked out. 5! Exclamation mark. No way. You have to be kidding me. I'm still conscious? I mean, respawn. It didn't happen. So does that mean I am still alive? Bugger? No. It was no use. The thread of tension that was there until just now was completely gone. With the trembling hands I hit my chest with my right fist again to stop the effect of the Levin trigger, disaster hand. Once that is done, I collapse to the ground like a tower that had its foundation blown away, and if I did not support myself with my arm, I would have fallen completely flat here. I look up with my vision all blurry, only to see a bounty hunter assuming the position for making a move that I could only suppose to be a finishing blow. Yutsura Mikagami, my virtual image focusing aggro was torn apart into 6 equal pieces. I would say that it was a job well done, don't you think? At that moment when the copy disappears, there should be responsibility transfer or rather a conflict of what else to target, and at that speed it would be all the opening that was needed here. I have no idea if it's a skill or magic ability. However, if it is something that occurs instantaneously, it must be something similar to my own Levin trigger, disaster hand. But no, even if it was something faster than that, I can still escape it no problem. And seeing that I was able to somewhat read the movement of this here bounty hunter, I dare to say that my brain right about now was giving it its absolute best. Does that mean that I have transcended beyond the limit what we call an instant? Ah, no. It's no use. It's already on the move. It was an instant move. One that would surely cause me to die about 30 times before I would actually be able to do something about it. Or should I just clench my teeth here, trust in the random numbers and go all in Russian roulette style? I do believe that I will be leaving myself in the RNG god's care here. Ah, could we possibly set on monetary agreement here and forget about this whole incident ever happening? Apparently this new bounty hunter favored a sickle over Tunfus. But then, even though it was speeding right at me, the bounty hunter looked at me. Swoosh. Yubua. The sickle was thrown forward at the speed that my eye could never possibly hope to register. However, that sickle was not meant for me, apparently. It was meant for that Toru guy, who up until now was watching the fight between Ruthia-chan and I, and the moment the knife hit him, his expression was that of pure shock. Perhaps he even forgot to recover his own health, because a simple throwing sickle was enough to reduce his health to 0. With that, his body lit up and exploded into a myriad of polygons. I cast a quick glance at the items that this Toru guy left behind, and I unconsciously clicked my tongue. Yes, I am sure that I must have clicked my tongue, and it was that kind of tongue clicking that seemed to indicate what shitty items he had on himself. The bounty hunter then taken something from one of the pockets of its coat. Of course, it was the movement as fast as the one it used to throw that sickle. A card. Then it threw the item towards me, and it was stuck in the ground right next to my feet. Then, the bounty hunter turned round and started to slowly walk away, flipping its coat with a short sound that sent chills up my spine. It was something even scarier than seeing penciled and smiling Ruthia-chan walked towards the items that were left after that Toru guy, the original target. She quickly collected all of them and was on her way to leave as well. And then she brings her face closer to my face, or more specifically, towards my ears. Cafe Snake's apple. The password is invited by the apple's flower. Oh, I happen to be a regular at that establishment. Silence. The hustle and bustle that was all around me just a moment ago seemed to be gone in an instant, as right about now everyone went dead silent upon witnessing the thing that just took place. Everyone was literally speechless here. Now then, whatever should I do about this whole situation? I guess that even if I were to mutter a simple word such as toilet right now, then all hell would break loose and chaos would inevitably ensue. Standing up, I stand up from the ground and make a gesture that was meant to suggest for everyone gathered around to calm down. Hopefully, it would be enough. Then I went towards Tango and took back Emil Muffler from his hands, mimicry spell slowly starting to unravel. Then I laughed shortly, and acted right away. I opened my eyes wide, pointed towards somewhere way behind the gathered crowd and shouted in astonished voice, "Ah, guys, look. What is Night Prolalakan doing in such a weird place?" And then I started to run like crazy with all of my might in the exact opposite direction. I need girl poo. I need it really, really bad right about now. Chapter 303 Part 1 Chapter 303 A Strange Fated Reunion Shrouded in the Scent of Apples Part 1 Fuck this fucking countryside environment. God fucking damn it. Holy fucking shit. With so many open spaces there is literally fucking nowhere to hide. Emil, sorry to say this, but there is going to be a schedule change here. At this rate, under those circumstances registering with the guild is going to be pretty much impossible. Kaya, wake the fuck up. This is hardly the time to be falling asleep. God damn it. Fujiu. Good morning Sanraku Samugag. And could you please keep that fucking mouth of yours shut for a moment or two? Please. This is extremely important here. I somehow managed to escape from the dress-up corps by diving into the crowd of onlookers, using the Holy Grail's power to change into a woman and changing my clothes on the go at high speed. At the same time I woke him up with a karate chop, and I had to cover his mouth with my hand right afterwards, because while still rubbing his eyes and seeing the dramatic pursuit scene that was happening right now he wanted to scream out loud. Just like that, we somehow managed to make it all the way to the exit of first year, and we were at the doorstep of the very first exploration zone, Rampart Woods. It also seems that the onlookers finally managed to realize that I played them for fools, because upon realizing that I have escaped there was a huge commotion blowing up in the center of the town. People were looking around and shouting, "What happened? Where did he go?" Yeah, it is for the best that we leave first year for now and wait for the commotion to subside. Listen up, Emule. When it comes to rabbits, it is just like that, right? You run a whole lot. You eat a whole lot and then you sleep a whole lot, right? That's just what rabbits do, right? Huh? I guess so. It's all right. No one in this city should know about who Sanriko is. At least that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, at first I thought I should evacuate into the safe space of the inventory, but then I gave up on that idea completely. Main argument here being that I had no idea just for how long I would have to stay cooped up in there. God fucking damn it, you stupid godly game. It is midnight for crying out loud. Why is there so many players being logged in? Especially since it is weekday. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that today's Friday, so that would explain a whole lot. Well, fuck me. Alright. Listen up, Emule. Here is what we are going to do. We are going to blend in with the background. Just a typical, common scene, the one that you can see everywhere you go at any time of the day. Just two female players strolling around town. You must be Sanriku, right? Poha? At that moment I thought that my heart was about to pop out right out of my mouth. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not Sanriku. My name is Sanriko. I'm most terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that you have the wrong person here, and I am her imitation, just as you can bababu. Emule. For the love of fuck, please shut the fuck up. You're ruining everything. The voice that almost caused my heart to pop out through my mouth was a male one, and a rather low in tone at that. I turned around while trying to put on my best kind of smile, and there he was, a male player with long brown hair tied into a ponytail. His facial features were both rough and somewhat dignified, and he had a scar running all the way from his nose to his left cheek. That kind of a male player was staring right at me, grinning so widely that I could have easily counted his teeth even from this distance. Ah, no need to worry. It's not like I want to stop you or anything like that. There is just one small thing that I would like to make sure of. Once I do that, you can be on your way. I'm not going to tell anyone else where you are heading, so rest assured. Is that right? So, what is it that you want to make sure of? You see, I happen to be Fi Survival. Do you happen to be Mew Mew Sanriku? Exclamation mark. Hearing those words, my heart may have even popped right out of me through my mouth. I would not be able to tell, either way. At the same time as that man asked me that very specific question, I also happened to receive a friend request. The name of that player was apparently Survival in this game, and for a moment out there two dialogue boxes floated right in front of my face. Yes and no options. The intention behind that request was something that did not need words for me to understand. Survivor, as in the person who survived being stranded on the deserted island. That kind of survivor? Exactly the same. But who would have thought that we are going to meet one another in here? Talk about a coincidence. You can say that again. It is truly a ridiculous coincidence that we happen to meet right here in this game out of all the possible places. I guess fate can truly have an odd sense of humor here, for you see, it just so happens that I happened to have met this guy before in the past, in an entirely different game. So after a brief moment of pause and silent looking at the friend request that was hovering right in front of my face, I finally decided to accept it. It's not like I have not reunited with buddies from different games before, but this player right here is what you might have called a special case. This here player is one of my buddies from the game Survival Gunman. Although at the time he was going by the name of Mackerel Gun, it was supposed to be a play on words derived from some letter of the Greek alphabet apparently, and our relationship in that game was complex. Or should I say complicated? Anyways, we happen to go a way back. There is a whole lot of things that I would like to talk to you about, but I guess that you happen to step in some sort of a big mess once more. Just go and give me a call once the things happen to settle down for you, alright? Okay, sure thing. We both smile at one another and then we each go our separate ways. As if this whole meeting did not even take place to begin with. It also seems as through this here survival was talking to some people from the TS dress-up corps, but he was kind enough as to not tell them anything about me. Sanraku-san, was that someone you know? Oh, yeah, I guess that you can say that. Chapter 303. A strange fated reunion shrouded in the scent of apples. Part 2. Fi survival. He was that kind of player who would fearlessly go against the toughest opponents on the server while only being armed with basic fist weapons. And he would always live to tell the tales of his exploits with a smug look on his face. Not to mention that even though there were guns there, he would always prioritize melee weapons instead. That's just who survival was. The most violent and fiendish of players would likely avoid meeting if you could help it. For crying out loud, talk about terrible experiences resulting from run-ins with this guy. And just before I even realized it, the limit of 3 minutes was already upon me, and because the time limit was up, the provisional armor covering my legs and torso turned to dust, never to return again. Total price of equipment lost that way 900,000 money. Also, alongside the impact of my clothes ripping themselves open, my boobs shook and swayed violently. Of course, the player that just happened to be in the vicinity and happened to witness this opened his eyes wide, his eyes becoming glued onto my avatar. But that was his doom, because not missing the occasion that just happened to present itself like that, a wild vorpal bunny jumped out of the thick bushes and sunk its knife into their player's neck, killing him on the spot. I want to correct my previous statement. Now I am in a terrible mood. Sanraku-san, I would like to return to rabbits for now. Today was a rather bad and chaotic day, so I am sure that you would also like to catch a moment of break for sure. Oh, all right. Then I will go to Fifth's here. No, wait. Scratch that. I will go to $8. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yes. Of course. You go on and meet with that friend of yours. Meanwhile, I will be waiting in rabbits. Well, that is one thing being taken care of. However, there was also something else that needed to be done here before I would do anything else. Cafe Snake's Apple. It is an establishment that you can usually find somewhere around the back alleys and dark corners of every major city in this game. The main clientele of those cafes are usually rogues, people you would usually not want to meet in a back alley after dark. Additionally, every shop has the exact same shopkeeper to itself, which is really weird, but I don't think that such an advanced game would ever like to go on compromises in terms of the NPC's looks. So this surely must be some form of a setting. Also, no matter what kind of food you order in the many restaurants in this game, they all tend to taste bland and about the same. However, there are some exceptions to this rule, and this here cafe was one of such exceptions, where some products had a more character to them than the other restaurants. However, as far as the sweet products are concerned, no matter if it's a simple cookie or a cake of some sort, the taste here would always be the same, that of a huge lump of sugar. As far as drinks are concerned, if Pensilgton's words are to be believed, they all taste the same as well, either like water or sweetened carbonated water. So yeah, that's about it I guess. Welcome. What would you like to order? The reason I came here in the first place is because of the words of the bounty hunter Ruthia-chan, which indicated at this establishment, and with that being said, it is time to engage in some roleplay centered around that exact subject. Let's get on to that right away. The scent of the apple's flower invited me here. By the way, do you serve any apple pie in this joint? Asking purely out of curiosity. And let me ask you just in case, who happened to tell you about our shop's secret menu? I heard that from a woman named Ruthia. We happened to have one hell of an intense and passionate night together. Her and I. No. It truly was intense as hell. I mean, it made me realize the horrors of fighting against a PKK-oriented NPCs. Especially that move that divided my decoy into 6 equal pieces. That was something taken straight out of a horror movie. While delivering such corny lines completely nonchalantly, I place at the counter the other thing that Ruthia-chan gave me. The card. It was in fact a letter of introduction with a picture of the stag beetle emblem right in the center of it. I see, certainly. In that case, please go to one of the private rooms and wait there until your apple pie is baked. Sure thing. There was a few seconds of pause there, but ultimately the shopkeeper took the letter of introduction from my hand and stashed it inside of his own pocket. Then, as if it was the most natural thing in the entire world, he pointed towards a private room at the back, and perhaps my appearance of the delicate girl right about now, plus my unusual get-up, was the reason why the other patrons of this place only stared at me from afar, without the courage to actually approach me. Huh? The fuck do you think you're looking at, asshole? This is not a spectacle, so scram before I go there and punch your ugly face in. All right. I wonder what is going to happen next? With the NPC looking away from me in panic, I went towards the place that the shopkeeper pointed me. Speaking of which, just what kind of private room they can have here? I can only imagine some nasty things because this place just reeks of underground and all that. Unlike the gates that a mule was able to produce, I was met with a pitch black darkness and a feeling as if I had roughly collided with something. Now, what the hell? My body was overwhelmed with a feeling as if I was suddenly afloat, kind of like you feel when you happen to slip on a discarded banana peel, or it felt as if the balance of your body, carefully maintained up until now, was thrown out the window and a new one took its place. Fortunately, there was the floor at my feet, so I managed to stay upright without losing my balance and falling. It's like being blown away by a huge monster, that moment where all of your semicircular canals are running berserk. In other words, it was nothing short of a transfer magic, and a pretty rough one at that. I heard that the one coming my way would be a man, but the one who said that was a young woman, but her voice indicated something completely different. You would think that it was actually an old hag rather than a young woman. That's how low her voice was. Looking up, that woman was wearing a dress, but it was the one that was different from the ones that nobles would wear. Was that a cabaret club dress, or a brothel, perhaps? I wouldn't really know. I may be a woman for a moment, but I assure you that I am one and the same person you were expecting. So, when will my apple pie arrive? I'm starving. Foo. I see that you have guts. I'll give you that. Good. You truly seem like someone deserving Ruthia Chan's invitation. Oh, who would have thought? The woman drew closer to me. She was smiling and that smile was somewhat similar to that of an amused Pensilgton, but at the same time way different. Less malicious, but still it was more than enough to give me the creeps. Then the woman spread her arms, spun around as if to show the place that I was currently in and said with a smile on her face, "Welcome, welcome to the Café Wandering Sword. Now then, my little Avenger, let me show you the contracts that need to be done. Would you like to start hidden job quest? Revenge is dead edge. Yes no. It looks that the good old unemployed me will have a chance at scoring myself some real job really soon." Chapter 304, The Fastest Capping Girl. In the World Part 1. Whoa there, the limit of 3 minutes is almost up, so time for an equipment change. I only noticed that now, but the BGM for this place seemed to be a soothing smooth jazz, a combination of trumpet, violin and a piano. It was creating a rather relaxing mood here. Going after the woman in the cabaret-styled dress, I look around the place. It was dim, with very little lights, with no windows or doors in sight. A really mysterious place. In the distance, there was a counter behind which an old man stood, probably a master of this place, as well as yet another clone of the shopkeeper of the Snake's Apple. At the counter there was also a little girl who was wearing a strangely exposing bikini armor. Could it be that she was one of the bounty hunters that the dress-up core was talking about? This place almost feels like a headquarters of some shady guild. But that being said, you don't seem to have that many members, do you? As for this whole Avenger shtick that was presented to me, apparently it is a hidden profession that only deals with the specific quests of the highest possible difficulty setting. You see, there are wishes in this world that cannot be fulfilled by any of the standard means. For example, yes, a contract presented by the knights of the local kingdom to discreetly get rid of the particularly difficult monster that was originally their job, but the beast proved to be too much for them. Or a poor girl's of harvesting the healing herbs that only grow in the most remote of places on the continent. I am really fine with the difficulty part, but isn't what you are doing here basically a charity work? As far as I can see, the jobs here would be a kind of volunteer work for the sake of making the world a better place. But when I asked that woman about that, she only shook her head while giggling, covering her mouth with a small fan she was holding in her hand. That is merely half of the reason for why this place exists. The other half is to give people like yourself an opportunity for facing a challenge. Now I see. Using a violent means that would otherwise not be allowed anywhere else, potentially higher risks coming with each job. So this is a place that deals with that kind of problems. As long as society exists, there are those who needs to get the job done by any means necessary, and the daredevils who would wish to partake in those jobs, either be it for the betterment of the world or the thrill of difficult battle. Thinking about it now, bounty hunter job is that kind of system, although only for the NPCs of this world. After all, PKs are dangerous players that even other players have difficulty with, so there must be someone who is going to put those unruly bunch in their place, or at the very least teach them not to pick up fights within the city's limits. So, does the fact that I was invited to this place means that I am going to receive my first contract right away? Let's see. I get it that the fact that you have received the invitation pretty much guarantees that your abilities are more than suitable enough, but could you perhaps tell me more about yourself? Maybe something to brag about? Something to brag about. So it's like a self-promotion of sorts? So maybe depending on this part right here I am going to receive even better, more dangerous jobs, but oh well, I have quite a few things I can write home about, so why not? I searched through my inventory for a moment and finally took out the needle of the crystal scorpion that I happened to have there for some reason. Must have omitted it when I was giving Break the materials. However, contrary to the previous crystals like that, this one was empty, without that bright glow inside of it. It was basically an oversized amber crystal right now, so its value in the game's world must have been relatively low. I often go to the crystal nest cliffs to dig up ore and other materials. If you would like, I could give this here amber crystal to you as a gift. Oh my, I was wondering if the rumors about you were indeed true, but it looks like that they were not far-fetched in the end after all. Rumors, you say? Whoa there, 3 minutes are almost up once more. Time for an equipment change. It's been bugging me for a while now. What are those rumors that circulate about me? Let's see. If memory serves me correctly, they say about a nocturnal monster rampaging about, a monster who challenged the night prowler itself. A nocturnal monster. It makes me so embarrassed that I wanted to crawl under a rock and die there. Who was spreading such ridiculous rumors? Was it an NPC? It must be an NPC. I will never forgive you for this. Lookin'. Sometimes it wears a mask imitating a bird's head, and sometimes it is a fish head. There was even one rumor that indicated said monstrosity to walk around in some sort of sheet covering its whole body, so some people think that the concept of gender cannot really be applied to it. Many people think that it is a suspicious entity, balancing on the borderline of being a monster through and through. I would like to deny all those rumors, but I really can't here. I mean, it pains me to admit it, but all those rumors are based on facts. So I turn my head away in embarrassment. I know it's all based on my daily activities here, but, no, really, I cannot forgive you for this. Lookin'. No matter what, this time around I could not be bothered to change my clothes before the time limit was up, so I just kind of let them turn to ash and vanish. On a side note, even though I was constantly changing clothes here, no one of the bar's inhabitants raised any questions about it, and their expressions were unfazed all the time. Not even an eyebrow twitch. Talk about some amazingly done NPC right there. Then I noticed something about the master behind a counter. The clothes he was wearing. They looked normal at first glance, but they were in fact a combination of a suit and a maid outfit, fortunately with a long skirt instead of mini one. Looking even closer, the suit part was not really a male version, but rather a female one, the ones you could spot around time in the afternoon or in the evening when the office ladies and salarymen were all coming back home. So a theory emerged in my head. They did not say anything to me simply because they were accustomed of seeing weird shit happening all the time. I wonder, were those clothes order-made by some of the players? The dress-up corps surely have some weird tastes, but my god, does it look funny? Let's see here. Today was only meant to be a sort of a light introduction to our establishment, so how about we discuss the details of the job some other time? Sure thing, fine by me. Then I guess I'll be going home now. So I stood up from the counter, walked towards the magic circle that was carved up on the floor, and got transported back to the snake's apple, the same way that I got into the wandering sword. When I exited the private room, I was handed a package full of apple pie that I ordered beforehand. I got a whole bunch of them, since they do a good job at getting rid of hunger stat and recovering a moderate amount of HP. After that, I went back home. Chapter 304, The Fastest Capping Girl in the World Part 2. Yeah right. As if, there is no way I'm getting fooled here. Does it get incorporated into your avatar simply by virtue of being invited there? Or could it be that it is something that the system fails to recognize for some reason? The only job that is still listed in my status window is mercenary. No changes here. Could it be that there is some sort of job-changing quest that you must first complete in order for the Avenger to get registered? In other words, I do not know if there is something more to it than what was already presented to me. But this I know for sure, as long as there was a quest to be completed, there is going to be an event that is going to accompany it for sure. At the very least I do not think that this is going to be the kind of work where I get exploited by some evil organization until I am no longer useful. It clearly is a system where for a job well done you get an appropriate compensation. You can think of it in the same way as the professions such as gods or grandmasters. They all have their respective events related to them. However, here's the thing. Even the quest related to blacksmithing grandmaster had a fair share of fighting connected to it. So if a production class had something like that, then just what is going to happen in case of the fighting class? Kimugag, all right, have no fear for I am here. There was a loud scream that cut through the otherwise peaceful and tranquil night air of 8 Dolato, the one that was short and immediately got cut off, as if someone placed a hand on the mouth that let out such a scream. It was honestly surprising that the nearby players did not took notice and did not rush towards the scene to investigate. It was certainly a scene of the nature that someone was being chased and was trying to run away, but unfortunately they got caught before they could make their escape to safety. A weak-looking but desperately struggling woman, a ragged man who was holding her and trying to drag her into the dark back alley. Oh, I see what's going on here. I guess it's all right to act on my sense of justice here, right? If you see a woman being dragged away somewhere against her will, it is but natural to try and save her, right? It should be all right here. I'm wearing clothes and all, so even if I step in here, I should not be mistakenly taken for a pervert. Right about now I'm a pretty girl who rushes in to save the damsel in distress. Now, let's get this thing going. Please, someone, anyone, help me. I was about to start running and save the day, but then something stopped me dead in my tracks. Someone placed their hand on my hand, and it was a really small hand. When I turned around I saw a small child looking up at me with tears in its eyes. My little brother is being attacked by a scary monster. Nah, your little brother is being attacked right now, and you decided to come here of all places seeking help. Shit, if that was any normal game, there would be a moral choice here, leading to branching paths. Even a complete fool would have been able to understand that. Which is it? Which is the correct answer here? Or could it be that both are actually separate events? Could it be that I have raised some strange flags without even realizing it? Which is the correct answer and which is the wrong answer here? I do not have the time to deliberate on that and think it through. And this choice here may or may not influence my opportunity for a job change. So if that's the case, 5 seconds. Shit, not enough caffeine again? I heard a rumor that caffeine is something that your body can naturally secrete under a certain set of circumstance, so it would be nice if you got to work on that. My body. Using the Levin trigger, Disaster hand would be ideal solution here, but in those dark back alleys it was way out of the question. But since the moonlight was clearly visible, I could use my other movement skill, Mannequin Pride, the pride of the moon wolf. I won't be nearly as fast as during that first option, but it's still faster than any normal player. Right here, right now, coordinate random numbers, seems good to me. There is a straight line connecting myself and the struggling pair that was about to disappear into the dark back alley. Fast. All right, let's start dashing. There was a minimum loss of time because I had to free myself of the little girl's grasp, but let's do it. I'm still okay. Solution. Suppression procedure. Very good. Remember all of that training you had, and remember that this is not a mere punching bag, but rather a normal human being. Time to put those martial arts to practical use. Because this was an alleyway here, there is very little space here, but the left and right walls can serve as scaffolding when necessary. Decision. I never thought that I could really do it. Even though I used zero gravity just in case here, I still managed to fly dead ahead at the astonishing speed, ricocheting off the walls in a zigzag fashion, launching myself at the very end and delivering a splendid flying kick right to the ragged man's jaw. Then I land in midair, which would normally be impossible due to the laws of physics. No, it might be even said that I danced gracefully through the air after manhandling an evil villain. I still think that I could have done this faster and better, but at the very least I did not suffer any HP reduction here, which was always a good thing. Also, it seems that the limit of 3 minutes already passed, because my clothes turned to ash and drifted away. And even though it was only a game, I could feel that it was especially chilly in here right now. It's annoying that my clothes disappear like that, but worst case scenario, I can always use Bone Shatterer to warm myself up. I think that this here was the fastest I have ever been. That was a marvelous move, something that was downright broken. If there was ever an event where you would have to time attack this game, I would have easily snatched the first place. However, just at that moment there appeared someone who happened to disagree with me, raining all over my parade. About 4 seconds? I feel like it is such a waste, but it's not bad either. There is a room for improvement here, and that's a good thing. So fast? No way. Was that perhaps a short distance teleportation? No, that's not it. I can see small clouds of dust gathered around the little girl's feet. If she used teleportation here, the clouds of dust would have went upwards, but they went forward and slightly to the left instead. In other words, the answer could only be one here. It was an ultra-fast movement skill that was entirely grounded in normal physics of this world. No, wait a moment. This movement was different from Ruthia-chan's max skill that allowed her to move super fast. It was something that was much more similar to the speed that the Levin trigger, Disaster Hand would grant you, and that would fit in here. Since the movements in the overflow state are something that can barely be traced with naked eye. So this must mean that this person right here is capable of moving at even faster rate than Ruthia-chan. Think of this as an aptitude test. Originally it was Ruthia who was supposed to be put in charge of you, but she was delegated to take care of some other errands. This means that you are stuck with me. This is a little girl. Tia-sensei. When I turn around, I can see the little girl that was previously wearing a bikini armor at the counter. She looked like a powerless child, but the way in which she was looking at me with her glossy eyes looked anything but powerless. Now I really start to think that the workings of those dress-up core guys is weird and overly specific. Chapter 305 Part 1 Chapter 305 Little Girl's Secret Nighttime Classroom Part 1 Choosing between a human being and a monster. The art of choosing is also something an Avenger must be adept at, and what better way to judge someone's ability to do that than make them choose on the spot. Who do you wish to save? A child being attacked by a monster? Or maybe a woman who is about to get raped and killed in a dark alleyway? I think that most people would choose the child in this particular situation, but one glance at the eyes of the sensei here tells me that this would be a wrong choice. It's only a matter of cognition. What matters is the side at which your consciousness is leaning towards. Actions and consequences are mere byproducts, something that is of no consequence in here. Are you able to forget about the little girl's plea for help while saving the assaulted woman? Or can you lock it away from your consciousness that while you are facing the monster and saving a child, because of that an innocent woman is going to meet a rather grisly end? And how can you know that said monster is there in the first place? How can you know that it's not a trap? Sensei has showed me here that the essence of being an Avenger is all about being able to make the right call when the situation requires it of you. What you have showed me here is indeed a rare result. You choose one of the options, but you do not avert your gaze from the other problem at hand. You must always maintain a wide field of view when it comes to your mind, right? I don't think that I understand that all too well, but basically what she meant by that is that you weight your options and carefully decide which ones are worth prioritizing, right? Trying to show off here with your advanced algorithms, huh, game? I mean, but even without that, those two are, yes, that's right, those two paid actors. Nothing more and nothing less. And I must say that they performed their respective roles rather nicely, if I do say so myself. In other words, I was played here like a goddamned fiddle. Or that my heart just suffered a critical hit with that performance just now. How can I bring myself to trust what I see after this? But no, I get it, I really do. Thanks to that the whole scene was much more realistic. I get it that they are talented actors, but don't you worry about their safety sometimes? No need to worry about small things like that. Those guys are professionals. If need be, they can even pretend to be dead and they can do it so good that even a professional assassin would fall for it. No, that's not really what I meant here. No, wait a moment. They can even play dead so well that a professional assassin would be fooled? That's actually super amazing. My interest is piqued. Is there some sort of a special job that can grant you acting skills such as those? All right. Never mind that for now. Back to the topic at hand. What is the score of my aptitude test? Did I manage to pass? Let's see here. When it comes to Avengers, they are generally divided into human and anti-monster types. However, you seem like the type who can handle both of those types if need be. So I shall leave the choice to you. Then make me an anti-monster type. Normally I would not mind to fight against human opponents, but after my experience both in the Bakumatsu and Round Table, I get a feeling that some sort of refreshment would be a good idea here. Besides, I'm not playing Shanfro because of the need to go PvP, so that's that. Right. Follow me, then. Oh, yeah. Right after you, Sensei. What is this? What's this all about? Please don't do this to me, Sensei. I'm already half naked, so please don't add to my anxieties here. My pure maidenly heart will not be able to stand it. Now, on to the practical test. You will have to beat down a certain someone. By beat down, you mean the practical test. This is the reason why we are moving further and further away from the ancient ruins right now. It seems that the quest was still going on, and that it was all a part of it. I wonder what I will have to do now. Earlier I was forced to participate in a rather shameful display when I, the half-naked female avatar, was dragged around the town by a little girl wearing nothing more but a bikini armor. And now we have arrived at some place. Auntie, as Sensei points her finger somewhere. What is this? A cherry tree that looks like an oversized golem? No, that's not it. You mean that other thing? That something over there? Oh, what's this? Something is running towards us at speed that can only be described as furious. Now it's running towards that golem thing and it pushes it aside like an American football player, the member of the opposite team. What the hell is this? This thing, it looks kind of like a sea anemone, but with legs. That thing. Beat the living crap out of it. The faster you do it, the better. A little bit more of an explanation would be much appreciated here. Sensei lets out a deep sigh. It was very similar to a reaction on a cutscene that you could not skip, even though you have seen it a bunch of times already. This thing is called a man-eater. As the name might suggests, it devours people for nutrients, but only their arms, to be more exact. So this thing is made entirely out of human arms? That's gross. I see. That explains a lot. And why do I get a feeling that this thing would be a perfect fit in Lulilus? Yeah, it would fit like a glove there. But wait, Weren't sea anemones attached to some of the fish people and other monsters there? I think they did. The name that was given to that creature is Agio. It grew too insolent and it hunts for people closer to human settlements. Therefore we received a request to dispose of it. And are there any prospects of you lending me a hand here, Sensei? I am very sleepy right about now, so while you're at it, I'll be taking a nap. For about 5 minutes or longer. Time attack time. You don't mind, do you? Come on, sea anemone. I'm going to make a seafood out of you. Skip here. Seriously though. You thought I am a fool or what? Even though this thing might have had 100 arms, it would have to grab me with at least one of them. And in order to grab me, it would have to get closer to me. That being said, this monster was no match for my operation. Can't reach a place where it itches. I was really fortunate here that my body became smaller due to the gender change, so I used that advantage to just run around the monster's legs and sting its ankles into oblivion. What's my time, Sensei? 5 minutes and 18 seconds. Oh well, I would say that's rather good clear time. Chapter 305 Part 2. Chapter 305, Little Girl's Secret Nighttime Classroom Part 2. You be that this is a good clear time. Almost laughed here but managed to hold back. There was also something that I wanted to say about Sensei's taking a nap right in the middle of the battlefield like that, but I chose to refrain from doing that as well. I was getting a feeling that I might regret it if I opened my mouth right now. The work of an Avenger is a difficult one. If you make even a simple mistake, it might actually result in your payment getting cut by 90%. And that's an optimistic variant. 90% payment reduction seems to be a bit excessive if you ask me. But it's not like I can't understand where is this all coming from. I mean, some materials from monsters are really valuable, and destroying them in the process can defy the whole quest to begin with. Yeah, nothing better than a full payment plus the money from rare materials. The work of the Avenger is also an irregular one, so you never know when you might be called to show up. Best not to get your hopes up. Being an irregular may be a little bit tough, but if it is something that is randomly assigned during every login process, I think I can get behind that. And if you really want to survive in this line of work, there is one important thing you need to remember at all times. One important thing? Tia-sensei then proceeded to explain that when it comes to Avengers, there is no such thing as hierarchy. That is, there was once a person that everyone called boss in the organization, but the relationship there was not like your typical boss and the underlings, and it was purely a cosmetic title. However, when it comes to humans, no, this may very well extend to all living beings. If there is no hierarchy, even the slightest inklings of it, everyone will start to feel anxious and uneasy. That is exactly why Tia-sensei made an effective pause here to underline her words, and then she turned around for a moment, only to look back at me. She probably wanted to look cool in front of her student like that. If you would like to call me sensei even after this is over, I would not mind that one bit. Of course, I'm going to call you that for the rest of my life, little girl Tia-sensei. So now I have a big bro Y-sash and a little girl as my sensei. The amount of good things that happened to this avatar is almost incomprehensible, even for me. Oh well, there's nothing I can really do about it, but I'm not going to complain here. I only need to take care that other players do not find out about this, otherwise their jealousy towards me might become a serious problem. But that being said, in video games you often meet the characters that are full of contradictions and somewhat questionable design choices. Race, skin color, sex, it all is but a secondary preference. Hell, I would welcome a slime into my party if it had stats that would allow it to basically one-shot everything in its path. Besides, I cannot complain about a Lili sensei. I mean, in fantasy and in games it is a very common trope for a woman to look like a child but actually being older than her students. But it seems that this here Tia-sensei had no personality quirks associated with being a thing called Lili Baba. Her teaching methods might be rough, sure, but she was caring and adorable, and once we got back into the Wandering Sword, she even treated me for an apple parfait for a job well done. It was an item that was on the cheaper side, but its taste was really extraordinary. almost as if there were not taste limitations on it. I always thought that the taste of food in this game was lacking severely, but could it be that for Avengers this was different? No. It would be really weird for a video game to implement such preferential treatment for one profession only. It would make a whole lot more sense if this establishment had a skilled cook, one that could enhance the flavor based on his cooking skill or the ingredients used in the process of cooking. But other conditions? It might actually be worth a shot to ask library about details surrounding cooking in this world. Additionally, I managed to take a screenshot of T as Sensei eating her parfait with delight, as well as managing to maneuver her into wearing that school swimsuit that I received from that other guy. All it took for me to convince here was that these clothes were highly water repellent. I wonder if I'll be able to sell it for a hefty price. The hidden job quest Revenge's Dead Edge has been cleared. Job change. The main job has been changed from mercenary to Avenger. Would you like to move the job mercenary from the primary slot into the secondary slot? Yes, no. You have obtained the title Gourmet Tongue. There is one thing I have learned by acquiring the title of Gourmet Tongue. Most probably, the taste of the food is directly linked to the quality of ingredients in this game. This means that if you want to eat delicious food, you must possess the appropriate amount of money. So, does that mean that what we've been eating until now was just standing in fifth year right now? I cannot help it but feel that the world of capitalism truly is harsh and oppressive. I wonder why I have been in a woman's body for no longer than a whole day, but actually going back to my male form feels strangely nostalgic here for some reason. I guess that the crystal scorpions will not go easy on you even if you are a cute female character. Heck, I even got a feeling that they were even more aggressive than usual towards me because I was a female. But that's actually a good thing. They advocate gender equality and welcome every guest in the same way. But I was also able to recover some top quality ore alongside that suicide trip. So it was actually very good outing. Today I want to go hunting together with Re so that we can both get ready for our voyage to the new continent. And if my memory serves me correctly, we are going to hunt for the materials for high-grade potions, which are dropped by rare monsters in a remote location on the world map. Which also means that there won't be any players there, which is a good thing. Not to mention that said potions are really expensive right now, since people tend to overfish the ingredients for them. And taking a new route will be an added bonus here. Before I have run straight to fifth year, without getting sidetracked. So aside the flame butterfly at the bottom of the crater lake and the ancient iron ruins, I do not know the neighborhood all too well. Alright. It should be about time when we were supposed to meet up. And since I'm a little bit too well known throughout the community right now, just standing on the main street is too dangerous for me. It's too risky that someone might recognize me and start chasing me. That is why until the right time was up, I was hiding in a back alley, waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. And when the time was right, I jumped out onto the main street. Sanriku sasasasasn, wittatatatat, isis, this, huh? I think anyone would be scared and surprised as a dark knight appeared in front of them in the middle of the night, and the one who was trembling all over and making so much noise. All that noise seemed to have gathered the attention of surrounding players who looked at Ra with both pity and compassion. Was that perhaps a bug or something like that? Raven stretched out her hand towards me, but the outline of it was so blurred that at some points it was even disappearing completely. Now, this is some serious issue. I know that we had plans for tonight, but those plans would have to wait. Right now we had a bigger problem on our hand. Pinpointing what was wrong with Re's body and returning it back to normal. Chapter 306. How are things with Sega Part 1? Sanriku, are you alright? Sega 0, I am so terribly sorry. It looks like my VR system is not functioning properly. There was some sort of malfunction. Sanriku, yeah, that much I was able to tell myself. Sanriku, but I mean, is it not kind of dangerous that way? Even if you were to send it for the necessary repairs, There is no way that you are going to make it before tomorrow. Sega Zero. Yes, I am afraid it's exactly as you're saying. Sanraku, I think that the problem may lie with the VR device's output system. So you might want to back up your data on your mobile terminal, just in case data transfer will be necessary. Sanraku, I will ask you this now, just in case. Will you be able to buy a new VR system should this one turns out to be beyond saving? Sega Zero. It's not like I can't go and buy the new one right now, but Sanraku, of course there is no need to do that. Please don't overdo it. Even the headgear type of VR system is quite expensive, after all. Sega Zero. I am going to send my VR system for the repairs right away. I am so terribly sorry that I could not keep our promise for today. Sanraku. No, wait a second. Sega Zero. Sanraku, I think that I might have thought of a solution to this problem of yours. Sanraku, but it all depends on if you're okay with renting the used VR system, Sega-san. After all, I have 2 sets of VR system available on me right now. One is the business model that came from the Cyberbotlian together with the illustrations from Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. The newest type of VR system that was implemented in a chair format. The other one is that old headgear type of VR system that I have been using all this time up until recently. And since I have converted all the data from my old headgear into the chair type VR system, I have been rarely even taking out the old system. So it was only gathering up dust for the current moment. Normally we would just wait for Res VR system to get back from the repairs, but the ship heading towards the new continent was departing tomorrow. And I absolutely had to be on board of that ship. Res said that she would be able to get on board without recommendation, but if she is unable to log in to do that, then it would all be for nothing. So the problem we were both facing here right now was quite severe. That is exactly why I proposed to Res that I would lend her the VR system that I had on me, and which I was no longer using. And that is exactly why, even though it was Saturday morning, and the mornings were nowadays quite chilly, let me add, I woke up early and with a cardboard box in my hands I went towards Res' place in order to see her malfunctioning VR system. Sanraku, and that is exactly why I can lend to you the VR system that I am not currently using. That way you will still be able to play until your own system comes back from the repairs. Sega Zero. Are you really sure that's okay? Sanraku. Yeah, sure, it's fine with me. I mean, it's only sitting in the corner and gathers dust anyway, so why not? I'm not going to be using it anytime soon. Sanraku, but is it okay with you, Sega-san? I mean, it is something that a boy has been using for quite a while now. So you don't need to agree to that if you don't really want to. Sega Zero. No problem here. I will take you up on your offer by all means. So please don't worry about it. Sega Zero. So small thing like that is of no problem whatsoever. Sanraku. Sure. If you say so. Sanraku. Then in that case, let's meet at Rock Roland. Sanraku. Oh. We actually might now be able to do that. I'm pretty sure that Imperial Avalon 3 hit the shelves yesterday. So this means that the shop is going to be closed for the weekend. Sega Zero. Imperial Avalon. Sanraku. It's a newest installment in the Imperial Avalon series, a famous Otome game series. Iwamaki-san was really hyped up about it, so I think he is going to take at least 2 days off of work to enjoy it thoroughly. Sanraku. Speaking of which, you live in the same school district as me, right, Sega-san? So this means that you should live somewhere close by, right? Sanraku. Then if you would like, I can bring my old VR system directly to your house. Sanraku. While I am going to be at it, I might take a look at your VR system as well. Who knows? It might be some sort of a simple error, something that can be easily fixed without the need of sending it away for repairs. Sega Zero. Are you sure about that? Sounds like you would need to put yourself through quite a bit of trouble just for something so insignificant, and I would hate it for you to go out of your way for my sake. Sanraku. No need to worry about it. Physical fitness have nothing to do with your in-game performance when it comes to VR games, but proper exercise from time to time is something that never hurt anyone. So this actually works in my favor as well. Plus, I could certainly go for a little change of pace right about now. Sega Zero. In that case, let me send you the address. But I really think that I should be the one who should come over to visit you. But then, I should tidy up the place at least a little bit. Sanraku, let me repeat. Don't worry about it. It's fine, really. Sanraku, huh? What was that just now? Sega Zero. It's nothing. Nothing, really. Please. Don't worry about it. Sega Zero. I wanted to write something different, but I guess that I must have pressed the autocorrect button by mistake, so it created that message completely at random. That's why there is no need to worry about it. None whatsoever. I assure you. Sega Zero, this message has been deleted by the user. Sanraku, oh well, it doesn't really matter all that much. Don't worry about it. Sanraku, in that case, I'm going to wake up early and eat a quick breakfast. I will let you know when I will be on my way towards your place. Is that alright with you? Sega Zero, alright. I will be waiting for your message, then. Since Sanraku was about to investigate Rez's malfunctioning VR system, it was only natural for one of them to come over to the house of the other party. However, Sanraku had no way of knowing that at that moment Rez thought about a home date, and that idea caused her so much embarrassment and panic that it would have been enough to create a small supernova in 5 minutes. He would find out about it eventually, but it would be much, much later. Chapter 306 Part 2. Chapter 306. How are things with Sega? Part 2. The school districts are kind of like man-made islands or man-created bounded fields, with all the students from a certain regions being assigned to a certain school in their respective region. And because this here school district is the place where the number of population was always high ever since the early 20th century, this resulted in a naturally high amount of students each year. I once asked my parents why would they want to build their house in a neighborhood like this, and their response was truly down to earth and made a lot of sense. It was simply because at the time the price of the land in this area was relatively cheap. I think that they were not the only ones who thought like that, and when it comes to my specific age group, I can't think of that many kids living near me, or at least I'm not aware of them being here, but as luck would have it, from here on out Sega-san was applicable to this area as well. So that's at least one other person who goes to the same high school as me. Alright. So I should make a turn to the right here, and that's it? This should be the place. The location that I have arrived at was only a 15-minute walk from my house, so that makes it relatively close. But, I mean, well, this place right here. The map app displayed it as a huge block with many single houses, but in reality it was one big patch of land. Also, the wall that was surrounding this place. Talk about big. Maybe even oversized would be the right word here. The grounds here must surely encompass the neighboring parcels of land, so it should be way bigger than any normal house. Judging by the map app, you could easily play baseball here, or even build a small stadium. Could this be the power of the Sega family in full display? I mean, where is the main entrance here? I think it must be some sort of a huge-ass gate. The kind that you would always smash open with a battering ram in all those historical dramas, right? Could it be a samurai residence? Because no matter how you look at it, this looks exactly like a samurai residence. Who would have thought that there would still be a place like that here in modern-day Japan? No matter how you look at it, this is simply no place for a courier to make a normal delivery. I knew it. It would have been a whole lot better if we were to simply meet in front of Rockroll and be done with it. No, but if we were to do that, there would be no way for me to check what was wrong with Sega-san's VR system. And since Iwamaki-san was busy conquering the whole Imperial family at home, and family restaurants did not have places where you could plug in a system like that, we were out of options. Speaking of Iwamaki-san, isn't that strange for a man to be playing Otome games? Like, assuming the role of a commoner maid at the Imperial court, and going to conquer the hearts of all pretty boys that were present there? Just a food for thought. Being in quite the predicament here, I guess that my only option here is to simply send Sega-san a message. I have arrived, but where is the entrance? Should I simply wait here for the time being? Mirror, huh? Dead space. Kuzo. What this? Right in front of the gate, there was a group of children making strange poses. At the first glance they looked like a bunch that would go around and cause all sorts of trouble. So what were they doing in a place like that? And now they are running over here. For some strange reason, the looks on their faces when they were passing me seemed to be screaming oh shit. Oh well, not that it matters to me at all. I then proceeded in front of the gate. Ah, what a relief. A normal door was there as well. May I ask who's there? You were? Huh? That gave me quite a fright. So those kids were not just standing here. They were messing around with an intercom as well? So does that mean this here intercom has a camera implemented in it, monitoring for visitors all day long? Talk about a display of wealth. And thinking about it carefully, the only reason why the answer came so quickly, as soon as I got to the main gate, was only because of those damned brats playing the ding-dong dash. And those strange poses, they must have been so that the intercom's camera would not spot them. Kids these days surely must have lots of free time on their hands to do stupid shit like that, huh? Alright, but let's get back to business here. I have a delivery meant for Sagra-san. You are? Amazing. I can feel the distrust coming from the other side of the intercom, even though I was unable to see the person on the other side of it. Did you make a prior appointment? An appointment? If we count SNS as such, then I guess yes I did. Yes, that's right. I have contacted Sagra-san in advance about this. Please wait for a moment. After a brief moment, the door opened with a small metallic click of the lock. Oh, over there. Huh? No wait, that's not it. The car is going from the inside of the mansion. And here I thought that I would finally be able to invade the castle Sega just like that. Or could it be that the person over the intercom confirmed that it was okay for me to enter and sent a car for me? But no, thinking about this visit like an invasion was wrong to begin with. While I was thinking that, a middle-aged woman wearing a kimono appeared in front of me from God knows where. Whoa. A kimono like that is pretty rare to find in modern times like today. A maid? So they really exist in the real world as well, huh? You must be Hizutome-sama, correct? Sama is a little bit much, but yes, that's correct. Re-sama is going to come see you in a little while, so for now please, come this way. I wonder if there is a proper dress code for visits like that? I was wearing some really plain and ordinary clothes, but at least I was not in Jersey. So that's something, right? Am I really going to be able to get away with just taking a look at Sega-san's VR system like that? Thinking that to myself, I proceeded forward inside of the Sega residence. Please wait here for a moment. The green tea that I was offered had a single straw standing upright in it, looking like a single pillar amongst the green sea. It should have been a sign that I would have a great luck coming my way. But I don't know about that. Be strong, my heart. Before we got to this room we massed through a myriad of corridors and other rooms. If this was a game, there would be monsters lurking all over the place to ambush you, or there would be random teleports, like in some kind of a maze. Just then, when I was sitting and sipping on my green tea, I then noticed something shine in the corner of my eye. Huh, is this? It was a strange white thing that could be said to be a keychain imitating a surfing board, with a hole with a thin wire going through it. Whatever this is supposed to be, I know what this is. Or at least I think I do. I have seen something similar to that, in large quantity. Phew, I should have something similar to that in my house as well. Eckham. While I was wondering what this thing was specifically used for, I heard a voice behind my back. Turning around, I have seen an old man that looked like a master at the Japanese sword arts, who was staring right at me. Without a doubt, this was going to be the last boss of this here Sega Castle. I know it's a little rude to call someone a last boss, but that's the way I felt right now. Chapter 307 Part 1 Chapter 307 Communication Boss Rush Part 1 Who would have thought that the wandering last bosses do exist, and in real life, no less? The confrontation between myself and that old man was unavoidable at this point. But for now, what occurred here between the two of us was nothing but a heavy and awkward silence. What is this? Is this some sort of a shtick for this family here? Are the all men in Sega family as fierce looking as Ryugen Fugaku? Just look at that size of that arm of this man's. I bet that he would be able to strangle a shark to death if he wanted to. I wonder what his stats would be in the gaming world? Most probably his age would give him a minus modification to strength. but surely the dexterity would be off the charts. Huh? Oh no. Don't do that. My thoughts stop wandering off into the land of video gaming. This is the real world right here and right now, but I guess this cannot really be helped here. I mean, the oppressive aura of this old man here is so severe that my mind just wanted to escape somewhere else all on its own. Yup. So it could not be helped here. However, the thing that I have picked up, no matter how you look at it, it is not something that grows naturally on the floor. So it is only plausible that someone must have dropped it. Oh yeah, I heard that there is a season for them right now, so that would explain a whole lot. I'm sorry. It was my bad. Please excuse me, sir, but are you perhaps into the salmon fishing? I have heard that the number of salmon this season is even greater than in the previous seasons. The thing that managed to catch my eyes was obviously a fishing lure, and not just any normal fishing lure, but the one meant for catching salmon, without a doubt. I remember that because I have seen my dad preparing them before his outings on numerous occasions. I was told that there was so much of it that you could technically catch and eat it to your heart's content, but you also need to be mindful of the market and the overall economy. So, you sure know your stuff. Are you into fishing yourself, boy? God damn it. I mean, nah, somewhat, I guess, but the one who is really into fishing is my father, not me personally, so not. I cannot say that fishing is my hobby, sir. I really wished that this here would serve as the end to this unwanted conversation. But I guess it would not be that easy for me here. So in order to survive until the time would be up, I had to muster up all of my dating sim knowledge in order to conquer this here event with this male opponent as my conversation partner. Let's just hope that the conversation here will not have any landmines that I can accidentally step on. Certainly, I heard that the north is a really good place for fishing right about now. There is no better place for bonito fishing than the north this season. However, this specific lure was recommended to me by my friend, so I was going to give it a try one of these days. Using the right lure for the right fish, you automatically increase the chances of making a big catch. Oh yeah, that's right. I still remember that when I was in elementary school, my father took me for sea bass fishing, but I was too weak and I ended up falling into the sea when the fish got hooked. Thinking about it right now, I guess it was a really great and funny experience. I can still hear my dad yelling "Let go of the rod, let go of the rod," in my direction, but I would still refuse to let it go, because I wanted to catch the damn thing so badly. Even if it meant getting swept away by the current. Phew, sometimes life truly is that way. Good. So far so good. How do you like that, huh? The legendary technique of applying the stories from one's past to the conversation to keep the nice flow going, but you have to be careful with that technique, for you can overuse it and you will end up bragging all on your own, which will inevitably lower your favor bar with the given character. I mean, I was forced to finally let go of the rod and eventually my father jumped in after me to help me, but it was not all bad, because we later managed to score a really big amberjack. So it was good in the end. I like the flow of this story so far. Right, but this amberjack turned out to be quite a glutton. He was trying to gobble up the whole line as well, and he managed to rip the fishing rod out of my father's hands. Ha. Now that's unexpected. I knew they can get greedy, but not to this extent. Ha. Fortunately, father was alright, and we managed to catch that amberjack, so all well that ends well, I guess. I also remember that after we managed to catch that amberjack, my dad stroked my head and laughed, saying that hopefully we might be able to catch even bigger fish in the future. It was all foggy and hazy in my head, but I clearly remember that happiness I felt at that moment. Dad, I am proud to announce to you that all those years later, your son finally managed to catch a whale on the bottom of the ocean. Well, it was in a video game, but still, a catch is a catch, no matter what. Not to mention that my dad got so good at fishing that he was able to catch a marlin on his own. Phew. I see. Sea bass fishing, child getting dragged into the water, and then catching the amberjack. Please, I beg of you, Sega-san, come here and save me. I cannot do this on my own. Fishing talk will only get me so far. Please save me. What is taking you so long? I knew it. It was a bad idea on my part starting a conversation about a topic I only knew bits and pieces about. But we need to talk about something here. We cannot both just get all silent. That would be too awkward for me to handle. While I was desperately trying to maintain the smiley mask that was about to crumble any minute now, I started to send the SOS signals from deep within my heart. Just then the sliding door moved, and the one who appeared in them was none other than Sega-san, who right away looked at my panicked expression. Exclamation mark, trying to retract behind the sliding door and pretend she was not here. Exclamation mark, blinking at high speed, desperately asking for help. Help. Please help me here. It's impossible here. Solo clear is impossible. Sega-san must have understand my pleas for help, for she took a deep breath and walked into the room from behind the sliding door. Grandpa. Oh, is that you, Ray? Is this young man someone from your school? Why yes, that's right. We go to the same school together. His name is Haizutome-kun. Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir. Fumu. Haizutome, huh? Now I see. Chapter 307, Communication Boss Rush Part 2. What is it, sir? What did you see after learning my name, sir? I am really starting to regret that I have come here. This boss is too powerful. This is too much for me. Are bosses allowed to be so overpowered? Well then, it's time for me to go. I will leave the two of you alone. Oh, yes, that's right. Before I forget. Yes? What is it, sir? Could you please pass my best regards to Senji-kun? What the hell did you tell this here Gramps about me, old man? Right about now, in this exact moment, I felt as though I was driven into a corner. And about those words coming from the mouth of the little last boss, it felt as though you were facing your arch-nemesis, only to learn that he is your long-lost brother or father. The kind of a revelation that would usually lead to the main character to get critically wounded or even end up dead. Not to mention, why would someone like my father be friends with a last boss character like that? No, I mean, I get it. My dad could one day catch nothing but oysters or nothing at all, and the very next day he would still get up early and go fishing with even more of a fiery resolve. He is just that kind of berserker that never gets discouraged. It is that kind of thing that keeps on attracting people to him. Does that mean that our FFF families know each other and hang out? Sega-san spending time together? Say what now? I guess that Sega-san still must feel a little bit buggy from the last time, but as you would expect from the daughter of a wealthy family like Sega-san. I have never seen a high schooler wearing a kimono at home. I knew it. Sega family really is something else. No, it's nothing all that amazing, not in the slightest. I'm sorry that you had to trouble yourself with coming all the way here today. Nah, as I was saying, no need to worry about it. I was the one who proposed that idea, and as I was saying, a change of pace from time to time is always a good thing. This device is all but ready to go, but you might want to give it a slight dust off before using it, just to be on the safe side. It's true that the proper maintenance of any device can be time-consuming and difficult to do, but it is something that is necessary. That being said, it's a whole different story with a chair type like the one in my room, especially with vacuuming the room, when the cleaning robot tends to hit it constantly and make a big deal out of it. Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you so much for that. I'm sorry, but could you wait here a little while longer? I will go and bring my device here. Oh, yeah, sure. Go right ahead. Right. I'll be right back. Just like that, Sega-san went away, while I was left in the room, casually sipping on my green tea. Maybe my tongue is not used to rare delicacies, but this tea tasted rather normal to me. However, who would have thought that there is this kind of connection between my father and Sega-san's grandfather? The world sure is a small place nowadays, huh? Or it could just be that my RNG was getting all over the place nowadays. No, wait, calm down, me. This is a trap. It must be, and the kind that instantly one hit kills you when you try to react in any way. As long as I understand that I can use the appropriate reaction command to get my way out just in the nick of time, but it still does not make it any less scarier. In other words, I should be scared right about now. What the hell? What is this even? Could it be that the whole Sega family would keep on coming here, trying to see just who it was that happened to come to their household? Is that what this is here? I guess the meeting time continues just like that. But this time around, the one to enter the room very silently was another kimono-wearing woman. I don't know why, but I want to avert my gaze from her. For some reason, looking at her gives me chills, as if I was staring right down the gaping maw of an insta-kill death trap. That is why I wiped the sweat that started to crop up all over my forehead while trying to look as calm and composed as humanly possible. "Are you perhaps a friend of Riz from school?" she spoke to me. No, I mean, it was a given at this point. It's only natural that you would want to strike up a conversation. But what the hell? What is this? Another freaking hidden boss makes an appearance? That's right. But we are in different classes, however. But I guess that we share similar interests? Interests like, perhaps, that strange machine you put on your head and pretend to be asleep? If it's a full dive VR helmet, then yes, that's exactly that. Even though the woman was similar in looks to Sega-san, I could actually feel an aura of intimidation oozing out of her entire body like crazy. I now started to understand just how the NPCs must feel when someone with the Lucan's curse marks approaches them all of a sudden. That thing. Actually, how does a mechanism like that even work? How? You ask. It uses special electric signals to send the sounds and images directly into the wearer's brain, and allows for the brain to make certain actions within the system's limitations. Yup, that sounds about right. Also, think about it like a device that allows you to share your dreams with myriad of other people. Now I see. I know for one that Sega 100 is Sega-san's older sister, but could that actually be her here? No. That's impossible. The way she talks is entirely different. Could it be that Sega-san has some other sister aside from Sega 100? I have no way of knowing that. Besides, I have no idea what the real name of Sega 100 is in the first place. You are? That's right. My name is Hizuto. I came here today because Rei-san told me that her VR device seems to be malfunctioning, so I came here to have a look at it. While being at it, I also brought my spare VR device, since I'm not using it anymore. I am going to lend it to Rei-san. So you're saying that you want to lend Rei something a boy was using for a prolonged period of time? Is that it? Even though that woman smiled at me just now, I could literally feel the temperature of this room dropping below zero. At this rate, everything around here might actually start freezing. No. I was not using it for a long time now, and besides, I cleaned it and washed it thoroughly before coming here. For now. That answer seemed to have brought the temperature here back to the level at which humans could survive in it. That was a close call. I see. Yes. Truth to be told, I am really interested in the things that Ren and Momo are so passionate about these days. Momo, isn't that the name that Pencilgton always mentions quite a lot? No, wait a moment here. Momo of the Sega family? Sega Momo. Why do those sisters have such peculiar tastes when it comes to naming their in-game characters? That being said, if I ask you a couple of questions? A couple? Go right ahead. I barely even managed to squeeze out a response like that. I get a feeling that listening and speaking with the members of this eccentric family is going to be a whole lot more tiring than conquering the Crystal Scorpions. I wonder why. Ever since I have come in here, it feels as though I have been doing a non-stop boss rush with short event scenes in between them. Help. Sega-san, please save me. For the second time today. Chapter 308. However, Shitty Games Addict Part 1. As far as I am able to tell, this here Sega Ani-san, named Temporary, is not a huge fan of video games and VR technology in general. Judging by her expression and reaction to my words, I could predict that her attitude must be roughly the same about both cigarettes and alcohol as well. However, at the same time, she does not seem to be one of those realists who happen to get a spasm of rage whenever they hear about something remotely VR-like, and advocating for its immediate eradication. So, depending on just how well I manage to explain this, I can dispel her distrust and ignorance towards VR. Maybe not once and for all, but at least for now. Even though I keep on meeting many people inside of VR games all the time, when I try to explain my hobbies to my relatives, the most common reaction on their end is that they do not seem to understand what I am talking about. In my case, I can tolerate the fact that to each his or her own hobby, or in worst case I can be totally indifferent towards it. But then, our family is a rather special exception, so I understand that now everyone out there can be as open-minded as our family is. Let's see. What else is here to tell you? Yes. It is said that continuous use of the full dive VR may lead to the deterioration of your body and muscles, but it is actually a very common misconception. Is that right? How come? My lips were starting to feel rather dry here, so I moistened them with my tongue a little bit. I was yet to realize this, but this here was actually the most I have ever talked to strangers. It was really starting to take its toll on me. You see, it's just like with sleeping in real life. During sleep, your muscles tend to deteriorate at some rate. But if there is one thing when it comes to safety that the full dive VR technology tends to emphasize, that's the health department. So if you also combine full dive VR with physical exercise, you can enjoy it to the fullest without having to worry about anything bad happening to you. Thinking about it logically, even astronauts suffer from muscle deterioration after a long period of being stranded in space, right? That is also the reason why they train their bodies before going into space and after coming back home. The very same rule can be applied to esports as well. This is a principle that people who are not familiar with the full dive VR technology tend to misunderstand, that when it comes to VR technology, if you want to produce good results, your body must always be in top condition. If you were to participate in the VR world while ill or injured, you would only worsen your own condition. Training your body. Could it be that you are playing some sport or training in some martial arts? Hires Utome-san. Training, huh? I guess it is all basic stuff, like jogging, push-ups, sit-ups and stuff like that. As long as you eat in moderation and avoid becoming obese, you are fine. And you are fine as long as you can make a short run to the convenience store and back home without actually getting short on breath. Very basic and minimalistic conditions, if you were to ask me. But still, talking about VR here is actually working in my favor. The situation would have been a whole lot worse if this woman was to suddenly ask me a question alongside the lines of, "So how is Red School?" At least when it comes to VR, I can answer pretty much any kind of question that someone might throw at me. Incidentally, hires Utome-san, do you happen to be playing the same game as my dear little sisters? Dear little sisters? Yes, that's correct. When we talk about little sisters, we have run Sega 100, right? Although I have only met Sega 100 in the world of Shanfro so far. So I had no real reason to not nod my head in the affirmative way. Shan, a bath. I heard that it is a game in which you can experience various kinds of play styles, a knight, a ninja, a priest, mercenary. I wonder what kind of character my dear sisters are playing as? Huh? You see, about that. Would it really be okay for me to just talk about Sega Zero and Sega 100 with someone else than their respective counterparts in real life? I mean, the one who asked me about them was their close relative. But, no, I'm in no position to do that, especially since we are not all that close to begin with. Even in the world of VR gaming, I cannot take responsibility for any sort of family drama or falling outs that would happen if someone else was to misinterpret having fun inside of a video game as simply escaping reality and losing yourselves in the game world. However, if I just try to sell her a blatant lie here, the temperature is likely to fall way below zero, maybe even near absolute zero. I must really choose my word carefully here. I actually happen to belong to the same guild. I mean, group as Rei-san. However, since she is a powerful knight, I always happen to depend on her help with various tasks and missions. As for Momo-san, I do not happen to interact with her all that often, but I am sure that she is a skilled sword fighter and mage, the one that uses many swords in battle and manipulates them using her own will. I also know that she is leading the organization that amasses a whole lot of people under its banner and that it helps even greater amount of people. That is the extent of my knowledge. To begin with, I do not know all that much about Sega 100, since it was always Pencilton who used to deal with and communicate with her. Then again, trying to explain the playstyle of Sword Saint was hard to begin with, even for people who are well acquainted with the world of fantasy in general. I'm sorry that you had to wait. Huh? Sensei-san, Sega-san. Finally, visible rejoice. I hope that you do realize that keeping the guests waiting is a sign of bad manners, right? I am so terribly sorry that you had to wait. Casting a quick glance at the VR device that Rei-san had in her hands, it did not seem to be broken in any sort of way. But that being said, this device was somewhat different from the one I have bought, so the differences may be in the wiring and the parts inside of it as well. At the same time bowed her head to her elder sister in apology. I do believe that Sensan, was that her name? Then, Sensan stood up, turned towards me and bowed her head politely. Chapter 308 Part 2 Chapter 308 However Shitty Games Addict Part 2 Hi Yutome-san. I beg your pardon, but I best be on my way for now. Yes. It was nice meeting you. Talking to you was rather enjoyable. I'll leave you two alone for now, Rei. Why yes. Right. This Shanfuro game you were talking about. I wonder just how long does it take for one to reach the position where you can be someone on who other people can rely on? I hope that the two of you can become such people. So please work hard and support one another in reaching that goal. I'm sorry in advance, Sega 100, but I guess that because of me your sister may have a wrong impression of what you are doing inside of the game. I cannot guarantee that working together part, but we are surely going to give it our very best, so please rest assured. Is that so? Very well. In that case, I shall go and have a talk with Momo for a while. I'm sorry, Sega 100. This is not going to be a stray bullet hit. This will most probably be a headshot from the experienced sniper. Sensan then left the room, not even once breaking that mature smile of hers. Only after she was gone from the room for good, I could relax and I let out a big sigh. I realized that it might be rude to do so right in front of Sega-san, but she would have to forgive me for that. The Sega family boss rush left me quite spent here. I'm sorry. No. There's no reason for you to apologize here, Sega-san. However, I can now understand how the teachers must feel when they come for a home visit. Regaining my composure, I took the VR device that Sega-san brought here in my hands. I then removed the cover of the main unit, which was so big that I had to hold it in both of my hands. Then I proceeded to inspect the insides of the device with the special toolkit that I have brought with me here. Maybe some cords or crevices got clogged up with dust. Everything seems to be intact and nothing is damaged, so maybe it's all the output system's fault. So, how is it? For the time being, I don't see anything wrong with the main unit. Maybe some of the output parts have failed, but we also need to see how the headgear itself is working. Thank you so very much in advance. If the problem lies in some of the replaceable parts of the device, you can easily replace it yourself without the need of having to send it for repairs. That is because nowadays the VR devices are built in a very customer-friendly way, so that some basic maintenance can be easily done without any specialized knowledge on your end. However, if the problem lies somewhere on the software side of the device, then I guess there is nothing that can be done here about it. If the software parts of the headgear are broken or are malfunctioning, it is going to be much easier and faster to just replace the device altogether rather than trying to repair it. On the hardware side of things, there does not seem to be any form of external damage, but can we try to switch it on with the spare parts that I have brought with me? Maybe when we will be able to see what seems to be wrong. Sure, it's fine with me. Those parts are mostly unused, and judging by the way in which you were disappearing, it will surely be some sort of an error or damage on the output part. But if that does not work, then the problem surely must lie on the helmet part. Incidentally, how old is this device of yours, Sega-san? When did you bought it? It was a couple of years ago. About 2 or 3. I think. I wonder if you would still be able to repair it with the insurance if it was not all that long ago. If the insurance is still applicable here, even though it will surely take a lot of time, it is better to send the device for the repairs there. That way you can be sure that it is going to be repaired the right way. Not to mention that if it is some sort of internal error or damage, there is nothing I can do here about it. What's wrong? This is. You see, the thing is, if I just let the honored guest waiting in the waiting room all the time, Senne-san is going to get angry with me. Yes, she would definitely get angry. So, you see, here's the thing. Sega-san kept on opening and closing her mouth for a while there, as if she was struggling with saying something. Could it be that she could not bring herself to draw the words out of her mouth? She then turned her head away and started to stare into the floor for a moment or two. But then she nodded her head and looked me straight in the eyes, apparently making a resolve of some kind. She then opened her mouth. My room. Let's go to my room. Right this way. Huh? Whatever should I do in this situation? I murmured those words under my nose unintentionally, but there was no response coming from Sega-san. But it was hardly any surprise here, since right now Sega-san was in the middle of the full dive and would not wake up for at least 3 more minutes. I mean, come on, was it always taking that long to log into a full dive VR game? From my experience it should take less than a minute. But in this case, first about 1.5 minutes passed without trouble and now we were slowly approaching the 3 minutes mark. But at the same time, if we pass the mark of 5 minutes, this means that there is surely something wrong with the device itself, so it will be qualified for the specialized repairs. With a delayed response like that, even the simplest of games would be simply unplayable, not to mention the ones based on PvP or demanding split-second decision-making. Now then, there are no chairs in this room, and in the same fashion, there is no bed here. It was only a given, seeing that it was a Japanese-styled room with the floor laid with tatami mats. I had no idea that the concepts of high school girl, Japanese style and high-tech could coexist so well in a single room like that. But no, seriously, just what am I going to do in here? Just what am I going to do here while Sega-san is taking care of her business in the VR world? For now, I just sit on the tatami floor in the upright position, not daring to move even an inch. Man, I'm so bored. Right about now Sega-san is right in front of me, unaware of anything happening around here since she is logged into the VR world. And while I do not think that this is some seriously cliched R18 situation here, if I take a wrong action here it might actually turn into something resembling softcore R18 situation. Honestly, I would like to return to that waiting room and wait there for the results. The tension here and the stress in literally killing me right now. And now what do? Oh, I can see that there is some dust gathering in the corner of Sega-san's eye. Phew. I guess the only one with enough guts to actually make a move here in this situation would be a dating sim protagonist. If this was a game, right about now I would be trying to get closer to Sega-san. Our hands would accidentally touch. Sega-san would wake up at that exact moment to scream upon seeing what I was trying to do here, and I would have been kicked out of here faster than I could have explained what I was trying to do. In other words, the correct answer in this exact situation is to continue doing what I was doing, sitting upright. This is the fastest and the best solution, right? Chapter 309, A Maiden Like No Other, A Loser Like No Other Part 1. Gee, good morning, I guess. Sure thing, good morning. So, how was it? Noticed anything different? Sega-san eventually woke up, and before she got to answer my question she took a moment to set her clothes straight, since they got a little bit messy with her laying down for those couple of minutes before our conversation picked up again. This was one awkward of a pause to be had in a situation like that. Yes, actually, there was a change this time around. I got to log into the game, but right after that I got a message saying that something seems to be wrong with my system and that I should log out immediately. Ah, I see, I get it. If a message like that popped up, this means more or less that the fault is not on the output system's side. So unfortunately, it looks like you will need to send it for repairs. There is no way to avoid it. I guess that you are right. In that case, I guess I am going to take you up on your offer and borrow your console, says Sega-san while bowing her head towards me on the futon. By the way, that futon of hers looked as though it would be way softer and more comfy than my own bed. As I was saying, it is not all that big of a deal for me, so I get up on my feet while waving my hand in a nonchalant way. But just then, I felt as though a huge electric shock got sent throughout my legs. Haizutom-kun, are you Alri, Kaya? I was literally this close to losing my balance and falling to the ground due to the sudden numbness that spread over my legs, but fortunately I managed to maintain my balance and prevent myself from falling over. However, thinking I would fall over, Sega-san stood up in a hurry trying to help me, but she happened to step on the hem of her own kimono, which caused her to trip and fall over forward! Ogubue. This whole situation happened to result in Sega-san headbutting me right in the abdomen, and since Sega-san's moves were accelerated due to the inertia and momentum of her fall, it was a way stronger headbutt than you would think! Oh shit, not good. At this rate I am going to throw up the entirety of the breakfast that I have eaten before coming here, since I was barely able to stand at this point. This sudden attack was more than enough to drain all the strength that was left from my knees, causing them to give in. And as I was falling to the ground, Sega-san followed suit, brought down by the way in which her head was pulling her down. Oju-sama, there is something I would like to discuss with you regarding today's schedule. Please excuse me for a moment! No, please, wait a moment. No matter how you choose to look at it, it was a scene that was so cliched that it was almost unbelievable. Of course the maid would walk into the room at just the worst timing possible. Of course the two of us would fall right on top of one another mere seconds before said maid came here. And of course our current configuration would look as if I was pushing Sega-san down, with my knee in between her legs and all other stuff that usually follows such a scene. I somehow managed to suppress the urge to throw up my breakfast, but I did so by covering my mouth with my hand, so right now I was unable to speak up and clear the misunderstanding that was more than obvious here. And being in this kind of suggestive situation, even if Sega-san tried to cry out no, that's not what you think, it's not, she would have little to no persuasive power here. The sliding doors got closed in a hurry, and what follows after that is the prolonged period of a really awkward silence between Sega-san and I. For the time being, I managed to avoid the worst possible scenario of being thrown out after being accused of sexually assaulting my school colleague at her own house, but who would have thought that the hardest boss of the Sega Castle Keep would be none other than Sega herself? I am really, truly sorry for this. I don't even know how to apologize to you enough. I mean, it was an accident, so there is no helping it, right? Besides, since it was an accident, it is not your fault in any way, Sega-san. So there's no need for you to apologize. Rather, I should be the one who. Look, it really is okay. Right now Sega-san was kneeling on the floor, her head touching the ground and her hands placed in front of her head. It was perhaps the cleanest and the most perfect example of doujutsu pose that I have ever seen in my entire life. Now, here's the funny thing about Japanese groveling, or perhaps its biggest mystery. Even though it was meant to show just how deeply you are sorry for your behavior, it was actually making the recipient feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. That is why I have told Sega-san that it was okay and that she should raise her head. If someone were to see a girl groveling in front of me, I would be the one who would suffer the consequences here. But I did not apologize nearly enough. No, look, I told you there is no need for apologizing. It was an accident, right? And to boot, the one that was my fault for not realizing that my legs were going numb. I should be the one to apologize here, since I did not pay attention to my body and put you in such a shameful situation. It would be good enough if we were to put this incident behind us as soon as possible. I don't want to hear something alongside the lines that she will no longer be able to get married because of an accident like that. Or rather, there are no cameras in this room, right? The whole Sega family won't barge in here in a second, demanding compensation, right? Anyways, are you ready to migrate your data for the time being? Or rather, will you be able to do it? This is I mean, I should be alright. One of the very first things that Iwamaki-san taught me about was the importance of always having your data backed up. I see. You're going to be alright with that task. Then, I guess that I should be on my way soon. Best not to overstay my welcome. It's not that I did not like this place, but I get a feeling that the Sega household has shaved off a huge portion of my mentality gauge. Honestly, I have not felt this much tension ever since I decided to do this time attack in Cosmos Buster with no continue option available to me. And to put things into perspective, we talk about a game where the last stage was fighting the last boss after doing a boss rush of all the previous boss enemies, but with way better stats. I don't need to say just how mentally taxing it was to do, especially with continues, right? Chapter 309 Part 2. Chapter 309, A Maiden Like No Other, A Loser Like No Other Part 2. There were no supply boxes in the area, but the endless swarms of the small fries was taking care of it no problem. But even so, I remember that the last stage was giving me so much problems that I was even starting to have a huge headache because of it. Finally, support carpet bombing proved to be the best kind of solution. Small fries and friendly NPCs, allies and enemies alike, all ripped to shreds and torn to pieces, but this got the job done. I won. But at what cost? Can you even imagine the taste of such a victory? About that. At least let me guide you back to the front door. The long pause that Sega-san made before saying that told me that she must have felt conflicted about doing that in the first place. And in the face of such a fierce resolve coming from her, I had no other choice but to accept that resolve of hers. All right, then. Oh. And could you log in tonight? I would like to make some preparations before actually going to the new continent, and I thought that you could help me with that. Why yes, I'm free. With pleasure. Well, a part of me was glad that Sega-san would be able to play with me again, but also some part of me was actually expecting that she would have time and have actually nothing better to do. I guess we are pretty similar in that regard. There are times when I think that most important skill a gamer must have is the ability to make some time in order to actually play games. No matter if it's the strongest fighter in Crap Online or the most versatile pilot in Nephilim Hollow, if you do not make time to actually play those games, you will never get good at them. And according to breaking news that Rust delivered to me, more and more players in Nephilim Hollow are getting into accidents because of overloading boosters in their frames. I know that this game is full of stuff and tryhards who push their machines to the absolute limits, but what could possibly be the cause here? Did something like that really happen just now? Because for it certainly felt like something taken straight out of a wild fantasy. She even pinched her own cheeks many times just to make sure about that, and now they were all red and swollen as a result. But was it really from pain alone? Because if indeed so, why was her other cheek, the one that was not pinched, so painfully hot as well? For something like this to happen, although it was purely by accident, it cannot be denied that the two of them happened to be in a situation taken straight out of some adult video game. And it was that fact alone that was causing Rez's cheeks to burn so much right now. True, it was really unfortunate that her Trust VR device broke down all of a sudden like that. However, maybe it was actually something really fortunate disguised as a misfortune, so maybe she should actually be grateful for this sudden malfunction to have occurred. Trying to regain her composure, Rez started to get back into her room, unknowingly skipping on her way there. Even though those were the corridors she was so accustomed to, for Rez they seemed magical right about now, with red carpet on the floor and warm aura all around her. There was also one more misunderstanding that Akura made when he came here. No matter how wealth and estimated the Sega family may be, there was no way that Rez would wear a kimono on a daily basis at home. In other words, she dressed up for the occasion so that she could specifically appeal to him. But right now, she was about to get changed into her normal everyday attire and get ready for the night login. But as she was passing one of many sliding doors around the house, one of them opened quietly. Why yes? What is it, Sunne-san? I just talked to Momo and I have heard something really interesting. When it comes to her elder sister, Rez really pitied her. She understood that Momo really wanted to defeat Knight Prololican. However, these days her login rate was simply being too high for a working member of society. What's more, she even took a paid leave from work just so that she could train and organize things even more than ever before. Ray even heard from some members of former Black Wolves that Momo was logged in almost every single day nowadays, and during weekends and holidays she would hardly even log out. But it was then that a single question managed to throw Ray off her balance. "Ray, are you perhaps interested in that boy from today? WH, wah, 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 wah. I mean, I was wondering about that ever since I have heard that you have invited that boy into your room. That's not. I mean, it's not like, it's okay Ray. But listen up here. When it comes to women of Sega family, we have always been a little bit, should I say a little slow when it comes to romance? Even I'm no exception here. You know about that as well, do you? Sen says that, but even though she thinks that Ro is slow at romance, she had no idea that her little sister has been in love for almost 3 years now. If she knew about that, she would not be speaking in such a preachy tone right now. So it could be said that this talk was going to be yet another misfortune of today. That is why, Ray, since you have your whole life ahead of you, let me give you some advice. Alright. However, when it comes to advice giving, it was true that Sen had more experience in that regard, even by only the virtue of being older. So Ray thought that she might play along for now, and that there would be no harm in listening to her sister's words for a little bit. However, once Sen opened her mouth, the words that came out if it caused Ray to completely lose interest. Let's start with some birds and bees. Right, please excuse me for now. Ray. Wait, Ray, please get back here. After all, the women of Sega family. Why is it that when they choose to speak or act, they can only do so in absolute extremes? Is this a curse or something? It must be, right? Hey there, Norman-kun. So, is the prototype ready? Oh, Sanraku-san. Why yes. About that. With the support of all the resources available to the Golden Scale Company, we have managed to accomplish the installation of the various items you asked us to do. Good enough. Yeah, this looks wonderful. I think so too, and I did not expect that my dream would be getting close to being granted because something quite like that. I am truly grateful to you, Sanraku-san. What? It's only natural. You help me and I help you. That's the basic rules of doing business, right? Oh yeah. I also happened to come up with the proper name for this thing. Who? And what is that name, if you don't mind me asking? It's a name that combines the name of the heroine of the ancient legends, as well as some very faithful although demonic dog. Yes, its name is, and that name is, Brynhild Baskerville, or you know what? No, let's not call it that way. Just Brynhild should be fine. Chapter 310, Departure for Poaching. That is why I like it. Abduction, Part 1. A special pioneer-only new continent research vessel. The name itself might be pretty imposing and overbearing, but it ultimately boils down to being a giant ship similar in design to a long and luxurious cruise liner from the real world. It was a joint project that only became possible to finalize thanks to the effort of the players and NPCs alike, as well as combining 3 basic components: a little bit of magic, a little bit of modern-day engineering and a little bit of medieval technology. And right now there was no longer only one of those new continent research vessels, there were actually 3 more. The first and the original research vessel was named Traveling Discovery. It crossed the sea earlier than the rest of the ships, and its cruise turned out to be an astounding success. The 3 younger ships were named Bellamoris, Libiosnu and Zuizui, and as of not too long ago, they were all fully operational. I must say that the events of last night were simply amazing. I got front row seat when it comes to watching both Akatsu Akane and Rei struggle against various tough opponents here in Rabbit's Coliseum. What started as a series of innocent matches soon turned into a fierce competition to see who would be able to defeat more opponents. Not to mention that the enemies were severely more dangerous than the ones I had to fight, so it was a true feast for the eyes. But because of that I knew that Rei would be ready for the challenges of the new continent. The final opponent in Akatsu Akane's case turned out to be a monster called Duravulcanrix, a huge dinosaur-type monster that was completely covered in bright red flames. According to Wysash's explanation, it is a monster that is one of the ancient races that should now be mainly extinct, but that fact was making its setting even more exciting. However, since its stats must have been set relatively high, Akatsu Akane was having a really hard time against it. As for Ray, her final opponent was not a dinosaur, but a giant, majestic-looking lion. Its mane was jet black in color and its body was covered in bluish thunder. The name of this lion was Leonemrix. As expected of such a majestic-looking monstrosity, its lore and setting were also top tier and nothing to scoff at. It was supposed to be a king of all monsters, something that would reign supreme on top of the food chain and do not cower from danger of combat, something that would set it more or less on an equal footing with Niprololican. It also possessed a special skill that allowed it to leave a trail of electricity behind its body, which was making moving around the battlefield increasingly more difficult. I'd say it would be on the same level of trouble to fight as Atlantic Reaper Orca, if not even higher. I mean, that lion bastard was a true piece of work. Even though it was fighting Ray all the time, it kept on glancing towards me, and once it managed to kill Ray, it jumped right at me without a moment's warning. If it was not for the fact that Ray managed to respawn in time and aid me in fighting for my dear life, I surely would have been killed there, probably about 4 or more times or so. Both of those enemies were defeated many times, so after we got the hang of it, it was time for strategy meeting and coming up with various plans for fighting those monsters effectively and how we could make easy and short work of them. It was actually pretty entertaining, thinking about different scenarios and coming up with different solutions. Yo, what's up? I have come to see you off, so I hope that you don't mind me sticking around for a little bit. Oh my, come on now. As if the biggest troublemakers of our little happy family needed such a thing as sending off. On this particular day, there would be a 4th ship that would set sail from this harbor and go on a voyage towards the new continent. The 4th ship here was called Tia's Celestial and it was a joint effort of 3 guilds, Wolfgang, Library and Black Wolves, but this 4th ship was much smaller and less grandiose, mainly because its destiny was slightly different. This ship was supposed to carry a group of players from all 3 guilds and take them towards the underwater city Leulilus, where a new group of challengers were supposed to take on Cutanid of the Abyss. As part of going the unique Scenario X, people stare into the abyss, the world turns around. But contrary to the methods described in the World Truth book that I disclosed to the library and the way in which I managed to trigger this unique Scenario X, their way of starting it would be substantially different here. It is not the Punching the Apostle of the Abyss unique quest, but rather another unique quest, Fearless Fishing Expedition. In a nutshell, it is a quest that is supposed to bring you over to the underwater city Leulilus, but in much more ominous and less subtle way. It is full of death flags such as, oh look, the weather is starting to go bad. But don't mind that, let's go fishing. If everything goes according to the script, you will end up meeting the ghost ship, yet another death flag. And the rest you are all too well familiar with. A 7 days trip, huh? So, how was it down there? Did you have any time to spare or to take a break? With so many people, give me a break. With a group this large and legions of monsters spawning day in and day out without a break, there was no free time down there to speak of. I asked that question to Pensilgton in order so I could verify if by any chance they happened to run into a squad full of Atlantic Reaper Orcas and experienced true hell for themselves out there. Oh well, not this time around. But there will surely be another chances. I see. But since you have the strategy book on you, was it of any help down there? Did it help you to narrow down your options and strategies? Somewhat, but that's not where the real problem lies. It would have been nice if this battle was like the one with Gravekeeper Wiseman, where you go in the dungeon and you are delivered straight into the boss battle. Cutanid per se is not that difficult of a battle, but the problem here is the materials, items and weapons. We actually burn through them in no time. How did you manage to do this? Yeah, when it comes to equipment durability it is really hard of a dungeon, but what about the boss battle itself? 8 people should be more than enough to clear it no problem. right? Chapter 310, Departure for Poaching. That is why I like it. Abduction, Part 2. I mean, yeah, as long as you possess a tactical war beast and a skill that can act like Res Armageddon, it should be pretty much smooth sailing. And if you do not possess any of those, well, I imagine it is going to be quite a grueling battle indeed. Let's not forget Takatsu Akane here. He is also pretty dangerous, when the circumstances are right, that is. His dragon's breath is quite lethal, and it can cover a wide area, not to mention shooting forward for quite a distance. You would be surprised just how useful it can be, although it all depends on the overall HP and MP capacity. It is true, Dragon's Breath is a very versatile ability that under a right set of circumstances can cover the whole enemy's body or even a group of enemies on fire. Also, it can apparently be used while on the move, so combining it with Ninja's mobility is a match made in heaven. So, if it is all like that, then why the look of a dead fish? He was apparently forced to play all night long without rest, doing some sort of a quest with certain someone. You know, because the Cutanid of the Abyss battle takes 7 days and nights to finish, so they would be unable to do other stuff for that period of time. I honestly thought that I was going to drop dead on the spot from exhaustion there. By the way, it seems that aside from his Wolfgang responsibilities, Katsu was also playing with that person and was helping her get stronger, which was also coming at the cost of him looking more and more tired as the days were passing by. And you keep on wondering why it is a common sense to not make an already strong boss character even stronger? Oh well, enjoy the sightseeing trip. Sure thing. But just you watch. We are going to clear it all in one fell swoop. Could you please stop doing that? Cheeky lines like that are only awesome when you are a unique character who says them out of their own free will, not because they were forced to do so. Yes, that's right. How did I know that you were going to say something like that? Since the players Pensilgton and Katsu would be taking to Lulalas were not told what they are going to be going up against in there, all the participants were walking around harbor, enjoying some friendly chat and making some last-minute preparations. But even amongst all those players, there was one group that was standing out way more than the rest of the players. Now that's a surprise. I thought that you of all people here would be getting on the ship heading towards the new continent. I still had some time to spare on my end, so I thought I might as well drop by and send you off. It was a person who was clearly standing out from all the rest, both in terms of looks and aura surrounding it. Yes, this surely must have been the professor, the biggest all brains in the entire library. Ara, you must be Sanraku-kun, right? I have heard stories about you from both Sega-san and my husband. My name is Massive Dynamite. I hope that the two of us can get along well. My name is Sanraku. Pleasure to be meeting with you as well. Muscles. I have always assumed that it would be some sort of a weak-looking science type kind of a player with a lab coat on his back and a pair of glasses. However, the one standing before me had a form of a professional bodybuilder, with muscles so bulgy that I was shocked that they did not start popping one after another. If there ever was some sort of saying that players would adapt as their personal quotes, I believe that for this player it would have been, "Strength is justice." He also looked like a tank, warrior hybrid, with a form that was even more imposing than that of Rez. At the same time, his voice was calm and composed, like of someone who experienced a whole lot of things in his life. That aura of experience combined with his short blonde hair and sculpture-like facial features were giving him a true vibe of the academic, unlike a certain magical girl wannabe I know. This here fine lady is my wife. She is the member of the Black Wolves. No, that's not it. I guess they go by Black Sword from now on. Yufufu. When I heard from Resan that Cutanid of the Abyss is a unique monster that is crazy strong, I simply could not contain my curiosity. You see. Now, won't you look at that? The professor's wife surely must be in her 50s or even 60s, but for some reason I can feel the same youthful aura that I could feel from Akatsu Akane. However, it was a pretty grotesque sight to see a pretty lady accompanied by the mountain of muscles who looks as though would have no problem with swinging a two-handed sword with one hand and cleaving a horse in half with ease. But I must say here, talk about a dream team here. But it should be no surprise, since the presence of black wolves guarantees nothing less but top quality. And you are right in thinking that. For you this whole voyage may not amount to much, but for us first-timers, the decisive battle with Cutanid of the Abyss is the event that holds a great amount of significance. Saying that, the professor looked towards the harbor, where you could see the 3 vessels that were going to the new continent. Then, he completely changed subjects and said something that was completely out of the blue. The way I see it, I would say that the decisive battle with Sky Ruler Seagrim is a long way off. And what makes you say that, pray tell? It makes sense when you think about it, right? The conditions for this particular unique scenario should consist of killing 5. No, I guess one of them is already dead, so that would make 4 dragons, or taking down Seagrim itself. But the golden dragon is nowhere to be found at this point in time, and the 5 dragons are most probably scattered all throughout the new continent. So that makes it quite clear that at least one condition for clearing this quest involves going to the new continent and traversing it entirely. And now it is widely known that the players have come into contact with at least 2 dragons. The green one, it was in the Elven Forest, right? Some player accompanied the elves and stumbled upon the green dragon. And then there was also a black dragon who decimated the forward bases in the new continent. In other words, my dear Sanraku-kun, what he's trying to say here is that unlike Gravekeeper Wisman and Cutanid of the Abyss, the unique scenario X of Seagrim is more closely connected to the world quest. And the conclusion that can be drawn from it is that, unlike those previous quests that were more like side quests to begin with, this one is a longer, main one, in which a bigger amount of players can be involved at the same time. Splendid answer, a perfect score. I would give you a flower stamp if I actually had one on me here. Right about now, the professor's face was showing a bright smile. It was the face of an educator who managed to guide her students towards figuring out the answer to a difficult question without actually having to handing out the answer on the silver platter. It would have been a very pleasing expression if only it was not plastered onto a walking mountain of muscles like that. Chapter 311, Big Burning Build Part 1. The captain of the Sirius Terrestrial was an experienced sailor who was dripping with aura of confidence. He also looked like someone who was paid a hefty amount of money to make that voyage happen. But anyways, once the boat had set sail, I decided to go back to Rabbits first, and then pay a visit to the mansion in which the Saint Chan was currently staying at. I feel like the only times when I turn into a female nowadays is when I need to deal with humans. I know that the only reason I am doing this right now is because Josette asked me to, but I wonder if there could possibly be some other reason behind it. But anyways, this is a job, and while on the job, it is important to not let your personal feelings make decisions. Sanroko-san, your head is wobbling way more than I would have liked it to. Shut up. Blame my current skeleton for such stupid problems. Now, Emule. Muffler mode, if you please. Yes, sir. I mean, yes, mom. Now, then. I know that the job that I got as an Avenger is a sort of a black market one, so I wonder if the ID card that the master of the bar gave to me is going to be proof enough here? Yes, if you show this card with this particular emblem before entering the ship, you are going to be let in on board no problem. All right, now we're talking. Miss Pioneer, you are in the presence of the saint. Please refrain from speaking in such a vulgar manner. Please, Josette. Leave it at that. I do not really mind. Yes, mom. As you wish. It was yet again all about the role play here. I cannot allow myself to be my usual self, or I would not be able to predict what exactly would have happened. Well, every time I tend to role play I just go with the flow of the conversation, not really thinking all that much about what to say or how to behave. It just comes naturally here. I then look away from Josette, who seemed to be elated by the fact that Saint Chan spoke to her directly. I cast my gaze towards the item I have received from the Saint Chan, an item called Shubal Emblem. Is it just me, or is there an awfully lot of items designed after birds in this game? Well, I guess that's what you get from wearing a bird head mask all the time. Even if there is no one around, you just start to see connections and patterns where they do not belong. But still, Not that very convincing of an argument here. Oh well, best not to think about it too much. It is something that I cannot accept quite openly here, but this kingdom tends to tolerate the existence of the Avengers. So, you do not really want them here, but they are a necessary evil that has its uses from time to time? Yes, that is exactly right. I knew that Josette right about now was giving me the sting eye, but I decided to continue the role play here. So I turned toward the Saint Chan and asked her to tell me more about it, with as much details as possible. The setup of this incoming quest. I want to know as much as possible about both escorting and protecting His Majesty the King. The main objective, that is the escorting and protecting His Majesty on his journey, stays largely the same. However, I regret to inform you that there has been a need to put some changes to the schedule. And what do you mean by that? We have received information that the first princess of the royal family is going to accompany His Majesty in his journey. And there is no easy way for me to say this, but I do believe that the first prince and the first princess are on not very good terms with one another. I expect that they are going to only add to my list of responsibilities during this quest, but I guess it is something that cannot really be avoided here. But they better have some appropriate compensation ready for me for this. We are going to mobilize more people on our end as well, but can I ask you to protect not only His Majesty the King, but also the first princess as well? I knew it was coming, but I guess since it is the saint that is asking for my help, I'm in no condition to refuse, aren't I? But I have one condition. I could hear Josette's eyebrows twitch loudly. Could it be that she thought that such a role was not suited for me? You know, I kind of get it, but you don't have to be so hostile about it. All right, let's listen to it. I will be honest here and tell you straightforwardly. I would like to take some friends with me to accompany me in this mission. Actually, the confirmation of this matter or a lack of thereof is of no importance to me. But I need to make sure that no one is going to attack Emule on the spot, especially since there will be a hefty amount of players involved in this. But what is important here is the way in which the other party is going to react to the rabbits-related topic. I see. But seeing as the two of you are always together, I had no intention of stopping you or limiting you in any way. I will tell Josette and all her people not to attack any additional passengers, even if they were to be a Vorpal bunny. Affirmative. At the same time, do you have any intel on particular 4 dragons, by any chance? I will see about that. According to their own role play, Josette and her followers salute and then leave the room one by one. Once the members of St. Shield's territory were gone, I waved my hand at the St. Chan and went on my way as well. All right then, let us go. We are going to board the Zui alongside some priests and other churches officials. And that is why we are in Rabbits right now. What about the new continent research vessel? No worries, I already got on board and went into my cabin, creating a save point on the bed there. Then we used the Emule warp to get here. I must admit, Emule one heck of a useful bunny. I thought that the first ever team to cross the ocean into the new continent was amazing, and that they created the save points somewhere out there once they reached their destination. But I don't see sea voyages beating fast traveling. Not in a million years. And here I wanted to enjoy that boat trip a little bit more. Rest assured, Emule, this trip is supposed to last for at least few days, so you are surely going to get tired of the rocking of the ship before long. But I mean, as long as Emule, or any of the Y-Sash's children are with me, I can pretty much fast travel all I want. All right then, since we are more or less free until we get to the new continent, we might as well do something else in the meantime to kill the time. It also seems that the way in which we got on board of the ship was through playing a stowaway. However, even though it was a nice way of getting things done, she also made a big mistake, because she happened to go on a different ship than we did, and she was very sad about this turn of events. But what came to me as even bigger of a surprise was the fact that the Akatsu Arcane plus Rust and Mold combo was on the other ship, heading into the new continent as well. I have no idea what those guys are usually up to when we are not playing together, but apparently they have received a quest from one of the NPC merchants to investigate the new continent. That is why all of them were able to get on board without much of a problem. Chapter 311, Big Burning Build Part 2. After all, The number of players passing as stowaways is quite large indeed. That being said, if you are found by the ship's crew you will be thrown into the brig at the bottom of the ship. But since you will be arriving in the new continent just like you intended, suffering through some karma loss here is actually a small price to pay. Thinking about it now, I got my boarding license thanks to the St. Chan recombination, so there must be some loopholes in the system that allow one to obtain the right to step on board besides the usual qualifications or lottery. But leaving loopholes aside for now, there is also an option of trying to play a stowaway, and I mean, with so many people playing this game, there must be endless other possibilities here. And there is also a probability that at least one person tried each option at least once. And that is why I need my gender to be back to normal here. So you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Yeah, sure. Sup, bitches. Guess who has come to play? Ah, there you are. Golden Scorpion Kun. Sorry to bother you. But do you think that you goober? Alright. Look what I have here. A quite nice souvenir, if I do say so myself. Hooray! It's Lapisteria Star Crystal. Who would have guessed? All right, shall we go to pay Break a visit? See how she's doing? When it comes to Bunny Court, there are two blacksmithing workshops there. One belongs to Wysash, and the other one is the one in which Break resides. Wysash's workshop is bland and uninteresting, to put it lightly. Or should I say that it's simple and sturdy design-wise? Now on the other hand, Break's workshop recently was undergoing quite the remodeling, mainly because of my efforts thus far. Oh, so you have come, huh? Take a look at that. It's the new type of furnace that was recently completed. Oh, that thing? It's quite impressive, but the 2 weeks worth of time is still yet to pass, right? Yes, that's right. But about that NGGGHHH, Break pointed somewhere at the corner of her workshop. Looking there, I could see Aramis laying flat on the ground, looking as though she was about to die from exhaustion. Sudden realization hits. Well, I guess that idiot over there helped me out quite a lot here, but because you guys take care of the field work for me, I can have more time perfecting my craft, and I am getting better and better at it with every passing day. I wonder, does that have anything to do with the quality of ore used in crafting items? Or maybe the difficulty of the items that were requested? Could the growth of one's craft be yet another hidden stat here? However, putting together a new furnace seems more like a construction job rather than blacksmithing work. Oh well, does it even matter right now? Lately, the good luck has been on my side, so it would be a sign of bad manner to actually doubt the good fortune that's been gracing me. As for the furnace itself, the ones that the blacksmith's been using in this game is similar in shape to the pizza oven from the modern times, but that's hardly a surprise seeing as most of the technology in this world is a reflection of the Middle Ages technology from the real world. But when it comes to Break's blacksmithing workshop, there is this one thing that stands out from all of the other tools and facilities: the strange operating table in the corner of the workshop, looking rather futuristic here. But once more I chose to ignore it for the time being, since the renewed furnace was the thing that would take priority. It looks like a reinforced drum, but the main difference from the normal furnace is that there is no place in this thing where you could feed it fuel. What's up with that? There is also one more thing that I think that you should know. You see, that guiding light that you have brought me. Well, to put it in terms that you can understand, it just keeps on burning and growing, and it never goes out. Long story short, it seems that if you leave the furnace on its own for too long, it may actually crumble from the inside from excessive amounts of heat being produced inside of it. That is why there was a need to reinforce it quite a bit, to prevent that from happening. It's not like I am interested in production aspects of this game of any sort, so vast majority of those information were actually going into my head one ear and going out another. But to my understanding there should be no issue with strengthening the Audiobook, thanks to the ridiculous amounts of high quality ore that I managed to procure thus far. With this, I do believe that I'll be able to show you the very best of my abilities. Even though it was only slightly above average in size, for my human avatar Sanroku the decaying light Audiobook was still the size of a large sword. You would think that there would be need for many materials to restore it, but apparently everything was already in place and there was no need for me to go hunt for more. Talk about convenient. Break then took Audiobook in her two hands and brandished it without any assistance. Then she placed the blade on top of the furnace as it was the most natural thing in the world to do. Finally, she procured a small red gem from somewhere, shifting it in her hands and taking a close look at it. Dance for me and burn to ashes. She threw it. She just threw the damn thing in there. Nice form. Very nice indeed. With a form like that, you could even aim at playing in some major leagues there, Missy. The moment Break throws the jewel inside of the new, reinforced furnace, there was a bright flash of light coming out from it, as well as a loud, almost monstrous roar of fire. By the way, looking directly at such powerful display could not possibly be good for your eyes. That is why I pitied Emule, who gazed upon such gross incandescence without averting his eyes even for a moment. As an obvious result, he was now in terrible agony because of that. Fabiach, my ears, my poor ears. It burns. Hey, wait a minute here. Break. Are you sure this is safe? Poor Emule looks about ready to kick the bucket here. This is nothing. We can go higher than that. Way higher. This is still lukewarm. More flame. More heat. No. 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 That's not what's important here right about now. You say it's lukewarm, but it is obviously blazing hot. I wager that if you were to put your hand near it, it is going to turn into a lump of charcoal of a well-done steak. Seriously, can't you see it? Chapter 312 Part 1. Chapter 312. At the Crossroads Leading to Great Success Part 1. When it comes to blacksmithing, it is a process that consists of 3 major steps: softening the steel that you want to turn into the weapon or armor, shaping it into the shape and size that you want it to be, and then cooling it. Of course, the whole process is more complicated than that, but those 3 processes are a bare minimum, an essential part. However, when it comes to bringing Audiobook back to its full glory and potential, the whole blacksmithing process is entirely different from what you would be used to at this point. Dance. Dance for me. Burning, then heating up some more. Break was constantly increasing the fire in the furnace, increasing the heat without end and letting the decayed blade burn right in the middle of the blazing inferno. The heat inside of the furnace was only increasing, not cooling down even for a moment. I was sure once the whole process is over, the furnace would be ruined from the excessive amounts of heat and that you would not be able to use it for anything else. It was honestly kind of crazy if you stop and think about it, just how rampant the flames were inside of that furnace. This blade is a flame incarnate. Now, the sleeping flame, the time has come for you to awaken. With this heat we feed you, burn away and cast aside the decayed steel and be reborn as you should be. Does that mean that the temperature is going to be increasing even more for a while now? Even though Break's workshop was looking more like the inside of the oven or a sauna right about now, really pushing the boundaries of what games would usually allow, she would still continue to add to the raging flames, increasing the heat and the light emanating from inside of the furnace. Apparently the current heat was not nearly enough for her. Break continues to feed the fuel to the flames, and they increase even further, roaring and dancing like mad demons. It was at that time that the amount of flames and heat being spewed by the furnace started to resemble that wave of heat blast that the Broccoli X was discharging. Incidentally, the mouth of the furnace was the only outlet through which the flames could escape from inside of it into the workshop, and poor Aramis was currently laying very close to it. At this rate, the poor kitty would most probably die, boiled alive by the ever-increasing temperature. Emule, it would be for the best if you would evacuate together with Aramis for the time being. Come back here later, and bring as much water as you can with you. Roger that. It does bring shame to my heart, for myself having to be dragged away by a beautiful maiden. Making sure that both Emile and Aramis successfully evacuated from the workshop, I closed the door behind them and moved towards the back of the room. Meanwhile, the light filling the room was growing so bright that it was almost hard to see anything in here anymore. Break. I know that you want for the best in here, But if it starts to look as if your life is going to be in danger, I am going to drag you the fuck out of here, even if I have to do it using force. He. Don't you worry about me, lad. Just sit on your ass right there and enjoy the show. You have seen nothing yet. This level of heat is still not enough. The true show is only about to start. The flames, huh? Or no, the firepower. The firepower. Say, break. I have been wondering for a while now, but what exactly are those crystals you keep throwing into the furnace? Oh, this little thing? It's something that I had order made in Cat's area. You see, basically, it is portable magic stone that has the essence of fire sealed within it. So making long story short here, it is an item that tends to work just like a disposable magic scroll. Yes, an item that contains within itself a natural phenomenon that would not be able to occur naturally in any other way under certain circumstances, let loose and free upon destroying the case in which it was stored. A tool that would allow you to use magic even if you do not possess any aptitude for magic in the first place. So, in other words, you think that the magic power of those stones is going to be enough here? Will we get the effect we desire? NHMM? No. Of course it is not going to be enough. Those stones are no good. In fact, quite useless. They do not contain nearly enough firepower inside of them. So I'd wager that the heat is about to start decreasing soon at this rate. Wait, lad. What the hell do you think you're doing? If we need more firepower, then I think I have just the thing we need here. And all that possesses the power of fire inside of it. Amber crystals Luamamva. They look like your usual amber ore, but upon closer inspection, you can clearly see that they have something closed within itself. Now, you can tell what that thing is inside of them, right? This was the ore that was used in order to craft the Levin trigger, disaster hand. I'm holding on to one of them now, and you could clearly see that there were sparks of black thunder raging inside of the crystal. And as to where I happened to pick them up, of course it was the ore that was dug from the bowels of the crystal cliffs. Now, onto the crystal that was of importance to us here. It was bigger than the rest of them, and you could clearly see some semblance of fire being entrapped inside of it. Because up until this point in time I had no particular use for those amber ores. I just continued to store them inside of my inventory, without giving them that much of a thought to begin with. I had many of them, but upon closer inspection, this one seemed to be the most amazing of the whole bunch. Hopefully it will be of the outstanding quality here. Break. You might want to take a step or two away. I imagine that this is not going to be pretty. It seems that amber crystals Luamamva can have different effects closed inside of it, depending on the quality of the ore that you have managed to extract. If it is indeed so, then let us hope that I am not wrong in here and that this is going to give us the effect we desire here. Even though I was still inside of the blacksmith workshop that was starting to turn into the actual depths of hell, I close my eyes and conjure the image of the baseball stadium. Then, I recreate the moves I used to perform my best throws while playing for the championship title. This is the skill cultivated by the shitty games. Chapter 312 Part 2. Chapter 312. At the Crossroads Leading to Great Success Part 2. Here it goes. Dry ball, coming through. My hand makes a motion that my virtual muscles seem to remember all too well, and the amber crystal with the flames sealed inside the size of the golf ball is released from my hand at just the right time with just the right amount of both force and speed. Just like that, the amber crystal makes a straight line towards the bowels of the furnace, disappearing in the bright light and melting almost instantly in the heat. It was a wonderful throw on my end, one that you would most likely get a whole round of standing ovations. Near. In the next moment, the insides of the furnace that were all pure white from the increasing heat undergone a drastic change, changing its color from pure white to that of deep crimson. The bright red flames burst forth from the inside of the furnace, overflowing into the workshop. At that moment I reflexively jumped in front of Break, shielding her from the increasing heat. I felt as though my body was about to perish into fine pieces, so she would have been incinerated into fine dust for sure. In the next instant, all I could see was a blinding light, and then there was only darkness as far as I could see. Respawn. All right. I guess it was a good move on my side to make a save just in case once I got into the bunny court. Otherwise I would have been in some really deep shit. Sanraku-san, what was that loud noise just now? What happened? Explanations later. We must check on Break. Her safety comes first and foremost. Come on, guys. On a double. My fair lady may be in danger. I'm coming. My fair lady, I'm coming to save you now. Aramis started running, as if the wind itself was carrying her towards the Break's workshop. Needless to say, both Emil and I gave chase almost right away. That heat wave was truly powerful. I wonder if the workshop even managed to survive that blast just now? Maybe there won't actually be anything to return to? However, once we have arrived at our destination, we could see that the workshop was still standing, and the amount of light oozing out from it was once again back to normal. It was as if that light eruption did not even take place. For the time being, we can assume that Break is alive, but I wonder about her condition. It would really help me out a whole lot if Break was alive and untouched. Otherwise, if she happens to die on the spot or after a few days spent in agony, I might be subjected to execution for killing Wysash's child. Not that it would do anything to me, but still. Please Break, don't die on us now. Ooh, my fair lady. You are asleep. Here. This should wake you up. A kiss of true love, coming right up after my dead body, now drop dead. Agaoa, the strength of bunny legs is nothing to scoff at. Let me say that again here. The sheer strength of the kick just now was more than enough to send Aramis flying in the air. Aramis launched in the air and made a splendid arch, before eventually falling into my extended arms. At the same time, Emil helped Break to pull herself together. And you, lad, you are prohibited from adding anything into the furnace from now on, or you can only do so when I verify what the thing you wanted to put there is. No. You see, I was surprised, too. I had no idea that the heat would increase there by so much in such a short amount of time. Increase my ass. It did not increase. It straight up doubled on the spot. However, it was actually a good thing in the long run. I'd wager that it was more than enough to fully revive the decayed blade. Inside of the furnace was no longer burning and there was no more light coming out of it. It was actually as if there was nothing there in the first place. The only thing that was left there was one lonely sword, looking as though it absorbed all that heat and light into itself. But it also looked brand new, as if the flames and heat did not affect it in any way. At long last, this heroic weapon has finally managed to regain its true power and appearance, and thus the repair or Audiobook comes to a close. Ooh, it was the sword with the blade in the shape of a leaf, with additional veins of fire running all over it and pulsating as though it was alive. I tried to reach out my hand for it, and see just how it was going to feel. However, the blade seemed to be exceptionally light, and even though I made a few swings I could not actually feel the weight and power behind them at all. Swoosh! No way. The anvil, which should have been exceptionally sturdy and hard, melted away as if it was a block of cheese meeting the 1000-degree knife. And we talk about melting from just the heat alone. The blade itself was not even near the anvil itself. No, that's not right. That's not a blade at all. It's just a belly of this sword. You moron. Don't put this thing near my precious tools. And don't put it on the ground, either. You woo. I just noticed that the dropped blade started to melt the floor away, eating through it at tremendous speed. The blade itself also started to rapidly sink into the ground, so I grabbed it in a hurry and put it away in my inventory. But then again, I thought it might actually be a bad idea. So instead I put it back on the furnace. It was then that we could all let out a long sigh of relief. What kind of heat is this? Does that mean it assimilated the whole fire and heat from before? That it is all inside of it right now? Aramis muttered to herself while looking with round eyes at the sword-shaped hole in the floor. It might actually be a little bit too much for me to handle in that state. Since this is a fairly large sword, I can either use it for striking attacks, or for shielding myself from the enemy attacks. However, doing so would mean that I would often have to touch the sword myself. But if I were to do that, my hands might just burn away. But no, the other hand, melting my opponents away surely would be an effective way to fight. Just like I thought. Handling this thing without a proper sheath might actually be impossible. Now I see. It would certainly end in a disaster if I tried to put it in my inventory like that, but if we had a sheath that would contain its immense power, it would have been so much better. But that being said, is there even a sheath in this world that is able to handle a sword like that? And we have to take weight into consideration here. A sheath that is heavier than the actual sword would do us no good here. But judging from the look in Brake's eyes, this bunny who was way more than a mere master blacksmith might have actually come up with a solution to this problem already. While it is true that we have here the materials capable of withstanding this heat, it would do us no good simply to remodel the furnace into a sheath. However, there is magic in this world, so there might be a way to actually do this. And what do you have in mind? Ifure can help us with that, since she knows her way around water magic. We would also need lots of materials with water affinity. Strong water affinity. Rumble, 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 rumble. Aircraft carrier angler materials. Leftovers. Lots of materials made from those aircraft carrier-like monsters that the angler was carrying. Materials from the seafood emperor. Remaining materials from the Atlantic Reaper Orca. Remaining materials from the Arcturus Regilex, a whole lot of other marine-themed materials from Ululus. I smile widely while Brake looks at me and makes a loud sigh. Then I can see that my bird mask actually caught on fire and that its nose was about to fall off. For the time being, do you think you could repair my mask for me? Pleasure doing business with you, lad. The durability of this thing really is shit tier. Chapter 313 Part 1 Chapter 313, Just Leave It to Tiaz-sensei. Part 1 Little girl Tiaz-sensei. I have come here to consult you about something that is troubling me. Please don't take it personally, but I liked you better when you were a woman. Really? No problem. Just give me a moment and here. Holy Grail flash. Let me start over. Then, little girl Tiaz-sensei. I have come here to consult you about something that is troubling me. That's better. Definitely. Oh well, whatever you say, Tiaz-sensei. After that I have waited for a moment, before Tiaz-sensei showed me with her chin to take a seat right next to her at the bar's counter. And I did just that. Well then, now give me, not that, I mean, please give an apple parfait. What it is. Oh yes, that's right. On to the point. Sensei, is it possible for one to accept the quest that happens in the city that you are yet to visit personally? Of course you can. What is even with that question? Seriously? Is it not kinda weird? As far as accepting the quest goes, it is no problem at all. So there is no problem with that at all, huh? Not even with places on the other side of the map or in a different continent? I see, Fumu. But, is it not way too convenient even for the video game's standards? I started to dig through the literal mountain of sweetness that was the apple parfait, and Tiaz-sensei must have sensed that it was a good occasion to strengthen our teacher-student bond, for she started to give me some advice and explain some things. You see, it is basically like journeying from town to town. You can go straight from one town to another, but you can also do some side activities, like sightseeing and checking out the back alleys. Right? Now that you mention it, Sensei, it is indeed as you say, there is a system quite like that. Basically, in this game maps of the cities are like the branches of the trees. You have the main arteries that are the main streets and such, and you also have the side streets and alleyways that diverge from them and lead in the totally different directions, and that is not to mention the roads and alleyways that are not even displayed on the map. That being said, not all of those branching paths are easily accessible or safe to traverse. Some of them possess high-level monsters roaming the roads, and some of them even contain mini-bosses or genuine boss monsters that stand in the player's way. Take the Crystal Cliffs, for example. If you are able to traverse through them, they make for an excellent shortcut. However, in order to pass you need to be strong enough to take care of the crystal scorpions in the area, which are not the easiest of monsters out there to take care of. So if you wanted to pass safely, your only option would be to fly over the cliffs. But there is no way players can do that, right? So, since you came here to consult with me about this, do you have anywhere in particular that you want to go to? Oh, yeah, right. You see, There is this one monster in particular called Dominion Hornet that I want to hunt for. I need materials from it in order to strengthen my weapons. Yes, that's right. What I am currently doing right now is hunting for the ingredients and materials needed to strengthen my weapons. I have quite a few of them on me right now, but some of them only look dangerous, having no real threat behind them. Not to mention that some of those weapons had abysmally low durability, completely unsuited for the kinds of foes I am about to be fighting against in the not-too-distant future. One of such weapons for strengthening would be the mmorpg swords, who I believe have the potential to grow truly deadly. Maybe even so much that they would actually be able to take out a whole bunch of HP out of say the 100. Let's face it here. It is truly a miracle that for so long I have been able to get away with many dangerous situations thanks to the Duke's Serum Blade, simply because of its stats and reach as a great sword. And it is way too convenient to just keep hoping that this sword in particular is going to carry me even further than it already had. Such overconfidence and over-reliance will only get me killed one of these days. However, if I had something that supports my absolute avoidance build and would help me against tough opponents like Niprololican, then strengthening and reforming my current equipment becomes a matter of top priority. So far I have been strengthening my weapons little by little, but doing only things like that is not going to cut it in a long run. It was time for me to jump into the deep water of strengthening here and do some major remodeling if I was going to remain on top of my opponents. Master, could you please bring us a map here? As you wish. Please wait a moment. It should not take too long. I also learned something that I consider to be quite interesting. Apparently this here Mr. Dandy, the master and bartender of this Wandering Sword Cafe, is the one after whom every other shopkeeper of the Snake's Apple across every city takes their looks. It's the kind of detail that does not change anything, but for me it is really interesting piece of trivia. Also, you can get into this cafe from any Snake's Apple of your choice, since all of them are nothing more but a front for this place. The master bowed his head to us and withdrew to the back of the shop, where he remained for a moment or two. Then, after a while, he came back to us, holding a huge roll of parchment paper in his hands. On a side note, the way in which he went there and brought the map to us was very majestic and filled with grace. As it turned out, that piece of parchment he was carrying was a drawing illustrating the map of the entire continent. Once the map was spread out in front of us, Sensei tapped with their finger on a certain place on the map, and then began to trace her finger across the map's surface, stopping it when she reached a certain point. This here place is the well-known area where the Dominion Hornets tend to make their habitats. The magnanimous sanctuary. Tia-sama, please pardon my rudeness here, but when it comes to that place in particular, I am afraid that the conditions might be a little bit. For a few seconds, there was nothing but silence in the room. Then, Sensei's finger traces slightly back, to the place just before this whole magnanimous sanctuary. Sanctuary of the Unseen Clouds. Chapter 313, Just Leave It to Tiaz-sensei. Part 2. So how about right here? Yes, that's right. After all, this location is way better and more easily accessible. You just have to go to Third Room and traverse the ancient iron ruins. And why do I must make such a roundabout way through the ruins? Beg your pardon? What is even with that question? Should it not been obvious here? Because no matter how you look at it, that seems to be the quickest way towards my destination. At least in terms of raw distance. But why would I need any other reason there? So how about from here? With that being said, Tiaz-sensei pointed towards the Valley of the Lost Souls and started tracing with their finger on the map once more. All the way to here? Then I trace my own finger towards the Sanctuary of the Unseen Clouds. Then after a brief moment of silence I say those words. It would be much easier to just run through here. No, I know it's true that from the technical standpoint each and every map in this game is pretty large, so in terms of complexity going through the ancient ruins of the gods may be more time efficient here. But yeah, when it comes to Taz, even 1% probability means that something might as well be possible to pull off. And if something is possible, it also means that there are means of making it a reality. This place might be filled with vicious monsters, I'm aware of that. However, those are just simple monsters, things then can be beaten quite easily if you know what you are doing. And honestly, it is a whole lot easier and faster to beat a horde of small fries than fighting against a boss monster, which there should be none in this path, mind you. So what you are saying here is you are just going to slip past all of the small fries and just make a beeline towards the goal, right? Yeah, basically. And given the route and my current abilities and equipment, it should not be all that hard to pull off. No, I mean, well, nothing is all that hard if you happen to possess information about it prior to doing something. Could we actually consider the crystal scorpions and golden crystal scorpion to be one of such roadblocks that deny progress to the players? But they are not really boss character, aren't they? No matter how human beings try to struggle to change that fact, it is undeniable that RTA is the absolute limit of our abilities. That's right. I almost forgot about that. There is a question I have been meaning to ask. What happened to Ruthia-chan, the one who originally gave me the invitation to this place? This route can be the faster and more efficient one, indeed. But what to do? Ruthia is still on vacation. Vacation? No, let's not talk about it or think about it too much right now. It is not going to get us anywhere, either way. In some cases, revealing too much information about certain person or a subject carries the risk of becoming a true bomb if it is leaked into the general public. In the first place, the option of being able to become the Avenger class can be considered to be quite a bomb in and out of itself. But as far as I am aware of, the conditions of being presented with that opportunity is to show the adequate level of player skill to the bounty hunter, and there is most probably the condition of having your karma on a very specific level. However, if those conditions were to be released to the general public in a poor manner, it may as well affect the activities of the dress-up corps altogether. And normally I would not care about such a group all that much, but knowing that survival is part of that group, I would not like to rain on his parade and destroying his side activities. That's it. I know. How many days is it going to take you to get wherever it is that you are going on board of that ship? So, she is doing something else as in right about now? And why do I get a feeling that it is something to do with fighting me? Maybe some sort of preparations on her end? And a ship voyage that lasts for a few days. Oh yeah, that's right. Sensei, look what I have here. Those clothes that you are wearing are cute as they are, but how about trying some casual clothes on for a change? You might find the experience to be quite refreshing. All right, good, great. Right. Now say cheese. Foo-fa-foo. I can feel it. I can feel it overflowing within me. My girl power is skyrocketing inside of me like crazy right about now. As for what that particular item was, well, of course it was a salmon head. What else? Seeing the ancient ruins of the gods makes me feel all nostalgic, but now that I am so leveled up and have better equipment than at that time, there is no use for me to carry around the fishing rod and power level at that secret spot. In other words, my route in here is going to be short and fast, just the way I like it. But it's just that, unlike the Valley of Lost Souls or the Volcanic Lake, which are pretty straightforward areas without any branching paths or traps, this dungeon feels like a genuine maze here. All because this place used to be an artificially created object. So, what I am trying to say here is that going straight ahead is pretty much impossible in this place. Also, some areas of this place have collapsed or fell apart long ago, and in others there were those strange glowing plates. Could it be that they were yet another obstacle here? Or maybe a way to go straight? It also looks like the curse of Lucan does not work on the monster that are classified as era of the gods. Ah, so annoying. I crush the drone that charges straight at me with my Duxelim blade and turn the nearby corner, which turned out to be a dead end. So I retrace my steps back and go in the opposite direction. Oh, what's this? I pass the crack in the wall and I emerge in something that looks like a naturally formed atrium. And there was even a group of players there. If you wanted to go to the next town, the top layer of this dungeon was more than enough for that purpose. But the lower levels seem to yield better items and materials. It is because of that rule that the solo clear of this place was so easy. But, oh, and wouldn't you know, the foot of the person looking like a tank has slipped. Thank you for that. Don't mind if I take advantage of that. Whoa there, Mother did not teach you to watch out for incoming attacks when you are in the air with no foothold available? Now suffer the drop kick here. I knew it. Since the level of challenge here is so low, I can hardly ever feel any thrill from it all. In my case, low challenge means bad things, because I must make sure that the Vorpal soul parameter is always staying high, and if it decreases by any chance, I will have to go somewhere where I can fight strong enemies to replenish it all, which is going to be quite a hassle. Without a doubt, I knew it. The only way in which I can feel some thrill in here is to actually change this traverse into a speedrun or a time attack. Or maybe I should go through some more dangerous route. No, I may be used to dying to crystal scorpions, but who knows what monsters lurk in the depths of this place. I have no way of knowing, so for now I am going to just leave it at that. Chapter 314 Part 1 Chapter 314, Megaton Bracelet and a Certain Erotic Radish Part 1 Booting up lower back. This here thing was the dungeon boss of the ancient ruins of the Gods dungeon. Its name was the Ruin Keeper. Now, the name might suggest that it was something that was purely mechanical in nature, but in reality it was a hybrid of an old man combined with a strange kind of aircraft. Although the difference in our levels could not have been any more obvious, it was a fight that was slightly annoying. Mainly because of the nature of this monster. It was huge, but thanks to the aircraft parts it was pretty mobile, which made evading it slightly problematic on my end. It took some effort in dismantling the damned thing, but finally the pseudo-mechanical golem was defeated for good. As for the drop items, the only thing worth of notice here was the new material called the mossy iron plate. Of course, I had much better crafting materials available on me, but I decided to pick it up anyway. When you reach a high enough level, the gameplay basically becomes like that. You pick stuff up knowing full well that you are not going to use it, but you delude yourself that it might be useful to you in some way anyways. Besides, I had free space in my inventory anyways, so there was no harm in picking it up. Alright then, guess I am going to be on my way. Then, after all, this was not the purpose of my visit here. This place is only a checkpoint, and this boss encounter right now was merely a temporary stop at the road to my goal. The place that I am aiming for is the sanctuary of the unseen clouds that lies beyond this dungeon. However, there is something that I am curious about in here, so before proceeding forward it might be a good idea to go back for a little bit. The place where I went after exiting the ancient ruins of the gods was the sixth city on this continent, bearing a number 6 in its name, Sixburg. This was only a temporary stop, however, as once there I have used the magic scroll containing the teleportation spell that would allow me to go back to Rabbits. Once I was there I went to get a mule, who was currently munching on a carrot pie instead of the apple pie. Once I grabbed a mule, we used his teleportation magic to get back onto the new continent's research vessel that was already on its way in the middle of the ocean. Being able to utilize fast travel system to its fullest while ignoring any existing law of physics is a privilege that only video games can let you experience. Today you are going to be acting as Sanriku-san as well. Sanriku-san? I would normally continue to go through the iron ruins of the gods, but there was something I was curious about, so I went back to check on that. Normally I would have already thrown myself off the boat to reset my changed gender here, but since there were other people as well on the deck, I have decided to have a look around for the time being, to see what kind of place this ship actually was. New Continent Experimental Research Vessel. It may be named like that, but it was in fact nothing short of a luxurious line cruiser that the wealthiest people of the real world would not scoff at. Everything here was created as a combination of medieval and modern-day technology, and its engines were powered up by magic. There was also a hefty amount of technology from the era of the gods here. Since it was a vessel created for the sake of research, traveling to the new continent and transporting the players between the old and the new continents, it was also equipped with some amount of weapons, as well as small shop and workshops providing the basic services to all the players. A nice idea, since the cruise was to take at least a few days. By the way, I boarded the same ship as the emissaries from the church, and my private cabin was located one level below their suite. I won't lie, There was a weird sense of superiority in drinking fine wine while watching people below you struggle, even though the wine tasted like sour grape juice and you could not get drunk on it no matter how much of it you would consume. Map, where is this goddamned map? Is there even a Snake's Apple Cafe in a place like that? There it is. Imagine that. Who would have thought? These guys really thought about everything. I guess that the strengthening trip can be postponed for now. For now, let's go around the deck some more and explore. The voyage was supposed to take a few in-game days, and during that time the players are essentially cooped up in their cabins. It would have been different if I had someone else to talk to, but unfortunately all of my friends were assigned to different ships. I guess that being in the same guild does not guarantee you placement on the same ship, and I mean, it's not actually important on which of the ships they all are, but rather how Akatsu Akane, Rust and Mold managed to get on board of one to begin with. Then, does that mean that it is impossible to communicate with your guild mates when you are traveling the seas? The answer to that question is no. I must move very carefully here. There are a whole lot of players on the deck, and if I do not pay attention to the ticking timer, my clothes are going to turn into nothingness right in front of a huge crowd. Paying close attention to the time and changing my clothes to some cheap ones that I have bought en masse, I approach one of the sailors and ask him to fetch me 2 seagulls. Or at least I think that those birds are seagulls. Beer, get the hell away from me. You stinking beast. Ouch, 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 ouch. You idiot, stop squirming. Stop it. I'll give you a fish from Lulalis later, so bear with it for now. Pyre. Were those things really seagulls? Their cry seemed almost identical to that of that small delivery falcon from that time. Maybe the developers are not aware of that, but shouldn't different species of birds cry in a different way? Or maybe it will be fixed in some patch down the road? Oh well, it does not really matter as long as they manage to deliver the messages to both Ren and Akatsu Akane. I guess Rust and Mold can be excluded here, since they let us know that they would be doing some Nephilim Hollow for the duration of the voyage. Is there a place called Snake's Apple Cafe on the map of your respective ship? All right, now go and deliver those messages. Do a good job, and I will reward you with some delicious fishes. Pyre. Chapter 314, Megaton Bracelet and a Certain Erotic Radish Part 2. Apparently, sea bream was hard to eat even for a seagull. They managed to swallow them down, but only after a good moment, eating it piece by piece. I guess that for seagulls smaller, slender fish are better to eat. Nostalgic island-style diet, eating whatever you could find, not even caring about potential food poisoning and other stuff like that. Every single animal in this world needs to eat regularly if they want to survive, but humans are completely different. Humans can survive for days on bare minimum of food or a single mushroom lasting them for at least 4 days. It's survival games like that make you aware of all the bounties of the wilderness out there and how much of it humans have thrown away due to the evolutionary processes. Wow. What the hell? What is an octopus doing on the deck all of a sudden? Our leader got devoured by an octopus all of a sudden? Even though tentacle play is right down my alley, there is nothing erotic about this in here. For now, call some tanks. Let's hide behind them. It was something that could happen only inside of the game. But all of a sudden, one of the players who was fishing from the top of the ship's deck got a bite. However, instead of dragging the fish out of the water, he was the one who got dragged into the sea himself, alongside his finishing rod. Just then, a huge octopus-like monster emerged out of the water, throwing all of the players into a state of panic. Of course, the nobles NPCs from the upper decks only looked down with interest, laughing and pointing fingers towards the chaos-struck players. Way to kill the time, laughing at those inferior to you. Maybe it's just me, but is that octopus? No, that's impossible. It could not be. Maybe this thing is just emulating Cutenit? Yeah, that's a whole lot more probable. Yeah, especially since it was emitting me. Probably due to my carved wounds. Ooh, back so soon? Come here, little fella. Are you perhaps the one I sent Otre? Pyre. All right, here's a sea bream for you, little fella. Be sure to eat the eyes up. They are good for your health, after all. As for the reply itself, I see, I see. Oh, and wouldn't you know it? The seagull I sent to Akatsuakane is back as well. I was thinking that perhaps waiting for the response might take a while, since animals cannot fast travel, but apparently I was wrong here. Maybe the animals of this game are even more amazing than I would have thought. Foo. Great job, you guys. Really great job. Pia. Mew 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 mew. The two seagulls standing at my protruding arm were squealing out loud. The Vorpal bunny resting on my head was also squealing like mad. I wonder, should I actually join in on the unnatural chorus? Tekasuyu, 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 Tekasuyu. You are? What a demonic screeching is this? I would guess that this is a sonorous battle cry of a creature that is very slimy and has a whole lot of tentacles protruding from its face. That one reference might be something that not all that many people will be able to understand properly, but it is something that Hazuto Murakuro is proud of knowing all the same. Incidentally, while the octopus here was starting to overflow the boat with its tentacles, the sound of alarm was ringing louder and louder. Judging by the testimonies gathered from both Ren and Akatsuakane, it seems that the cafe is only present here on board of this ship. No other new continent research vessel seemed to have one. That is weird. What is even weirder is something I happened to learn from the Saint-chan herself a while ago, that out of all of the ships heading towards the new continent, only this ship would accommodate the high-ranking NPC beside the players, but that can at least be explained to a certain degree. I mean, if we take into account that there is someone of such a high social status that they are called king, it is not a surprise that there is actually a Sanksapple here. It's no surprise that there would be Avengers in here as well. Alright, since I am already here, I might as well say hello to the owner. Good manners never really hurt anyone before, right? I had no intention to disclose to the people that one of the bounty hunters was taking a vacation on board of the new continent research vessel, but I was personally curious for the reason. So I might as well find out about it all for myself. There was a familiar-looking leg equipment sticking out from the floor. The rest of the body was nowhere to be seen, submerged in the trapdoor leading to the underfloor storage. Struggle. I cast a short glance towards the owner of the Snake's Apple Cafe in hope of hearing some explanation here. However, the man only smiled bitterly and shook his head. On a side note, he looked a little bit younger than the rest of the owners around towns, so that could possibly put a wrench in the clone theory that I have conjured. But no explanation here. Oh man. Zwoosh! Exclamation mark. The legs suddenly started to thrash about, and I moved away to counter them, but unfortunately I have lost my balance and fell to the ground as a result, only doing a handstand at the last possible moment here. For some reason, right about now I was feeling really sad. So sad, in fact, that I have taken a screenshot of this provisional Ruthia-chan's butt before leaving this place. I wanted to have a talk with a bounty hunter, but I need their upper half, not the lower one. I mean, the erotic radish growing out of the floor sure looks nice. But of what use is it even to me? Just how and why did this even happen? Right about now I was feeling like Don Quixote upon realizing that the giant that I was going up against was in truth nothing but a windmill. I was so sad that in fact I took a screenshot of that Ruthia-chan like erotic radish and passed it on to survival, just for the heck of things. I am in deep sorrow right now, my dear Resonanti. And who is that Resonanti supposed to be? A donkey? I'm a Vorpal bunny, no matter how you look at it. Yes. Of course. Yes. Of course you are, without a shred of doubt. Let's just leave it at that for now and go back to the main subject at hand. Otherwise we won't get anywhere anytime soon. It is especially in times like this that you need to get moving and do things right. Otherwise you will just keep on putting it off and off without end. And the more you put something off, the less efficient that work is going to be in the end. Not to mention that it is going to feel to you as even bigger of a drag than it already is. So for now, let's push forward that weapon strengthening plan that I had in my mind for a while now. If that's the case here, then let us proceed forward. Onward to the Sanctuary of the Unseen Clouds. Chapter 315 Part 1. Chapter 315. A very lively B Part 1. When you start thinking about it, all of the areas here in Shanfro can be best described in idioms. and each type of the area or part of its name indicates the kind of monsters that may inhabit the area. Take the very first area, a forest. You may encounter there mainly animals and small monsters, such as goblins, snakes and bunnies. The same principle applies for every other area, indicating that every area on the map should possess at least some amount of unique enemies to it. Clouds flowing upstream. Yeah, it is truly unseen for the clouds to behave like that, so I guess that the name of this place is no lie. After all, the clouds in this place are located so low in altitude that it is simply unheard of. They hover just at the ground level, forming something of a thick blanket of sorts, almost reaching out to the waist of my Sanraku avatar. The stream of clouds here is seemingly endless, and it gives the impression as if the players are standing atop of the clouds high in the sky. It is a dream that every person on Earth must have had at least once in their life. The endless stream of clouds going as far as the horizon goes and as far as the eye can reach. It is clearly a magnificent sight, one that would serve as a great wallpaper. Especially that there are still rocks and trees sticking out of the ground here and there. Talk about a mysterious sight. At the very least, I do not need to worry about losing my footing here and falling all the way towards the ground. Right? This place gives off a feeling as if the lower portion of your field of view was blocked here. And it would surely be annoying and bothersome if there were enemies here that could take advantage of that characteristic and launch a surprise attacks on the players in here. And don't get me wrong, but are they really supposed to be in here? The Dominion Hornets, I mean. And according to the stories I have heard from T-as-sensei, it seems the Dominion Hornets are the monsters that travel and live in groups. So its ecology and lifestyle certainly is unique. But does that mean I'll have to worry about other monsters in here as well? Emule, you know what to do. Roger that. Mew 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 mew. Active sonar. Here is the thing about disposable magic scrolls. If your class is a mage, or you meet the requirements, you can memorize the spell and learn it after using the scroll once. And this is exactly what we did with Emule. The magic I once happened to use, he now memorized it. As such, we can proceed forward here without fear, for thanks to the enhancements to Emule's magic we have made him into a great danger detector. Like that, nothing that is hiding in the carpet of clouds is going to have a jump start at us. Beep beep beep. What is it, Emule? Is there an enemy nearby? There is one, but it seems to be afraid of you, Sanrako-san. It's running away instead of trying to engage. Well, it's hardly surprising, since no one wants to get slaughtered mercilessly by those whose level is way higher than your own. But, does that not mean that the Dominion Hornet is likely to get away from you as well? And if that happens, then what are we going to do? Then we are going to give chase. Of course, we came here for that particular enemy, and I am not simply going to let it get away from me. Even if it tries to hide in the trees, we are going to cut them all down if we must. Whatever it takes to get what we want. That's evil. That's pure evil, I tell you. Are you a demon, Sanrako-san? A demon in human clothing? You must be. And this is all without talking about my equipment popping off constantly, leaving me in nothing but my undies most of the time. Being in such a state, how was I even going to traverse through this area? Swim through the sea of clouds? Or no, maybe swimming here would be the better alternative? As for the monsters in this area, there seemed to be a whole lot of fish-like creatures here that were swimming through the clouds, but they never dared to approach us, instead opting to run away and keep a safe distance. This made our search here a little bit easier, for we only had to look for our giant hornets that were our original target in here. Ugh. I don't want my lower body to get wet because of all of those clouds in here. Well, as for me, there is no worry to get wet, so no worries here. Just do as you think it is best. After a brief moment of silence, I crouched down, submerging my body entirely in the sea of clouds, and I started to walk forward just like that, for about 30 meters or so before eventually standing right back up. If there was someone to witness the two of us right about now, they would have seen a sight most bizarre, a woman and a bunny emerging from the sea of clouds like from the Lake Corsi. Woman wet from head to toe and the bunny with its fur so thoroughly drenched that it looked more like a mouse than a bunny. I mean, I knew you would do it. I so knew that you were going to do it, Sanroko-san. Well, won't you look at that? I guess that our bond of friendship is so strong that we can pretty much predict our behavior at this point. And even though I pretty much expected it to happen, I could hardly even see anything while submerged in the sea of floating clouds. Thinking about it, the maximum visibility inside of this fluffy thicket must be even less than 1 meter ahead of you. I mean, I was not able to see my own fingertips once I extended my hand forward, so that it was the proof enough for me here. Normally it would have been quite a problem, but since I had Navigator here on my head, it was actually no problem at all. Sanroko-san. We may be in trouble. I sense a lot of enemies flying around us all of a sudden. All right. Good job there. Here they come. Before actually coming here we have conducted some tests to see exactly just how the active sonar tends to work, and the conclusion we have arrived at was that upon activation it was emitting the first 10-meter radius around the caster and detecting any life forms beyond that point. And since the overall range of the active sonar is about 30 meters, I would say that the distance between us and the enemy mob is about 20 meters. I would say that such distance gives us a hefty amount of time to prepare. Chapter 315 Part 2. Chapter 315. A Very Lively Bee Part 2. I crouch once more in the sea of clouds, but this time around I do it to such an extent that only my head is sticking out. And surely, upon surveilling the area, I could see some black grains approaching fast from the distance, clearly visible on the carpet of white and fluffy clouds. The way in which those things were moving was way too bizarre for simple birds, so I guess those things must be monsters. All right, Emule, get down on the ground and wait here for now. You're aiming for a surprise attack, is that right? Yeah. And I think that I can wipe them out before they will even know what hit them if I run with all of my might here. Say, Emule, are there any obstacles in particular in between us? Nope. It's a straight line from here, and as flat as you would expect it to be. All right. Now then, let's take care of some bees here, shall we? I equip the Levin trigger, disaster hand, and activate its effect by slamming my right thumb into my chest. I then assume the starting position while submerging completely into the sea of clouds and ready, set, go! Exclamation mark. You think that something like limited visibility would stop me from advancing here? There are those players out there who can perform RTA in full dive games even with their eyes being blindfolded. As for me, this level of obstructed visibility is nothing. It's a piece of cake. I would say while I'm in the overflow state, my sense of distance changes drastically. So in this obstructed environment I must be especially careful with my steps, because even the slightest mistake here might cause me to slip up on the empty space and make a few uncontrolled flips, as if slipping on a discarded banana peel. Needless to say, going into such violent and uncontrolled motion would end my life in about 2 seconds or even less. However, when you think about it, even airplanes can gracefully fly through the air, even though they are nothing more but one big lumps of steel. Heck, they can even maintain their balance there despite the air currents, which would normally make it impossible to stay on course in a steady position. I lean forward so much that it seems to me that I might fall to the ground any minute now, and I cut straight through the sea of clouds until I reach a point where I think it would be the most suitable to jump and attack my opponents. Then, at the same time as I jump out of hiding, I release the black thunder that is covering my entire body and return back to normal. The time spent in the overflow state was less than 10 seconds. So I should have not suffered any decrease in HP. So technically you could use it continuously for less than 10 seconds over and over again, but it's not all that effective. But short distances? That's another story. Monster panic. Surprise attack. Right now I feel like a shark that jumped out to the water only to grab a poor jock and drag him back into the ocean with me. Shame that my teeth are not as big and sharp. Speaking about materials here in Shanfro, I have encountered bees in this game before. It was at that time when I fought the Empire bees and used their materials to develop my lake daggers into Empire bee swords. Those were genuine bees. But now that I can see the Dominion hornet actually emerging right in front of me, I can see that it is more of a wasp rather than hornet. But I guess that's okay, since both hornets and wasps are pretty aggressive by nature and are kind of an assholes. Their specs might be all different, but honestly I can't feel that much of a threat coming from them. It's really strange. Eat this. Sudden assassin-like kill. I draw my Duke's Serum blade and brandish it in a splendid upwards arch, cutting through the belly of the Dominion Hornet and scoring a critical hit on that strike, which further increased the damage dealt to the monster. Apparently it was more than enough to eat through the Dominion Hornet's whole HP bar. That's the first one. I don't know exactly how many rare materials and what materials I might need for my strengthening. So for now I am going to haunt all the bees in here and I will kill every single last one of them. I don't really have to worry about being rough with them, so I can finally let loose and deal with them however I see fit. This awakens a strong fighting spirit inside of me. So I start slashing away with my sword with no reservations. The bee explodes in a myriad of polygons, and without waiting I switch to the other bee and then another one. It was then that I noticed that one of the Dominion Hornets started to act in a strange way. No, not bees. You guys are hornets. No, wait, that's not it, either. Even before coming in here for the first time, I made sure to collect some information about this place and the monsters that inhabit it. That is why I knew that there were not only bees in here. If it was just that, then there would be no problem here. But it was not like that. For example, think about what you do when you end up picking a fight with someone. You think that you can take them on, but all of a sudden your opponent turns out to be a whole lot stronger than you are. Usually, in such case, the most natural thing to do in a situation like that is to just run away. However, think about this. What to do when you as the weaker person try to escape from the stronger opponent, but you find yourself unable to do just that. It's really simple. You just have to make up for the lack of strength. And how do you do that? Of course that you do it with sheer numbers. Is that a whistle that you use to call your friends for backup? I can hear a mule's voice coming from behind my back as the ground starts to shake violently. Apparently a mule's sonar must have picked up something really big once it entered the sonar's range. Now I get it. This must be it. The giant mass of clouds that was making its way over here, and it was making that way really fast. Whoa there. So huge. What is this? A truck? No, it was not that. But this thing was certainly huge. So huge that when it was wriggling around like a snake and started to emerge from inside of the sea of clouds, it was effectively pushing the clouds away and to the sides. Could this be the rare enemy of this area? What is this thing's name? Cloud elephant, huh? I mean, sure, I'll take it on since I am virtually over level 100, but what about the Dominion Hornet? That's the thing I came here for in the first. Chapter 316 Part 1 Chapter 316 Impressive Giant Poor Elephant, except only at the end. Part 1 Cloud Diving Elephant. From the player's perspective, it could be said that it possesses the mimicry ability that lets it hide amongst the clouds, which means that it is different from all the other monsters out here. It can control the environment to some extent here. The elephant lets out a mighty roar and then its trunk starts to suck in the surrounding clouds from the ground, which makes the clouds disappear and makes the surrounding area more visible. Just like a water level in the water tank when you open the sluice gate. I see. So that was the reason why the bees were not trying to run away even though they were being slaughtered like that. They were still holding such an ace up their sleeves. A mule. Yes? What is it? Rejoice, my friend. I guess that there will be an occasion here to display my vorpal soul once more after all. Foo-fa-foo. Me as well. I'll show them the power of the new and improved me. Hishaya. A mule lets out a hiss that it was more suitable for a cat rather than a bunny. And then he hops back onto the top of my head, where he makes himself comfortable and combat ready. We both then look at the cloud diving elephant, who is still sucking in the clouds with its trunk. A mule, for now you wait. I will go on and attack this thing, trying to knock it off balance. Once it falls on its back, it's your turn. You go on and cast magic edge as much as possible. In that position it should not be able to dodge it in any way. I like the sound of that. Emil nodded his head, and it was about that same time that the cloud-diving elephant pointed its trunk at us and started to sprinkle the accumulated clouds from the inside of its trunk our way. For a monster of this size, it was surely a peculiar attack to have, so I guess instead of attacking directly, it was more like a big boss creating a smoke screen that would make it easier for its subordinates to do its dirty work for it. There you are. Really? I did not expect that attack to hit its mark like at all. With the cloud screen emitted by the cloud-diving elephant, the Dominion Hornets went on the offensive here, thinking that they would be able to ambush us thanks to the lowered visibility. But then, one of them met with the business end of Duke's Arum as I swung it in the general direction where they were coming from. The blade hit its mark and the Dominion Hornet was blown away. Oh, was that also a critical hit right there? That's nice and all, but for the time being it would be best to evacuate from this thing and come into the open. But there was also something else. For a moment now, I was feeling this strange kind of pressure all over my body. Oh wow, that was close. This is bad. Immule. Magic hedge. Just a second later, after I jumped to the side, a huge elephant leg came down onto the place where I was standing a moment ago. Unfortunately for the elephant, what was waiting for its leg was not me, but the magic edge that Immule released just now. Apparently, the vid stat of this elephant was set really high, for even though the magic edge connected with it, it did not seem to have caused it much damage. That being said, it is a magic attack, so it is not as though it was completely useless here. All right, Immule, brace yourself. That was just a trial. The really battle is about to start. Alright, I understand, but still, don't you need at least little bit of time for preparations and such? That's not a problem. I'm not as weak and careless to let a bunch of small fries get the better of me. Aren't you the same here, Immule? When it comes to that elephant, it seemed to have arrived extraordinarily fast on the battlefield once it was called by its allies, but aside from that, its own speed does not seem to be all that great. Additionally, you cannot really hope to run fast or be agile with a body and mass this huge. Rather, it would have been the epitome of a shitty game if a monster so huge was also agile beyond belief. That would have been an overkill. That is why I believe that the behavior pattern of cloud-diving elephants should be a whole lot closer to the way in which real elephants tend to act. Let's not forget what we have come here for. The materials. This elephant is just a punching bag standing in my way. At the same time, it seems that even more Dominion Hornets have arrived from somewhere else. Their movements were no well coordinated, and they were trying to gradually push us back towards the cloud screen created by the elephant. However, they seem to be misunderstanding something here. They may think that they are pressuring us and that they have the advantage here. However, what they are doing right now is simply grouping up, which will allow us to kill them all even more easily. Aura, out of the way. Out of my way. Insects. There is a thing that you lack in here, and that thing is stride. If you knew what is best for you here, you would adopt the hit and run tactics instead of pressing the attack constantly all the time. But hey, I appreciate the fact that you seem to be so eager to die. But anyways, when you are all lined up like that, you are just the easier targets for me. Now give me those sweet rare materials. Shame on you. You are the ones I am after here, not the elephant. I mean, I will kill the elephant as well, but later. It will have to wait patiently for its turn. That is why I keep on slashing through the Dominion Hornets for now, occasionally avoiding the stampede of the cloud-diving elephant. As long as this type of hunting game is on, it should be guaranteed that the Dominion Hornets should keep on coming here. I wish that other materials hunting would be so easy, or that the Night Prololocan would be like that cloud-diving elephant here. Then my life would have been so much easier here. It seems to me that there is a whole lot of them, but they will probably not spawn infinitely. I wonder if they are eventually going to back away when they realize that their trump card is not working here anymore. I am glad that the materials just keep on piling up, but if it is their only strategy to kill me, then this is going to become pretty much dull in no time. I have collected a hefty amount of materials here already, and I could leave at any moment if I wanted to. But truth to be told, I am yet to finish the main dish here. Are you ready to do this, Immule? I can feel that Immule patted my head twice. One time was for negation, So 2 times mean. How about we make some flashy actions, wrap it up and call it a day. 2 pats is the positive affirmation. With the immule turret sitting on my head, we finish the Dominion hornets around us and then we turn towards the only thing that was left in the vicinity. The cloud diving elephant. This actually reminds me of the bullfighting I once saw on TV. A piece of cloth. A piece of cloth? When I try to swing my star cloak like a piece of cloth, a matador would swing at the bull. It seems that even the hornet-summoned elephant realized that it was currently being ridiculed. It then let out a low drawl that might have very well been a war cry and started stampeding my way in a fit of rage. Great. This is going to do it just fine. Now I wonder, could it be that it actually has a grudge against me for killing the hornets? Or maybe it simply charges at me because it was taunted like that? Right now this elephant is charging straight at us, kicking the surrounding clouds away with little to no consideration for anything else around it. Hey, Emule. The trembling is really annoying, so pull yourself together and stop shaking! Exclamation mark. It was actually surprising just how calm I was in this situation. I did not think about the stampeding elephant, but the only thoughts on my mind were to forward flick Emule for distracting me. Just like that, the moment of collision was approaching fast. Chapter 316, Impressive Giant Paw Elephant, except only at the end. Part 2. It was also strange. I did not use any MP or magic in here, but for some reason I felt as though the world around me was all of a sudden coming to a stop. So I just take up the right pose for this situation. And wait, what would such a pose even look like here? Again? Let's see how will you like this. Full counter reflection. Right when we were about to collide, a circle of magic was deployed in between us and the cloud diving elephant, looking much like a mirror. There was nothing that cloud diving elephant could do here. Since it was stampeding at full speed here, it could not change its direction or come to a stop in such short notice. So it was only natural that it would crush head-on into the magic mirror. At that moment, there was a pleasant sound echoing throughout the area, the sound of something heavy crushing against the magic mirror. In the next moment, the 2 long fangs of the cloud diving elephant cracked and broke into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Look, we've got ourselves some ivory right here. Yes, that's great and all, but is it really something so important? Is it valuable, or going to be used for something? Don't sweat over the small details here. Nice. Very nice. Who would have thought that this spell could actually be so effective against power type of opponent? Now I was really glad that I have blown through all of that money to buy those magic spell tomes for Emule. The investment was already giving us profit here. Just as the name might suggest, the full counter-reflection spell that Emule learned recently is a spell that allows you to reflect the enemy's attack right back at them. It costs a shit ton of MP and the incantation is fairly long, but the effect of the activated spell is well worth the trouble. More specifically, the mirror absorbs the damage inflicted to itself and reflects the damage as magic damage onto the attacker. However, the damage reflected upon the enemy cannot exceed the certain amount that is calculated based on the caster's max MP and magic statistic. So obviously, the more MP and magic the caster has, the more deadly its effect is going to be. There is also the mirror effect. It may not amount to much, but the cloud diving elephant was rushing towards the enemy. It was sure it was there, but only ended up crushing into an obstacle. But because of that it did not hold back and was aiming for the kill, which proved to be its undoing. And with the Shanfro's excellent physics engine, when you collide head-on with something at full speed you can be damn sure that the damage would be huge. It was probably even multiplied here by a huge amount. So the elephant wanted to make a minced meat out of us, but it actually ended up mincing itself. Ha 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 ha. How does that feel, huh? How does that feel? It was actually an extra activity here, a bonus of sorts. But we have successfully managed to achieve what we have come here to do, and then even some more. All we needed to do now was to simply go back home. But it seems to me that those bees would not just let us go that easily. As the cloud diving elephant writhes in agony over its smashed face and crushed tusks, some Dominion hornets begin to gather around it. Then the hornets bore their needles and injected them into the elephant's body. No, not injected. This was not acupuncture here. This elephant was not being stabbed with those needles. Of course, the needles were not nearly long or powerful enough for the elephant to feel any pain from them. No, it was the act itself of getting stabbed that was actually the most painful of them all here. That is why it lets out a might roar and forces itself to stand up. I guess slaves and servants have it rough no matter where you go. It served its purpose. It worked itself to death and would now be thrown away. I know it's only a game and that preaching some good values to monsters would not amount to anything, but at that moment the only thing I could feel towards that elephant was pity. Sanraku-san, yeah, I know. We can give it a proper burial and mourn its death after we are done collecting the materials here. No, Sanraku-san, that's not about it. It's about, what's that? What the hell is, huh? The ground is shaking so much even though the cloud diving elephant is not moving any longer. An earthquake? That's funny. I could have sworn that the source of the tremors is actually getting closer and closer. See, could it be? Mom and Dad, I wonder, is that perhaps a coincidence? Or is it something that was inevitable? Those damned Dominion Hornets. They were hiding yet another trump card like that, huh? Both of them shouted out loud, their roars sending ripples throughout the sea of clouds here. Could it be that the death cry of their child brought the parents here? Maybe they loved it so much that they rushed in, thinking it could still be saved. No matter their reason, they were much bigger than that elephant I have faced just now. Their roars filled with myriad of emotion. They looked about ready to stampede us to death. I would say that they are the same type of opponent as the crystal scorpions, huh? They both inhale the clouds from the surrounding area, and then the cold air inside of them froze the water from the clouds, and the compressed air from their trunks ejected the frozen water in forms of ice bullets. Another thing to consider, these ice bullets must not cause friendly fire, because even though they broke apart in midair and looked like shotgun shrapnels, they passed the Dominion Hornets without causing them any sort of damage. So it has heavy armor that protects it from the damage. They can shoot ice bullets and produce cloud screens for defense. What the hell is this? A high-end battle tank or something? That's obviously an overkill. The bullets did not work, but the Dominion Hornets got stampeded by the elephants that rushed toward their child. Then it turned out that the smaller elephant was not dead and that in fact it was alive, but it reached out its trunk towards its parents as soon as it saw them, as if signaling that it was scared and hurting. Upon seeing that the child was still alive, the parents rushed to its side and started to stroke it affectionately with their trunks, as if trying to say to it that everything will be okay now. Bravo! A wonderful display of parental love. Very impressive. I'll admit as much. What a touching scene. A reunion of lost child with its parents. It was magnificent, even though it was a scene where mob characters were the actors. Well, I kind of get it where this anger is coming from. We have defeated one of the elephants, so it was only natural for the rest of its pack to come right after us seeking vengeance, about ready to stampede us to death. But it brought it upon itself. Please understand. This whole ordeal would not have to happen if it did not stray from the pack and kept sticking to its parents. Chapter 317 Part 1 Chapter 317, Rock Hack Nanoka Digest Part 1. The following happened during the third day of our cruise over to the new continent. Say, a mule. Yes? What is it, Sanraku-san? You said that you wanted to enjoy this sea trip some more, right? So why are you not doing so right now? I mean, if you wanted to enjoy it so badly, so can you perhaps look a little bit happier about that? Now, listen here, Sanraku-san. It is true that I was excited for this sea voyage. But here's the thing. If you keep on just staring overboard at the endless expanse of water for 3 days straight without doing anything else to break that routine, you are eventually going to become tired of it. Well, I mean, it cannot really be helped, right? We have successfully managed to collect all the materials we needed, so the only thing we must do right now is to wait for the weapon strengthening process to be finished. Aside from that, there is nothing else we can actually do. We just happened to go back from walking around the deck of the ship, And right now together with Emil we were sitting inside of our cabin, casually talking like that and looking out the window. On a side note, I call this room a cabin, but it is in fact spacious enough to be called a quasi-suite. Usually the sea voyage is rather peaceful and goes without any major incidents. Sure, from time to time some poor player is grabbed by the tentacle monster and is dragged into the ocean to be devoured, or some seaweed monsters jump onto the ship and needs to be exterminated. But that's about it. Unless some emergency happens or something that should not go wrong goes wrong, there is hardly anything to do here in this ship. Now that I think about it, if those ships were launched earlier than they did, they might have actually gotten dragged down to Lulalis in worst case scenario. But thinking about it, I have heard that Lulalis and the sea lanes leading into the new continent are not overlapping with one another, so it should have been just fine. But still, who would have thought that even simply walking on board and minding my own business would be this troublesome here? I may be able to deceive other players with my changed appearances, but there is one thing that cannot be changed or deceived no matter what you try to do: your player name. So even if you go to stretch out your legs on the ship's deck, with so many players around there is always a possibility that someone is going to recognize you. However, spending the entirety of this sea voyage by sitting inside of your cabin, teleporting to the mainland and then coming back here just to sit in your cabin some more, yeah, that was growing really dull really fast. I'm not even going to pretend that it was not that way. How about going fishing? Fishing, you say? Yes, fishing. I remember my dad once saying that fishing is not a mere simple activity. It is the art of a dialogue that the fisherman has with the world itself. And I remember my dad saying that it was not a mere physical activity, but rather a challenge that the fisherman issues to the sea and the ocean itself. But then I asked my father what about the river fishing, and his response to that was, a river is still connected to the sea or ocean, so no need sweating over the small details. Yeah, but if so, then what about the lakes? An argument like that could go on and on and on. Well, no matter what you think about it or how it really is, fishing is thought to be a very noble hobby, one that is most certainly not a waste of time where you just sit in front of a body of water all day with a fishing rod in your hand. Sure, there is a whole lot of that and gazing at the sky while being absent-minded, but it's the mindset that counts here. However, fishing is not a main focus point in Shangri-La Frontier, and because of that, it is actually much easier and simplified than in real life. No, it is not about me cutting corners because I'm bad at fishing in real life. It's just that with a very minimum of effort you can quite easily score yourself a fish or a fish-like monster the size of a small car. I guess that every game out there possesses that kind of generalization or defamation. Oh, and wouldn't you know it? I have gotten myself a pull already. Please don't eat me. There is no way in hell I would be able to eat a fish like that. I know that it is not exactly a goldfish here, but I still asked it for a wish and then released it back into the ocean. I know that I have a whole lot of free time on my hands, but it's just so boring out here with nothing interesting to do. But wait. A talking fish? Could it actually be that there are fish people somewhere in these waters? Why would I even let it go? Wait, you stupid fish, come back, come back. And that's more or less what happened for the time being. Nothing really all that exciting to write home about. Yes, I see. You can say that again in the chat. You seem to be rather upset, so I thought that something might have actually happened. And just like that, before we even noticed it, it was already the 5th day of our new continent sea voyage. And since both Ren and I had no club activities on Saturday and Sunday, so we could devote our free time on the weekend for actually playing the game, I heard that Akatsuakane was lamenting over the fact that because of club activities he would be unable to log in on Saturday, but as far as I can tell, it is actually quite amazing that he can compromise playing games with his everyday life and club activities, and still not be mentally exhausted because of all that. It is a life skill that I do believe that everyone should possess. I have come to realize on this voyage that you must always pay attention to what you are doing. It's fine to set up flags when you want to do that, but you need to pay attention so that you won't end up doing that by accident during your free time activities. Oh well, I wonder what would Alva say to the fact that I am currently heading towards the new continent? Would he be surprised? Or would he say that he was expecting something like that from me? Oh, yeah. I have been meaning to ask you this for a while now. How is that VR device I have lent to you? Is it working properly? Nothing seems to be wrong or malfunctioning? No, it's been working perfectly. I have no problem with using it. Thank you so much for letting me borrow it. Well, that's good to hear. Chapter 317 Part 2 Chapter 317, Rock Hack Nanoka Digest Part 2 Stowaway Sega-san. It can be said that it was thanks to me and my spare VR device that Sega-san could be here in the first place. But it was also a good thing that the device was working properly. I would feel really bad if I lent it to her only to find out that there was something wrong with it or that it was not working properly. Not to mention that it would have undermined our plans here. Speaking of which, Sega-san, have you already cleared the invitation from the Bunny Country quest? Or did you already obtained any of the true Vorpal weapons? I am quite certain that when she entered Rabbits, was using a Vorpal sledgehammer or something alongside of those lines. So I wonder if it is going to be the same story with her as it was with me? I mean, depending on the weapon presented to Y-Sash, it can even change its type as the result of unlocking its true potential. Not to mention some additional functions that may completely change the way in which the weapon operates. Y-Sash-san, right? He is the one that can strengthen a weapon like that for you. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. So, what happened? Did it change the type to something else? Yes. In fact it did. It changed from the sledgehammer into an iron whip. In this game, a whip is a derivative of mace. It is classified as a blunt weapon, since that's the type of damage that lashes deployed by it tend to do. However, whips can also cause slashing damage if they are equipped with elements specializing in that function. However, the judgment of the damage type can also be pretty wonky at times. Thinking about it now, I'm pretty sure that Iron Whip was also one of the weapons that this whole massive dynamite was carrying on him. Its range is really convenient most of the time, but it is actually pretty difficult to land a successful critical hit with it. I see. I wonder if iron whips and anti-blade swords have something in common with one another? Thinking about it now, this game seems to have many hidden mechanics and parameters that we players are simply unaware of most of the time. Could it be that each and every weapon has some sort of a hidden mechanic or stats? No. It could not be that overly complicated. Maybe it only affects the special weapons and corresponds to the weapon type out of which the special weapon was created. Like the anti-blade swords are derivative from two one-handed swords. But wait, if that's the case, then what about Tunfu Edge? No, that weapon should mainly be of striking type. So much food for thought. Oh yeah. Since we are talking about weapons and all that. Have you met the rabbit's blacksmith yet? The Vorpal bunny named Break. She is one of Y-Sash's children and a skilled blacksmith as well, so she's actually my go-to blacksmith when I need to have some work done on my weapons and equipment. She may be a little bit eccentric at time, but there is no better blacksmith than her. Break-san. That sounds a little bit difficult. Difficult as in hard to please? In this moment an image of Break quickly passes through my mind. Well, she seems to be like Y-Sash in one regard. Once she starts to work on something, it's as if all of the screws from her head come loose. Plus she always freaks out when I bring her good quality materials. Not to mention a whole bunch of other odd behaviors, like hitting your shin with a hammer. Hard to please. How can I put it? She's like one of those types who are really restless during the time of peace and are always preparing to go to war. I think that this description might be correct, but that it is also wrong to some extent. There is this, but there is something more. Two more things. In fact, the mysterious God-Devil sword that I have dubbed as Sega Project inside of my head. Something that is a weapon, but does not fall under the category of weapons with unusual acquisition procedures such as heroic weapons, brave weapons or remnant weapons. It seems to me that Y-Sash made a reference to that sword once, saying that it is a weapon of great power, but it is precisely because of that it is dangerous to handle. But those are just fragments of information, nothing certain and nothing that I can actually base any real claims. What about Twice-san? The cause will never be known by sword. If it's the truth you seek, then you shall find it only with your own hands. Was that supposed to be a riddle? No, maybe it is some sort of a secret password that you are supposed to say in a specific place at the specific time? But one thing I know for sure about this, the flag regarding that sword is not an NPC, it is somewhere that can be found in this world, like an artifact or an item. Really? Is that right? There may not be someone who knows about it, but that does not mean that there is not somewhere or something that cannot know about it. I see. But having to find out clues and information is not all that bad of a thing here. It certainly is better mechanic than obtaining 10 ultra-rare materials dropped by super-hard monsters and then having to fight a secret boss for a weapon. Only to find out that you were supposed to collect 11 items and that the number 10 was just a typo. It is really sad when you see the developers having to apologize for something as stupid as this. Of course, when you actually would get to fight the secret boss, it turns out that you cannot actually beat it. But you must use those 11 items to make a prayer while constantly enduring the onslaught of attacks. Only then you can progress the event further. But then you die one-shotted by the boss, because it all of a sudden decided to focus you out of the entire party. You just cannot help yourself but laugh out loud when things like that tend to happen to you. We can also assume that it is on the old continent somewhere, since you got to know about it before learning of a new continent, right, Ray? So it could be somewhere on the old continent that is hard to reach, like top of a mountain or an underground cavern, or some ancient ruins like that. By the way, Sega-san, you said that there were 2 things that you wanted to talk to me about. So what is that other one? What else did you wanted to talk to me about, Ray? You see, there is this one thing that I have been curious about all this time. And since we are logged in, this is a little bit hard for me to talk about. But hard to talk about since we are logged in? For some reason right about now Sega-san looked as though she was hesitant about something, but ultimately she decided to open her mouth and voice her concerns out loud. Have you ever heard about a unique scenario as secret training? For the time being, let's try to gain some more information about that new bunny in question. Dialani-chan is someone that I absolutely look up to as a role model. She is the greatest magic user out of all Vorpal bunnies, and one day I would like to be even as half good with magic as she is. Is that right? But lately she has been so busy with her work that I cannot actually meet her at all. Which sucks pretty bad, you know. Yeah, I see. I think I get it now. In short, if the younger sister starts to overtake the older sister when it comes to actual player skills and in-game achievements, it will cause the older sister to lose confidence and start to doubt herself and her authority as an older sibling. Now I have to wonder, is this my fault up to some extent? And just like that, the 7th day of the sea voyage has come. Chapter 318 Part 1 Chapter 318 Blue-collar workers go to challenge the unknown. Part 1 Right in the middle of the raging storm, I let out a mighty scream while holding a watering can in one hand and placing my other hand on the ground, desperately trying to maintain my balance and not fall onto the ground. I feel like if I let myself be swept away here by this storm, my heart is going to literally split in half. The act of screaming does not have anything to do with any in-game mechanic at this point in time. It is merely an action that serves to prevent me from losing my mind here. For you and this shit. I'm not letting you assholes rob me of my cute little ones. Forget about it. Not again. Not my vinyl house. You bastards. It got blown away again. I have spent hours trying to rebuild and reinforce it. Fuck this all to hell. At this rate my children, my beautiful children, are all going to succumb. Ag, my beautiful radish. Where the fuck do you think you're going, dirty soil? Get the fuck away from the radish. Cursing and screaming in my mind, I cut through the pouring rain while moving step by step towards the wall. Then I open the small window that was there and I start swinging my watering can as vigorously as I possibly can. Why was I doing that in the middle of the raging storm? Why? It was of course to keep the quality of the crops spread across the fields as excellent and prevent them from deteriorating. That is why the water in the watering can was mixed with the highest quality of fertilizer that I could afford. I opened the system window and quickly adjust the settings displayed there. I needed to quickly put together the finest greenhouse over my crops that I could afford, no matter the cost. I then started to lay down the materials necessary to complete the construction. You know what would be great just now? If the monsters appeared here and attacked. Yeah, that would be fucking great. Real adding insult to injury here. And then I heard something. A sound of someone approaching where I was. Someone or something. I then lifted my head to see what that thing was, but I was unable to see its face even if I bent my neck back as far as it was humanly possible. It was a giraffe-looking monster with a body so gigantic that it could essentially reach the clouds. However, that was the real cause of this here storm and heavy rain, because whenever that monster goes, there are always various calamities and natural disasters centered around it. The strongest calamity beast of them all, bane of all crops and good weather, Zebragira was here. And since this monster was so huge to begin with, in its eyes I was nothing more but a grain of sand under its feet. There was no real reason for it to concern itself with someone like me, so it was just casually strolling by without turning hostile or anything like that. However, I could not simply allow this thing to do as it pleased. After all, it may have been just passing here, but that passing by was more than enough to bring my eggplants and radishes, alongside my other adorable children, to ruin. And do you even know just how much time I have sacrificed to grow them all? Way too much time. That's how. Some little losses I would have been absolutely fine with. However, this thing is not only damaging the crops, but soil and terrain as well. All the things I have been carefully planning and raising from zero. This will not stand here. Ooh, since I am actually facing against the sky here, this thing might actually work. Ignis says in full blasen. You see, this particular game has a sort of providence system incorporated into its world building. I use that just now, the highest ranking fire magic possible, and it flies towards the giraffe's head, looking like a fire genie-shaped projectile. Could it be that my timing was off? The projectile just shot through the clouds and disappeared just like that. Man, what a ruthless game world. I guess no matter how hard the ants will train themselves in the art of war, they will never be able to defeat the elephant, no matter how hard they try. And who would have thought that such a painful but accurate world truth would be taught to you by something like a farming simulator? Wait, forgive me. That was not me. No, that paddy was left there so that I could plant some fresh seeds there next season. No way. The alloy hut. Why is its durability decreasing so fast? Please, stop this. I am already ruined. Forget about tomorrow. I won't be having anything left for me to eat for today if this thing continues like that. Just like that, I have woken up in the real world, a mute scream about ready to break free from my mouth. Praise be to the farmers, for they provide us with the things that we eat every day. Praise be. I may have lost about 50% of my entire crops to that walking calamity and the storm it has caused, but on the other hand I have succeeded in safeguarding the status of excellent for the remaining 50% of the crops. Well, it's been a while since I have last done something like that, so I would say that it was a job well done here. Not that things like that exist in the real world, but after playing through this game you really learn to appreciate the value of the contents of your fridge and the hard work of the people who worked their asses off so that you could buy them. That is why, it is my salute to the farmers of the world. One day I'm going to beat that giraffe and put an end to its menace once and for all. But how about I go and have some breakfast for the time being? Time for the best breakfast ever. Cup noodles. And if we throw an energy drink to that, then I am going to be virtually invincible. No one is going to be able to stop me. Ha 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 ha. Now, then, the time is now about 6 a.m., and if everything goes according to the voyage schedule, then the New World research vessel should be arriving at the New World's port at about 9 a.m. Now, I do believe since the arrival is so close upon us, it might be wise to pay my employer a visit one last time. With that thing in mind I got out of the bed in my cabin, woke up Emule who was still sleeping and put him on top of my head, changed myself into Sanroko once more and we went to meet with the Saint Chan once more. I knew that you were leaving the ship quite often, so honestly speaking, I have assumed that you were already gone today as well. Chapter 318 Part 2 Chapter 318 Blue-collar workers go to challenge the unknown Part 2. No. No, no. There's no way I would actually try to do something like that now. That's unreasonable no matter how you look at it. That being said, I knew that I was doing, so it is fine. Besides, don't you think that this roleplay of yours is a little bit too strong, Josette-san? One wrong word or move this day and age and you could actually end up invoking the wrath of the new raid boss called Iristella, you know? Thinking that I cast a quick glance at Josette, who clearly looked as though she thought something alongside the lines of the Saint-chan moments after she just woke up is so cute as well. Just like that, we wait for the Saint to actually join us. Josette, please give her the usual. Yes, Mom. There was initially a brief pause here, but ultimately Josette decided to follow the rules of the role play and handed me a handful of items, although she did so quite reluctantly. One of the items was particular in both shape and the atmosphere surrounding it. Could this be? Yes. It looked pretty similar to the recording item that was already in my possession. Was it perhaps a different recording item of sorts? I know that we have asked you to keep watch over His Majesty the King and the First Princess. Make sure that they are safe and prevent them from being assassinated in the new continent. And we do realize that it is already an impossible of a task to fulfill. That being said, would it be alright if we added yet another condition to the list? Let's hear it first. I am going to decide after hearing you out. According to the Saint-chan, as long as the first prince is roaming free, there is no way for the church or anyone else to actually stop the assassination attempts from happening. Even if we were to stop the new continent one, there would surely be more of those to come round. That being said, it would be a wise move to actually not kill the potential assassin here in the new continent, taking him prisoner and question him instead. That way the church would have the proof that was needed to put the head of the first prince on the block for good. In other words, I would like you to wait until you manage to get a definite proof of the first prince's involvement, and only then prevent the assassination attempt. Huh? The time progression in this game goes really close to the real world's time, so there are various timings to consider. But I must also take into account that I would try to do other quests, unique or otherwise. In the meantime, I would not be able to babysit the king the entire time, but if the conditions for clearing this quest change so rapidly, does that not mean that there should be at least some sort of hints that would help me clear it? I mean, without those, this quest was shaping out to really be downright impossible to clear. Even the unique monsters, which were all pretty much impossible and unreasonable to begin with, had some clues pointing towards how to defeat them. So you tell me that a quest like that is not able to do that? All right, when in doubt, it's time for some additional roleplay. Roleplay has never failed me before, so let's give it a shot. I understand. This here avenging blade has certainly heard your wish. And acting as the blade, I shall follow the will of my user. Fufu, I can see that a rather capable and amusing blade has joined the ranks of that organization. Very well then, I shall put my faith in you, Blade-san. Yeah, whenever in doubt, go full on roleplay. A little bit of roleplay never hurt anyone, and it can certainly help when you need it to. Anyways, I could finally see the silhouette of the new continent emerging on the horizon. And the moment we could also start to notice the massive shape of the first new continent research vessel Taravant Discovery, pretty much every single player was looking towards our destination, either on the deck or from the windows of their respective cabins. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was focused on the new continent right now, I got mixed in the crowd to have a better view myself. At least for now no one should be paying any attention to me. You are going to be soon helping out the king and the princess, right, Sanroko-san? Yeah, and according to the vision of the Saint-chan, the assassination attempt is not going to take place too soon, since it would have been way too obvious that way. Makes sense, since right after we land there is going to be the Pioneer base of operations, even though it might be in shambles now. His Majesty the King and the First Princess were of course mixed in with the most important NPCs that came here with us. It's not all that uncommon for high-ranking nobles and rulers to mix in with the common folk from time to time, but traveling all over to the new continent just because you felt like it is a little bit of a stretch if you were to ask me. If you want to assassinate someone in a place like that, you need to have a plan and appropriate amount of preparations in place. Better to be on my guard and have my eyes and ears wide open just in case. Or maybe not. That would surely make me stand out way too much. Have you become stuck way at the beginning already? No, not yet. That is because I have a reliable senpai to whom I can always turn for help and advice. That being said, would you be willing to help me out with this one? Irorad. I mean, Ruthia Payson. Why do I get the feeling that you were this close to calling me something rather disgraceful right now? Who? Me? No way. You're imagining things. I would never do something like that. Q. That Iro Radish is rather perceptive, isn't she? Right about now the New World research vessel should be ready to anchor in the harbor. While everyone else was getting excited for seeing the New World, I came down to the snake's apple that was at the bottom of the ship. Master, one apple juice, please. Well, I do not really mind helping you out. You seem to be a rather promising newbie, and the current king and his policies tend to work in our favor. So it may be worth our while to make sure that the current status quo stands that way. I am really grateful for everything that little girl T as sensei managed to teach me. Yes. Both the bounty hunter Ruthia and I sat down at the table to discuss business. And while Ruthia was still wearing her d-pad and a muffler indicating that she was all serious, the corner of my lips started to lift when I heard that the conversation was apparently going well in the direction I wanted it to go to. Anyways, are you actually a woman? No. There is a reason for why I look like that, but at my core I'm a man through and through. Ah, so you are one of those, huh? Weird hobby, but oh well. Hey, it should not be all that weird that someone who is always playing a male character in video games would like to try out to play as a woman for once, you know? Actually, it is only natural here. Now, please apologize to every player out there that you have just insulted with your rude remark. However, thanks to that, I have secured a reliable source of information on the NPCs here. I should use it all in order to help me make this king and the princess rescue quest as much of a breeze as possible. That being said, I pushed aside the popping up windows that were starting to block my view. Chapter 319 Part 1 Chapter 319, Great Dramatic Runaway, Before and After, Part 1 Prophecies, Predictions, Premonitions, Visions of the Future, Fortune-telling. No matter what kind of name you decide to give this phenomenon, it is basically more or less the same. It is also something that has been accompanying humanity ever since the ancient times when the first societies emerged in the world. No matter if it is religious or simply out of curiosity, as long as there are humans in this world, there will always be the desire to take a glimpse into the future, to see what awaits us there. Here's another fun fact: human history has a record of having many people around at different times and eras who claim to be prophets, fortune tellers, seers, oracles and all that other jazz. So much of those people, in fact, that you could probably cast them all into a soap opera or any other TV drama. Hell, to tell you the truth, even I would like to have the ability to be able to predict the future if I could only get my hands on something like that. That being said, there is actually more to being able to see or predict the future than meets the eye. For example, there is more than one kind of predicting the future, but the ones most commonly depicted in video games, movies and literature belong to the active kind of future predicting. Well, future predicting is just like most of the skills that fall under the same category. It can be divided into both active and passive. What's the difference between the two? It basically lies in the thing you are able to predict and the time when said things are going to take place. But we do not talk about that kind of future prediction that shows you what you are going to do in about 5 seconds, only for you to fall off a cliff 1 second later because you got distracted by the prediction itself. No. What the humanity wants is the kind of future predicting that can be activated at any given time and show you the things that are sure to happen. I know that all of the above may sound overly complicated and it may be just a bunch of gibberish when you hear it for the very first time, However, what I was basically trying to convey here was that, even though the Saint Chan was projecting the aura of a strong-willed character all over the place, she could not help the fact that her cheeks were getting bright red with excitement and astonishment at that very moment. Most probably, the future predicting of the Saint Chan is of the active kind, meaning that her visions of the future do not show her every little detail that is to be known about the future. But her reaction right now was more than understandable. No one would be able to remain calm if they were shown something quite like that for the very first time completely out of the blue. I could feel that it was the same in case of players of the Sacred Shield's territory. They were so astonished that their masks of calm and composed role players were about to all but fall off. The player that was guiding the Saint Chan points towards something with utmost confidence. I wonder, just how exactly could I describe this thing? I guess that the word difficult to measure would be best fitting in here. This here structure is called Achi, Tower of Bones and Skulls. It has been erected by the order of the President Timiru upon hearing that the Saint Sama would be gracing us with her presence. If I had to describe it in some way, I do believe that the castle would be the most suitable description here. But more than a castle that was built for the sake of looking good and being a representative function, it was a fortress that was built with the intention of intercepting and stopping any foreign enemies that might appear here for whatever reason. And the skull in the name of this place? That's because there were a whole bunch of different skulls and bones spread out all over the outer walls of the fortress, as if it was symbol of its might or a warning sign for anyone foolish enough who would dare to approach it with ill intentions in their mind. There were also other odd things here, like big open spaces inside of the castle walls, and the castle's tower was also ominously overlooking the nearby land, giving the onlookers the creeps. What exactly was the purpose for designing this place in such a way? To show off? Or maybe they want to crucify the saint and make an example out of her? This is, how should even put it? This place certainly has a rather unique design, I suppose. She may have remained calm and composed, but I could see that under that mask of her the saint was actually starting to sweat quite a lot. No, easy there, easy. It may be one huge misunderstanding here. Maybe it's that thing, you know. You know what? Oh yes, culture shock. Maybe that's the way in which people of this continent tend to build their fortresses. Who said that old and new continents would have the same style of designing things? According to the rumors that I happened to hear through the grapevine, it seems that this place was quite recently attacked by the monster of raid boss class and more than half of it was razed to the ground in a matter of moments. So apparently the repairs and strengthening of this place were not just purely technical, but the change of style so that it would resemble demonic fortresses straight out of the underworld or the demon world was quite intentional here. Skullachi Castle. The outer walls of this place were not the only things that were adorned or straight up made out entirely out of bones. The fences all across the castle's perimeter were made out of bones, and the deep trench surrounding the main fortress that was supposed to be a moat was also equipped with ribs like bones that were stuck right at the bottom of it, resembling spears. And is that a freaking catapult? But there is a chair in place where the stone cradle should normally be. What is the purpose of this thing? What the hell is this? It was still a mystery, but I would like to know. It is going to keep nagging on me if I won't know what this thing is supposed to be. Somehow I get a feeling that this place must have been designed by some twisted artist or architect. It looks like a psychedelic theme park, with the common theme of murderous intent. At least, that would explain all of the bones and demonic feeling emanating from this place. Yeah, that is easy to understand. I mean, it was making a whole lot of sense, but, are you really sure about that? Are you really sure that this is what is happening in this place right about now? Chapter 319 Part 2 Chapter 319, Great Dramatic Runaway, Before and After, Part 2. Besides, who said that? I look around and I see someone right next to me. The avatar looking like that of a small girl's wearing an outfit of one of the Sacred Shield territories. Even though it looked really strange and out of place on that small child. She did not seem to be role-playing, but her behavior and stance were showing that she surely must have been a player who has been accustomed to this game. But is it not someone who basically screams that you should be on high alert whenever a player like that is around you? At least that's the feeling that my guts are telling me. The Black Dragon Neu-Erland, abomination incarnate that once almost succeeded in destroying this base down to its very foundation. However, since our president took reins of the matters here, we managed to rebuild the stronghold and to make it even stronger than ever before. You could even say that it has been reborn. When someone like that is using the word reborn, I cannot help it but to think of it as in the way an evil necromancer brings back the dead to life or reanimates corpses to serve him as slaves. Now, it makes me wonder, wasn't the new continent supposed to be filled with hopes and dreams? But what is this tone setter here? A funeral party where everyone swears to take revenge on the common enemy? I get a feeling that even an empty and gloomy graveyard would be a livelier and happier place than right here and right now. Was this place really designed for the purpose of defense? Because it does not seem that way to me at all. Biggest and scariest grin that you have ever seen. Oh my, talk about scary, no way. But if that's so, then what is that big grin on your face is supposed to mean? Say, Emule, here's a question for you. Or rather, a problem. Try to think of a solution here. Yes. What is it? What's going to happen to an ecosystem that inhabited about 1,000 people the moment that yet another 1,000 new people are going to show up in it? For example, a forest? I'm not too sure, but it will probably be something resembling one huge mess. Good answer. Here, a carrot for you as a reward. Hooray. Welp, it's only natural that pretty much anyone would arrive at a conclusion like that. I mean, it is only natural for the players to be eager to explore the new area upon arriving in it, seeing what it has to offer in terms of resources and adventuring. There are those players who will be gathering information, opening up shops and businesses, and exploring as much as they feel like. It also helps that the players do not get tired from the sea voyage and can go into the wilderness right away. After all, only NPC would be afflicted by traveling fatigue from staying on board of a ship for 7 days straight. But that's not what's important in here. What I meant to say here was this. The waves of new monsters that assaulted the base were not a problem, since they got slaughtered almost instantly by the players that gathered in front of the base to repel them. However, it was just because the players managed to respond to the monster threat so swiftly and quickly. All of the conditions have been met for that monster to descend from the sky. The stage was all set. What? In that instant, the head of some random player pops from their neck and fly high in the air. But that player seemed like a tank, so their defenses must have been way higher than my own paper-thin armor. So what kind of power that blow must have been. But no matter how you look at it, that player was killed in an instant, which was still pretty much unreasonable. What the hell? What was that? One hit sent this guy's head flying? It is surprising to see that the very first monster attack I have witnessed in this continent was a one-hit kill. I mean, you need to have some abilities to be here in the first place, right? And needless to say, with their tank gone, the rest of the team was soon attacked as well and met with the same gruesome end. Of course, they did not manage to even scratch the thing that attacked them in the first place. Is it not way too bullshitty, huh? A player who seemed to be a thief class was vertically split in half on the spot. A player that seemed to be of a mage class was afflicted with some strange status effect. Just to be on the safe side, I moved away from him, and a moment after that his whole body started to ooze out some sort of black miasma that exploded and ripped his whole body to shreds. And the nearby cleric died in the same gruesome way, even though he was not hit directly with that status abnormality. Why? I should not have been afflicted by anything here. And then she died, just like that. I have seen something like that before. Akatsu Akane was once afflicted by something like this, so sorry if I am not showing any amusing reactions to that particular death pattern. The foxes that rush headfirst into danger even though they know they are going to die are the most dangerous kind of beasts. Well, I guess that from the perspective of the NPCs, all of the players must be like madmen. But I think that Akatsu Akane's ability to smile even in the face of certain death is the sign that he is having a blast when it comes to life, not only the video games in general. Now then, here is the thing. When it comes to this thing, this true quiet-like monster, there are good news and a bad news. Would you like to hear the bad news first? The bad news is that we must run while we still can. Otherwise we might get slaughtered in the same fashion as those players just now. Fortunately, when I suggested to Emil that we should haul ass for the time being, there was hardly any opposition on his end. So we made a mad rush towards the forest that was in the vicinity, while the other players were slowly but surely getting themselves killed one by one. And the good news here? It's simple, really. Both Emil and I have a whole lot of intel on True Quiet. Mainly because we could witness Akatsuki getting murdered by it over and over again. Thanks to that we know of its attack patterns, and this is all that I need in order to think of an appropriate strategy to fight this thing. Emil, are you ready for this? Keep the potions at the ready. Yes, sir. Now let's show this thing who's boss around here. True Quiet-kun. You see, why am I even trembling like that right now? Is it from the excitement? Does that mean I was dying to see you again so badly? And even though I know that it is only going to drop some crappy scythe as a reward, but so what? It's the overall fighting experience that counts here. Drop items are just drop items. They are amazing no matter what. I may be a bunny, but no Apple bunny is going to be intimidated by the mere incarnation of death itself. Death, grudges and incarnations of ill will and nasty emotions. This is how True Quiet looks like in my eyes. Indeed, you just slaughter the players who had slaughtered other beings in huge numbers. But when you are in a possession of a cool drop item, you'd better prepare yourself for being haunted by others. Chapter 320 Part 1 Chapter 320 Troubles Concerning Being Able to Switch Sexes at Leisure Part 1 Ha ha. We somehow managed to do it. Ha ha ha. We somehow managed to do it. It seems that way to me. Or did we? It seems to me that Emil was so tired and confused with the fight we have fought just now that he had no idea what actually happened here. However, the scythe that I was now holding in my hand was an undeniable proof of the victory that we have managed to attain for ourselves. It was also a proof on a truly grueling battle, one that would have been thought to be impossible for many other players. Good thing that gender does not influence the combat in this game in any way. But, I mean, let's be honest here, the only reason I was able to win this thing here was all because of Akatsuki. If it was not for his many tries that ended up in a total failure and that one win, it would have been pretty much impossible for me to win here as well. It's only a shame that I do not know about the other drop items that could have been obtained from this monster, but oh well. I guess that this cool looking scythe right here will have to do for now. As for the item itself, Lamentanion for Black Death, Request Cat in Pace. True Quiet is a spirit that serves as a materialization of the concept of Black Death. Its shape and appearance serve personify the sorrow and mourning that are associated with death and decay. Special rules can be read by opening up the appropriate system window. This weapon can only be equipped by the characters whose sex is defined as female. As an additional condition, the usage of this item requires the draining of all the head, torso, hands, waist and legs armor or clothing worn by the female character. Upon activation, the parameters of this weapon is going to be equal to the combined stats of the equipment pieces that were sacrificed, minus the durability of said pieces. Special rules can be read by opening up the appropriate system window. This weapon does not possess the durability gauge and cannot be damaged through any normal means. This weapon is going to disappear the moment its user decides to die, and is going to become available for usage upon dying for the second time. While the character is using this weapon, the character is always going to receive a debuff equivalent to the death penalty. This debuff cannot be removed by any means. While the character is using the Lamentation for Black Death, Request Cat in Pace, the character receives a large bonus to the instant death statistic involved with every basic attack of the weapon. While equipped with Lamentation for Black Death, Request Cat in Pace, the character cannot use recovery items of any sort. Instead, every time the character succeeds in killing a monster, NPC or another player character, a certain amount of both HP and MP is going to be refunded to the character. Upon defeating a monster, NPC or another player, The overall statistics of Lamentation of Black Death, Requiescat in Pace are going to be permanently enhanced. Once upon a time, there was a Black Knight, and once upon a time, there was a woman who loved the Black Knight dearly. The Black Knight knew that if he was to die, he would be unable to return to the small house in the rural town where his beloved was patiently awaiting his return. That is why the Black Knight traveled the land, defeating many opponents and growing stronger, eventually earning the title of the undefeated warrior for himself. But on one day he happened to venture into yet another battlefield, but this time around to never return from it. After that day, the woman who loved the Black Knight waited for his return. She waited, and waited patiently, but then the grim reality came upon her and crushed her under its overwhelming weight, causing her to go crazy with despair. In truth, the Black Knight had been killed by the very king he had sworn to serve and his daughter, the princess. The woman cried and despaired in solitude, wearing a black mourning gown, never to take it off again. Some time have passed, and eventually the mourning woman took up her beloved Black Knight's sword and plunged herself down the path of mad and senseless carnage and indiscriminate slaughter. The mourning woman went on a rampage, killing her neighbors. She then killed her friends. Then she killed her parents and her siblings. Eventually, after all the slaughter, the woman's mourning dress sucked up so much blood of the innocent people that it turned deep crimson, and eventually turned all black. But the woman's mourning gown was not the only thing that changed and twisted its nature. The sword of the woman's beloved Black Knight eventually chipped away and twisted itself into a scythe. It was the result of all the skin it cut through, all of the flesh it ripped apart, all of the bones it had crushed, all of the blood and guts it had spilled. Eventually, the mourning woman continued her march down the path of slaughter and genocide, and her scythe did not stop. It did not spare anyone, no matter if woman or a child. Her fear-inducing footsteps eventually ceased to be, but not before everyone in the royal capital lay dead, and the members of the royal family were all massacred and slashed into bloody pieces. With that, the whole kingdom eventually ceased to be. The woman disappeared, but there are still folk tales that she roams the places where blood has been shed in large amounts and death was spread, an incarnation of death itself. It appears only to bring death onto the death-bringers, wanders the fields and roads in search of something and disappears again like a fever dream. There is no way of making sure if the personification of death has the concept of gender applied to its nature. However, someone who miraculously happened to survive its attack said that it continuously mutters the same words over and over again. This is the pain of mourning. God damn it, it's way too long, and it's really hard and depressing. And what are those requirements? Not to mention, only female avatars can wield it? That's bullshit. Bullshit, I tell you. After reading the whole description a couple of times from top to bottom, I am finally ready to spit out all the words of anger and frustration that managed to accumulate inside of my heart. I then hold my head with my hand as I try to make sense of all the new information I managed to learn. Somehow, my head was hurting right now, and I was feeling even more tired than right after that battle just now ended. Okay, so, what was it? Again? Black Death's Lament? Requiescat. Oh, fuck it. That's too long. R.I.P. From this moment forward, this weapon shall be known simply as R.I.P. Any objections? Not that I care. And why the fuck does it have so many restrictions placed upon it? Chapter 320 Part 2. Chapter 320, Troubles Concerning Being Able to Switch Sexes at Leisure Part 2. First of all, let's talk about that equipment conditions. What is the most important here is the fact that only women can use this weapon. Not only that, but as an additional condition you must sacrifice all of the armor you are currently wearing all over your body, and then the RIP is going to receive the attack power and stats equal to the stats of the armor that was sacrificed to equip the weapon. However, it seems that only the defense stats are going to be converted into attack power, and all the additional effects are not going to be converted. Resistances are most probably going to be in the same way. Next, we have the equipment release conditions. This is, on paper it sounds pretty simple. When you want to unequip this weapon you simply need to die once, And then when you want to make it usable again, you need to die for the second time. I get a feeling that there may be some nuance here that I am unable to perceive for this moment, but right now we can assume that it is indeed like that. And if it was actually different, then why did they not phrase it differently? And lastly, we have the restrictions regarding the equipment of this weapon. A debuff that is equal to the death penalty. Having this thing on you all the time is going to be a major pain in the ass, because the loss of stats is similar to having -10 or even 20% of your actual XP value. There is little to no trouble in the vitality department, since it has always been garbage in my case to begin with, but having my luck or agility lessened is going to be somewhat problematic. I can lessen the impact with appropriate gear, but still. Then we have the resistances. Well, the flavored text does not mention anything in here, but I am pretty sure that if we consider the source from which we have obtained that weapon, then we can assume that it is going to give me a slight resistance to attacks with instant death property. But on the other hand, do I really need a resistance to instant death attacks? I mean, is there going to be a monster in this game that has attacks in its arsenal that give even greater chance to instant death than that of True Quiet? Because I don't think that we can count strong physical attacks as instant death moves. That would have been downright broken and borderline cheat if that was indeed the case here. Limitations of equipping the weapon. Number 2. Being unable to use any sort of recovery items. To be perfectly honest with you all, the moment I saw that sentence, my initial impression and evaluation regarding this weapon dropped for a whooping 80%. I mean, if I wanted to use Levin Trigger, Disaster Hand while brandishing this weapon, that would amount to suicide basically every single time, don't you think? However, the final evaluation is yet to be determined here. Mainly because of this, not being able to use recovery items is shit indeed, but this weapon also has the effect that is going to compensate for that. And last but not least, the compensation effect, or at least that's how I like to call it. Every time you defeat an opponent, you get a portion of your HP and MP refunded to you, you get a slight boost in the EXP obtained and the weapon itself grows slightly stronger. At first glance this effect really is strong and broken, but I do believe that you need to evaluate it more carefully before passing the final judgment. Everything here depends on the amount of HP and MP that you recover with every kill, and if that amount scales with the type or the level of the opponent that you kill. In other words, if you are unable to make sure that you are going to have a steady source of fresh kills coming your way, this effect becomes virtually useless. Also, it is going to be useful only in the environment that can supply you constantly with small fries to kill. Otherwise the amount of HP and MP you are going to be recovering is simply not going to be nearly enough to keep you on going from battle to battle. General comment: the conditions for using this weapon seem way too strict. The number of the environments in which you can use this weapon is going to be way too limited. And the disadvantages of this weapon greatly outweigh any advantages it can have. That is my honest take on this scythe. So, does that mean that it's just a glorified piece of garbage? I let out a deep sigh while rolling the palm-sized crystal in my hand. I guess that it is not always in the shape of the scythe, huh? But only if its effects were not so restrictive, then maybe I could have made it work somehow, but alas, this sucks. I won't tell. If only you could use it while still maintaining your male gender, then it would have been a whole different story. Maybe so. So why don't you stay in this form from now on, Sanraku-san? What did you just say to me, you little shit? I'm going to beat the crap out of you for making unfunny jokes like that. However, I would lie if I told you that I did not wanted to use this thing at least once, just to see how it would look like and how would it work. That is exactly why upon getting back into the Skullachi castle I have decided to give this weapon a go inside of the private room that was assigned to me. I guess that being part of the church's official entourage has its merits from time to time. On a side note, the interior of the castle was pretty normal, without all those bones and skulls everywhere you look. Let's see here, transform. Just kidding. The next moment, the spare equipment that I have equipped all over my body turned into a fine dust. As the crystal in my hand started to activate, something black and creepy started to ooze out of it. crawling all over me and changing its shape into something that resembled a gown or a hooded robe. Oh, I know what this is. This is like those transformation scenes in those magical girls anime. What's more, could it be the kind that leaves you naked for a split of a second? It felt as though there were so invisible hands that were smearing sun oil all over my body right about now. It was a disgusting experience, one that would make you want to cry and scream. However, I gritted my teeth and held it all back. When the transformation was finally over, I could see that something like a veil covered my face as well. Spinning around in place, the hem of the skirt flutters about thanks to the inertia of rotation. But just like I thought, it makes it hard to move to some extent. But I guess you could have expected something like that from a dress like that. Now it would be nice to have the opinion or other players or NPC, just to be on the safe side. Emil was already asleep now. I guess it's hardly surprising, since today was a day that was pretty eventful, no matter how you look at it, and I guess that NPCs cannot accompany you at all times. In that case, let's ask someone else from around here. A few minutes later, the whole castle was shook with the terror-filled screams of random players that would then testify that they have encountered death incarnate roaming the corridors. Chapter 321 Part 1, Chapter 321, A System-Based Horror That the Physics Engine Cannot Fix. Part 1. Blood. Give me blood. Fresh blood of the Virgin. And meat. Fresh meat. Life. Surrender your lives. I want to slurp on your life energy. No. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. I have come up with a great idea for funny activity. And as per that great idea, I relax the muscles in my neck, let it hang to the side and chase after the players that I happen to come across on the corridor. At first I have meant for it to be just a little and innocent prank, but it gradually started to escalate into a genuine horror show. And the reason behind this escalation? It was mainly because different people were giving many different reactions to my current appearance, and the genuine fear, horror and terror of others was something that was not growing old no matter how many times I was seeing it. What are you doing, man? Why are you crying? You want to cry? I'm the one who wants to cry in here. So stop copying me. Go find your own reaction. And what even are those noises? Is this even how a proper cry should sound like? Scary, 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 scary. Oi, hey, you there? What was that? What was that just now? What the hell did you just say? What the hell is this? Salt. Bring some salt here. We need to exorcise this thing before it's going to be too late. Yes, those were some nice, quality reactions. I am very pleased with this performance. I see now that it was all but worth it to memorize and learn by heart those 48 scary moves and actions of ghosts, wraiths and monsters from horror games and movies. I happened to learn those while doing a marathon of conquering shitty horror games, but who would have thought that I would get to use that knowledge in a place like this? Not me. That's for sure. Stop running and look here. This is the very first technique that I have learned. I call it twisting the limbs and spasming of the muscles of the vengeful spirit. You might have seen in horrors like The Ring and others. Now witness the full glory of this technique with frame-by-frame detail. What the hell? I'm squarried. Look, it's not that I do not understand where that excitement of yours is coming from, but no matter how you look at it, you went too far with that prank. Way too far. Yes, Mom. I have reflected upon my actions and I am sorry. Well, it was a good fun while it lasted. However, not surprising anyone here, the wraith that was roaming the halls of the castle was eventually captured by Josette and her people. What a shame that it happened when it happened. I was on a good streak of horror game moves and techniques, almost reaching out to the number 48 on my list. What was the thing they have captured me doing? It was an all-time classic, chasing the victim that is running away by walking very fast. I realize now that the pranks has gone too far. Some of the players I have scared looked as though they were ready to shit their pants with fear. And truth to be told, when Josette and her people managed to catch me, I almost gotten myself killed as well. But that being said, this equipment, it's rather unusual. First time I have ever seen something quite like that. What is this thing? Anyways, this thing, is it really that unusual? And as to what it is, it's just that. You know what? That thing. It's the morning gown that Grim Reaper monster was wearing. The True Quiet, I think its name was. I happened to obtain it as a drop item upon defeating the blasted thing. Grim Reaper? True. What? What are you talking about? It's that black thing that appears near battlefields and places where a whole lot of blood has been spilled, killing everyone in sight and then disappearing after sticking around for a while. Surely you must have seen it at least once. It's really hard to miss. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's right. That. You mean that thing? Oh yes, I am quite familiar with it. It's quite formidable of an opponent, but to think that you can actually defeat it solo. We would usually need a whole group, and a group geared up for war, that is. Never mind that. How are you going to repay it to us? What are you going to do? I could hear the players that were staying behind Josette ask me that in an angry voice. It's a little bit rude to use others as a war when talking to someone, but oh well. I looked at them, thinking about an appropriate answer, at the same time twisting my head in a really unnatural way out of reflex. I meant what I said. It was supposed to be just a prank, nothing more and nothing less. I certainly did not wanted to scare anyone for real, or I did not meant any harm. However, I get it. It is certainly hard to believe someone when they did something quite like that. That is why I totally get it. Here, this thing here is an apology item from me for you. I hope that you will find it within yourself to accept it. It is for the best here, because for as long as I am right in the middle of doing this quest for the Saint Chan, I do believe that I am going to be interacting with various people quite a lot, and since I have a plenty of those things on me, how about it? A slice of a delicious apple pie as a sign of reconciliation? It should be more than good enough here, don't you think? Now that I think about, this whole situation is kind of messed up, don't you think? Taking a slice of an apple pie from the hands of a woman in mourning, and a woman who just happened to roam the halls, scaring everyone in them shitless. Sorry for that, but you will just have to deal with it. Because you see, in order to take those clothes off, I must first go and die. And since I am not planning on dying anytime soon, it seems that I am going to stay in that form for quite a while now. Then if I can suggest something here, I would advise you to just go out there and kill yourself as soon as possible. For your own good, but mostly for the good of all the players that are currently staying here. I could see that the faces of the players that I managed to scare almost to death twisted in the expression of pure horror once more. But this time it is not my fault, alright? I'm innocent here. So you cannot hold me accountable for that. Chapter 321, A System-Based Horror That the Physics Engine Cannot Fix Part 2. However, the moment the player put the apple pie in his mouth, his eyes opened wide in disbelief. Next thing you know, he jumped to me and started asking me questions like, "What's this?" Or "Where did you get an apple pie that tastes so good?" It was honestly kind of annoying to me, so used yet another horror game technique from my arsenal of 48 techniques to get him off of me. It was the vibrating your head at a very fast frequency while twisting your neck. It's a common scare technique in doll-type horror movies, but was that a little bit too effective here? Sea cucumber. Jaiwa Sanraku. Yeah, this is really, really fun. I was making my way through the woods on my own after going through the back of Skulachi Castle, intending on scaring as many players shitless as I possibly could, when I happened to stumble on a somewhat noisy group of players. When I tried to get closer to them as stealthily as I possibly could, I discovered that it was actually Rust and Mold here. The guys that Rust and Mold very clearly arguing with turned around, and upon seeing me they clicked their tongues and after mumbling TSK, called for backup. Decided to leave, and then one of them turned back for a moment and traced his finger across his throat, a gesture that was leaving very little to the imagination. I was unable to think of anything cool or badass sounding here, so I just resorted to saying out loud what I had for dinner last night. And since it was just a sea cucumber, that's what my line was! Exclamation mark. How is this possible? How did you manage to find us? Oh, believe me, it's just a coincidence. There is no deeper meaning behind it. Is that so? I see. However, what a contrasting combination these two are. From their physiques alone you would presume that it was Mold who's the boss and Rust was the underling, not the other way around. When you are a duo it is only natural that there is the one who calls all the shots and the one who carries out orders. But that being said, they are a formidable duo that would not go down without a fight, and even if they did go down, they would not stay dead for too long. Why you should really stop doing that. It's bad for my heart, you know? My bad. My bad, sorry. But really? Am I really that scary right about now? Honestly, if we have not seen your player name first, we would have ended up attacking you without thinking. Whoa there. I would very much like if you could refrain from doing that. The equipment I have sacrificed to activate this thing is not of the best quality. So with very little effort here you would be able to send my head flying. Apparently the carved wounds and the RIP gown make for quite a nasty combination here. Also, every time I was making a step forward I could hear a sound effect similar to the cracking of ice for some reason, but since nothing was happening to me, I assumed that it must be okay. Which reminds me, how did you exactly manage to get on board of the ship? It was with some merchant from some trading company, right? It's all because Rust was curious to see what a cornered NPC would do if we pressed them for it. However, we got that quest the moment we mentioned that we would like to go to the new continent. But that one particular NPC was making good reactions and it was pretty amusing to watch him squirm the way he did. I won't lie. Oh yeah, that's right. Rust. We finally settled with a guild base. The way that Rust's neck moved just now and her eyes shone bright was really disturbing. However, she must have caught on the meaning of my words and knew what was going on. So, does that mean? Well, for the time being the reactor is with the other members. So you will have to wait until they get back from doing what they are doing. But you have the means of fast traveling here. So it should not be that hard for you to join them if you wanted to. I think that there is no need for me doing that. They are in the middle of doing that underwater unique scenario X, and it should be just about time for them to wrap things up in there. I should have heard from them at this point in time, but seeing as the last part of that quest is running away from the blue, it may actually make sense that they are unable to contact us. Although after doing so many clears of this quest they actually got so good at it that they wrapped it up instantly and felt no need to contact us, just for the heck of it. Thinking about it, it was actually a miracle that we managed to clear that quest the way we did on the first try, even with Ron on board. But now that everyone knew about that quest and were willing to go there and try their luck with it, that place lost some of its luster to me. Not to mention that I have obtained all information that were to be obtained there. Well, if you stopped and think about it for a moment out there, I guess that you can say that I am also a magical girl deep down at heart. Wow, I never would have thought that I would hear someone saying a line like that out loud. It's definitely not something you would get to hear in modern-day Japan for sure. Are you really sure that you are a magical girl at heart? Or maybe you are just an evil witch that's just trying to pass for a magical girl? Which is it? Gee, I don't know. Want to check out my soul gem and find out for yourself? But don't blame me if that is going to result in the destruction of the world or a total reset of the whole universe every 3 days or so. Huh? Something like that? What the hell is wrong with this threat level? Isn't it way too great? Even greater than Pencilton managing to kill someone with nothing but a pencil to the head? Or Katsu advocating for purging an entire region of NPCs just because he did not like them? Or that one time when I went into space just so that I could. You know what? Never mind that for now. That's a story for another time. However, I am going to agree with at least one of the statements here. It is indeed hard to find anyone in modern Japan who would be brave enough to call themselves a magical girl at heart. That being said, if you look closely here, you can walk with almost no shaking animation to you. Isn't that way too scary in a sense? Ah, you did notice that? That's way more convenient move around rather than using my feet all the time. Somehow, I was starting to think that horror role-playing in this game was becoming more and more fun by the second. And if that is going to be the case, I would really like to find an appropriate weapon for myself for horror role-playing. Something like dual swords that would resemble a pair of overgrown scissors. But where would I even find a weapon like that? Oh yeah, That's right. There should be a weapons like that available in rabbits. It was exactly at that moment when that happened. I failed to notice that there was actually a monster that looked like a combination of both horse and triceratops that was stampeding right at me from the side. That is why when it rammed itself into me it was a direct hit, and as the result of which I died on the spot. Sanraku. Ah, I knew it. You cannot beat physics no matter how hard you try to do so. Chapter 322, Rebuilding, that is restarting from scratch part 1. Alright. I'm back. For the time being, I have decided to equip the summon head on my head, just because. No real reason behind it. Alright, Emule. Wake the hell up. We have a whole lot of things to do, so off to rabbits we go. On a double. Of course. Venturing into rabbits means going to visit Break at her workshop. Although this place was turned into a burning hell the last time we have been here, right about now it was more or less back to normal. Aside from the fact that there was still a hole in the floor, the anvil looked somewhat thinner and Break's fur was largely unkempt. Hey there, Break, what about that thing I asked you to do the other day? Think that it can be done? Sure thing. What's more, it is already done. And the rebuilding process was done exactly how you requested it to be performed. Yes, that's right. It seems that the necessary changes to the Audiobook sheath that I have requested Break to do were completed about 3 days ago. However, upon seeing the result of Break's work, the end product of one of the possible routes we could have taken, I gave Audiobook back to Break once more. I must say, it's really a nice thing to be able to see it. The weapon that Pops's friend once used to use. But what if he does not like it? Don't worry. Don't worry about it. If Vice is going to have any objections here, it only means that we will have to do things differently. Am I right? Worst case scenario. We will just start from scratch. It is a very thin and delicate line, being able to balance what we players want and what the NPCs may want. Sometimes those things align, and sometimes they could be entirely different. Sometimes what the player finds to be good may be worthless for the NPC and vice versa. Alright then, so what about the actual product? I have no idea if it is because I am still too inexperienced and I'm lacking the necessary skill for it, or if it is just some sort of a quirk characteristic of heroic weapons, but I think that the power of the sword actually weakened just a little bit. But a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, so here you go. This is the Audiobook Preborn that you have ordered. With that said, Break places the sword right in front of me, just like before. It was a fairly large sword, but this time around it was housed within a scabbard that was made out of hardened leather and embroiled with intricate symbols and patterns. The blade was hidden inside of the scabbard for now, but once you tried to pull it out, the same red-hot blade that would cut and melt everything in its path would greet you. Ooh, nice. I really like it. It's fairly big, but this is still a one-handed sword, right? That is the limit. And don't even think about asking me to make it even smaller. Cutting a giant's spear so that it would resemble a sword was already enough of a tall order here, so don't ask me to do the virtually impossible thing. Well, that's actually a little bit of a shame. I really wanted this thing to be a one-handed sword, so that it would have fitted my playstyle in the best way possible, but oh well, it's good enough, I guess. Maybe if I invest some points into strength down the road, I should be able to hand it in at least similar way to a one-handed sword. Who knows? But this sword here is definitely not a two-handed sword. Sure, it is fairly long, but not nearly long enough for that. But then, if it can be handled in one hand with this size and weight. Wait a minute. A sword that looks like a two-handed sword, but can actually be wielded in one hand. I think that I have heard about a weapon like that somewhere before. So, this thing is actually a bastard sword now. Bastard sword. Out of all sword types, this thing is the one that is getting misunderstood most of the time. You see, bastard swords are not pure power type weapons, but actually a hybrid weapons. A hybrid weapon that can essentially be used with one hand or two hands, depending on the situation and the need of the players. But it is because of that many players tend to scorn them for being impractical and unusable. Good grief, so this is the result of all my efforts? All those material, all that hard work and time we have put into making this, and this is the end product we get? But it is not all that bad. If only you'll bring me new materials, we can try to rebuild it once more. I can get to work right away. I guess that there must be additional conditions needed to reforge a weapon multiple times, but could it be that I have actually fulfilled them already? On one hand, I feel glad that I do not have to go and collect more stuff for that purpose, but on the other hand it made it feel somewhat dull. I wonder what that condition could have been? The process of rebuilding is actually fundamentally different from that of restoring. Instead of changing the weapon completely, you just alter it slightly, just enough that some of its stats are going to get changed. What's more, rebuilding has the advantage over restoring in that it needs significantly less materials for the process, but still, it takes a significant amount of ore and materials. I guess I am going to have to go and restock on some of them in the nearby future. Can I pull it out and see it? I mean, yeah, sure, go right ahead, knock yourself out. But let me warn you, if you destroy my workshop some more, you're getting the hammer. No buts, no ifs. Just the hammer. The blade makes a slight metallic noise when I grab its handle and pull it out of its sheath. Huh. So that's how Aradville rebuilt looked like? It is probably because the main ingredient used in the process of reforging was quartz, but the blade looked kind of like a crystal with a whole lot of red veins of pulsing heat running all over it. And when you were shaking the sword even slightly, you could actually feel the heat seeping out of the sword and trying to break free. It feels slightly heavy. I think it may have something to do with the fact that it can be used with one hand and two hands respectively, but I'm afraid that my strength stat might now be quite enough for this. If it was one-handed sword exclusively, I could easily combine it with Dispater for some truly undefeated combination. Or could it be that handing it without any addition would be a better choice here? Chapter 322 Part 2. Chapter 322, Rebuilding, that is restarting from scratch Part 2. I twisted the sword in my hands a few times, and then gave it a couple of swings to get a feel for it. I then threw it in the air slightly and caught it right away. Normally I would also try to kick it in the air with my foot, but seeing just how dangerous of a weapon it could be, I decided to give this idea a rest for now. Good job with this one. I like it. I'd give it a perfect score without fail. Well duh. Of course it's perfect. As long as Pops entrusted me with bringing it back to its full glory, you'd better be sure that I am going to give it my absolute best here. What's with that reaction? Break, my dear, your mouth seemed to be saying one thing, but your body shows something completely different. I wonder, why can't you just be honest with yourself? It would be a whole lot easier for you and for those around you. Speaking of which, so it is done. I see. Pete Pops, what are you doing here? For some bizarre reason, Sash himself decided to appear here. But I do have to wonder, how is he doing that? Appearing behind you completely out of the blue, without giving out as much of a sign? Sash then gazes at the weapon I was holding in my hand, at Aradville rebuilt. It was then stolen from my hand by none other than Break herself, who appeared behind my back and snatched it for herself. What was that just now? A mimicry skill? What the hell is wrong with this bunny family? You see, big bro, if it's about tinkering with the sword's size without permission, I'm the one who's to blame for that. So please, don't punish Break for that, and I don't mind that in the slightest. I told you, didn't I, that it was originally a tip of a giant's spear that got broken? Also, seeing someone so small trying to brandish a blade so huge would have been atrocious. So it's all good. But Sanraku, I hope that the path that you shall follow is the one that will not bring shame to this blade or the ones who wielded it before you. Sure thing. Leave it to me. Hey, just look at it. That's some top-notch role-playing power, if I do say so myself. I guess that Josette and her people are pretty good at it as well, but this here is a close contender to the title of the best role play out there. When I think like that to myself, Sash suddenly turns around, as if he just remembered something. He looked at Break, but the look in his eyes was not that of a ruler looking down at his subject. It was the look of a parent who gazed at their child with affection. Break, good job with this one. I'm really proud of you. Hi dear costumer, You mustn't. Please refrain from saying lines like that here. Brake's poor heart is not going to be able to withstand it at this rate. It took Brake quite a while to calm down enough so that I could hold a coherent conversation with her. She was still weeping like a small child, but at least it was at a degree I could handle. And now that Aradville was out of the way, we could move on to other business, since it was not the only thing I asked her to do for me. Look, you are a grown-up Vorpal bunny, so you should not cry like that. Here, pull yourself together. Want me to blow your nose? I'm not crying. I'm not crying. And what am I supposed to do with this bunny here? Her actions and words do not align in the least. That's quite a pickle. However, even though Aradville was probably her greatest job yet, Brake did not forget about her other assignments and she was handing them to me right now. Talk about a true professional blacksmith. Heave, ho. You, right, I have done what I could with it. But don't expect miracles here. What you see is what you get. No worries, that's more than enough here. When I think about it now, it's the equipment that was with me the longest here, even though it was nothing special and all of its stats were actually shit. But that being said, I can clearly see that the leather of the mask has been strengthened. But what about the eyes? Why are eyes just like they used to me? Strengthen the eyes as well. God damn it. The mask of the bird eye's view has been changed into mask of bird's mind eye. But truth to be told, it only got a little bit stronger than before. Let's see the equipment here. Oh, good. Its defense stat is much greater than before. I must say, what an amazing growth potential. With that, my vitality stat is going to go all the way towards 20 points. What else do we have here? A visual correction effect? But what exactly does that supposed to mean? Does this allow me to see into the greater distance? Or maybe removes the motion blur that occurs when you move fast? It's hard to tell from the name alone. Next is the sword, for the remodeling of which I had to obtain the materials from Dominion Hornets, the Sea Emperor's sword. Aside from that, I also needed some crystal scorpion stingers, some high-quality ore and a few other components that luckily were already at my disposal. Quite the combination of materials, but what can you do? Its name is Venomous Stinger. Its basic stats went up considerably. Its durability was now decent as well, and it acquired the added effect of poison status thanks to all of the venomous additions. So, in other words, when someone gets damaged with this, they are either going to get poisoned or paralyzed, depending on the thing that gets them, right? I get a feeling that this weapon is bad news. It sounds extremely dangerous. Aside from the unique monster, I get a feeling that this effect is going to be especially nasty against normal monsters. The only downside here is that the twin swords changed shape and type into rapiers, most probably as a result of using so many needle-type materials to strengthen them. So while using them, your defenses are going to be even poorer than usual. This brings the weapons and armor strengthening to an end. We have strength in many of my equipment pieces, and while I feel glad that all of them are still going to be relevant, it was not a cheap endeavor, both money-wise and material-wise. And last but not least, here, this should be alright, huh? Brake said something like this, but do you understand that my financial reserves have already took quite a blow here? Anything more and money is really going to become a problem for me once again. But the Brake just placed one last item on top of my hands, seemingly unfazed by the kind of expression I was making at the moment. Good. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. How about we go and give this one a shot for the time being? Emule, you know what to do, so do the deed. And bro, today it is going to be a festival. What kind of festival? Super Mining Can Festival? That's what. I equipped the newly enhanced bird mask and the strengthened pickaxe on me. On a side note, this pickaxe had as much ore poured into it as Aradville did, so it is bound to be of really solid quality. Seeing what was going on and feeling what was about to happen in a short while, Emule could not help it but to let out a long and deep sigh filled with resignation. Chapter 323 Part 1. Chapter 323, Numerous Trials and Errors Due to Punishment Due to Exaggerated Environmental Destruction Part 1. Dracula's Dinner Trio 6. What do you think when you hear a name like that? Personally, I think that it is too much of a mouthful to pronounce out loud. Way too scientific and not player-friendly. Plus I do believe that it was not all that fitting to the monster that happened to receive it. It was a dinosaur-like monster, but a way smaller than any actual dinosaur, and it was trying to jump at me and rip me to shreds right about now. However, even though its claws were long and sharp, and it could move around pretty quickly, it was of no real danger to me. Not as long as it was afflicted with poison debuff and said debuff was ticking away. Case in point, the dinosaur jumped at me ready to attack, but just then it collapsed to the ground and stopped moving, its body exploding into a myriad of polygons. Apparently the poison debuff managed to do enough damage over time, completely exhausting its HP bar. I may have went with the flow here and strengthened the Emperor's sword, but truth to be told I had no real way of knowing just how much stronger it had gotten as a result of said strengthening. It was mainly due to the fact that when it was still but an Emperor's sword I hardly even used it in actual combat. The raw damage increase was a given here, but the main point of concern was the amount of HP that each tick of poison debuff would subtract from the enemy monsters. Of course, normal monsters were quite susceptible to status ailments of various kind, so checking the exact amount was not a problem here. However, there is also one more issue that may or may not be an issue per se, but still, it's kind of annoying that the only way in which you can inflict the poison debuff it's through piercing attacks. Damage would have been so much better in here for sure. Rapiers are good weapons, but they force a rather peculiar playstyle on their users. If those were normal twin swords, however, I could have easily adapted my usual playstyle to them, or maybe even develop it into something even more aggressive. And truth to be told, some of Katsu's movements and attacks looked really interesting, so I was dying to try and incorporate them into the dual swords fighting style. But like this great Katsu emulation would have to wait for a more suitable weapon or occasion. Anyways, after all was said and done and the battle was over, the only thing that was left for me to do was to pick up whatever items dropped out of the entire horde of Dracula's Dinatriasis and be on my way. And while I was doing just that, going all over the place and picking up loot, all of a sudden I happened to overhear bits and pieces of human language sounding in the distance. I knew it. There are way too many players in here for the moment. What the hell is this even? This should be the middle of nowhere, but you have a bigger chance of encountering other players in here than engaging in battle with actual monsters. How are we even supposed to farm the materials from the monster if there are no monsters to be found? I'm not really in the mood to fight other players, since my main purpose of being here is to test out how my new equipment is performing in actual combat. However, if there will be no monsters in here on which I could test my newly strengthened weapons and armor, then fighting human opponents might become a necessity. A pain in the ass, but a necessary pain in the ass nonetheless. Also, there is also one more thing that I am currently on the lookout for. A place that is also necessary for myself becoming stronger. The facility that is going to let me release the level cap on my avatar, so that I can level up beyond level 99. But sadly, I seem to be unable to find it no matter where I would try to look. According to the various information that I heard from Ray, Magical Girl Wannabe, Massive Dynamite and Kyotomat, it seems that this level cap removing facility is located somewhere on this new continent. It is supposed to be in some really remote, normally hard to reach place, far from any sign of civilization. But if it's somewhere around this continent, this means that we are going to get there eventually. So it is only a matter of time. No matter what or how much time it may take, that sweet 3-digit number right to the word level on my HUD is going to be mine. There is always a possibility that raising my level too quickly might actually harm my Vorpal Soul gauge, but it is a risk I am willing to take here. Sure, Vorpal Soul is an important part of my character in this game, but being able to have a 3-digit level comes with its own unique charm that is difficult for me to simply ignore, especially since there is always a possibility of obtaining new and powerful skills once my level increases beyond 100. And since for the time being my main objective in this game is to beat the ever-living shit out of Knight Prololican, some of those above level 100 skills might actually prove to be a priceless asset aiding me in that particular endeavor. Especially since the real Loken is definitely going to be way more powerful than that alter ego of his. Hence, getting rid of the level cap is a must here. Also, everything is indicating that our guild is finally on a good path to become a force to be reckoned with, which is good as well to hear. I do believe that there are things in this game that cannot be done on your own and that you could only accomplish with the help of others. Kyotomat's words even serve to reassure me in this feeling, so it might take us some time, but we are surely going to get there. But since there seem to be no more monsters in this area, it might actually be a good idea to return to the castle for now as well. What the hell? What is this thing? It's all black and, you are alright. Take that. How does my scythe taste? Is it good? I sure hope so. Hooray. It certainly is annoying that there are way too many players around these parts. However, since this is a new continent, all of the players must be theoretically strong enough to handle the dangers of this place, so that would also mean that the number of possible challenges I can face have increased as well. Anyways, they look like a relatively weak bunch, so I might just go at them without any actual plan or strategy. Just brute force things out. Wait. Let me heal you. There. Alright guys. Get the bastard. Chapter 323, Numerous Trials and Errors Due to Punishment Due to Exaggerated Environmental Destruction Part 2. To sum things up, over the course of 3 days I managed to perform a total amount of 16 different trials. I even managed to improve RIP's stats so much that its initial stats essentially doubled as a byproduct here. I even managed to score for myself 13 copies of the item strengthening material True Quartz Tears, as well as an item called Noble's Insurance. I can feel my desire getting more and more satisfied. Or at least that is what I keep telling myself. In reality, my soul was crying so much that I thought it is going to basically dissolve any minute now. So you're saying that the Knights Corps are soon about to head out? Yes, that's right. Although they seem to be calling it a survey march of all the things that they could call it. It is for that reason that they are ordering a large amount of supplies from all the merchants that are here for the current moment. Now, it is only a hypothesis on my end, but I think that the presence of the members of the royal family may have something to do with it. Now I do have to wonder, is the new king just way too straightforward, or maybe it's just that their communication basically sucks. The branch office of the Café Snake's Apple is yet to be opened here in the new continent, however, they are making necessary preparations for that. One of those preparations is the way for the Avengers to be able to go into the Wandering Sword without much of an issue here. The entrance for now was located in the back room of some other cafe around here, and I was able to get there without problems. It was then that I heard something really interesting from Ruthia Payson. Since this is the contract that you have acquired on your own, I do not mean to be interfering with it, but I do wonder, are the knights perhaps going to march out at midnight, about 2 days from now on? 2 days later at midnight. All right, I get it. I understand. Thank you very much. As a matter of course, I had school that I had to focus on during the weekdays, so I was secretly hoping for this quest to be happening at a date or a time that would be more suitable for me. But I see that this time around the gods of RNG were actually smiling down on me. Huh? Since the date of the marching out was going to be at midnight on Friday, I could stay up all night without worry and do this thing. The one in charge of the 3rd platoon of knights, his name is Julius, and he is known as the Sword of Desperation. Sword of Desperation, huh? Basically, it's a pretty boring sword that only aims at the vital points of the body and pierces them without fail. Then there is the first knight, Albrecht. If I had to put a finger on him, he is like the prodigy of the current generation. He's also a king's paladin and a hero to boot. So overall, he's pretty darn amazing. I would say this description may sound pretty terrible and intimidating, but it really is not all that bad. I mean, if you know which places someone is going to target, it's all the easier to actually mount a counter-offensive, right? That's that, but I guess that the one with whom I should be more concerned is the first knight, since he is being described by such big words here. However, why do I get a feeling that those knights are that kind of people that is nice to one another on the inside while actually doing their best to crush one another behind the scenes? I have heard that he is a noble person, but would he be someone who would prioritize the good of the nation over the well-being of the ruler? Who knows? At least we know that he is a righteous person, so as long as someone will not pull some wool over his eyes, we should be all right here. Yay! It is a given that if the current king, the one who chased his own father into exile, will want to get violent with him or the first princess, that he is going to go about it in a discreet way rather than striking dead in the open. But that's what Josette and her people are here for, right? To protect the NPCs from harm? Well, but they are all players, so I would assume that they know very little about the nobility of this world and their affairs. Technically speaking, since I am doing this quest on the Saint Chan's behalf, it would more or less mean that I should have Saints Guard full cooperation with this thing. However, they seem to have their own things that they need to take care of, so I cannot actually rely on them in that regard. I even tried to ask them about the first princess, but I ended up not learning anything useful at all. I only learned that apparently she is a very beautiful woman. So that marks wasting an hour and some of my time, only to not learn anything. Great. Nice to know that people are actually so useful here. It is going to be bad if we try to pull something here off ourselves, right? Worst case scenario, you will end up making an enemy of the entire Brotherhood of Knights. So it has to be a no-kill rescue mission, huh? No, there should be another relatively easy solution here, but will it really work out? But still, this here new continent looks to be extremely easy place to perform an environmental kill onto people. So, and since I have played a whole bunch of survival games, I know of more than one way of eliminating someone with the help of the environment that makes it all look natural. Fufu. Looks like the conflict is going to be inevitable here, but that's okay with me. I wouldn't want it any other way. Thanks. I feel mostly the same way. I am sorry for the wait. Here is our newest product. Dear costumers, I bring to you the Crimson Place Parfait, made from the carefully selected ingredients from this new continent. I would like you to share your impression on its subject with me. Since we had this heated discussion going on here, the appearance of the master of the cafe gave us quite the scare all of a sudden. As for the actual parfait, it was huge, with bright red bananas right in the middle of it. As for the master itself, he was supposed to be the cousin of the master back at the old continent. Yeah, right. As if anyone is going to fall for that. It's really awkward to talk about those jobs while we eat, so allow me to say one more thing before we start. What is it? Ruthia Payson pointed her silver spoon toward me and said in brief words, the kingdom has some information regarding the new continent, though limited they can be, but those information serves as a fissure as well between people. The former king is the moderate one, and the new king is extremely radical. I see. So that's how it is. We are the wandering swords, those who grants the wishes of the people, no matter what they could possibly be. But still, even the tool that is a sword has the right to choose the one who is going to wield it. That being said, who do you wish to be wielded by? It does not really matter to me who is going to wield me. However, I would want for that wielder to at least be someone who respects its sword and does not think that I am going to follow every single order obediently. Treat your sword with respect, and all your enemies shall be disposed of. But treat your sword poorly, and you are going to find out that it was the exact thing that was lodged into your back at some point in time, bringing death upon you. Chapter 324, From Misery to Sadness Part 1. Sanraku. So, did you geese manage to defeat Kutanid in the end? Akatsu Akane. Oh, right. I was wondering about that as well. Arthur Pensilgton. All cleared. Arthur Pensilgton. Thanks to the information given to us by Sanraku-kun, we managed to clear it without any problems. Honestly, I thought it might have been a somewhat harder of a challenge. But once you understand what you're dealing with, it gets really disinteresting and even boring. Arthur Pensilgton. But it was actually the two of us that actually hard carried this expedition. Let's just say that once the gender-bending phase came around, everyone got a little bit overly enthusiastic about having grown boobs and wieners, and it was difficult to keep them on track the whole time. Arthur Pensilgton. The boss battle was actually a breeze. The hard part was what came after that, the running away phase. I honestly thought that we might be screwed there for a moment, Rust. But you managed to win in the end, so that's all good, right? Arthur Pensilton, if only it was so sweet. The killer whales and never-ending zombie parades made this whole excursions way more difficult than it really was. So by the end I was just glad that it was finally over rather than basking in the sweet aftertaste of victory. Sanraku, don't tell me that you did not manage to defeat the Atlantic Reaper Orca on the first try. How many times did it own your asses? Admit it. Sanraku, seriously, that's so lame. Arthur Pensilton, unlike some of my colleagues here, I do not sell my soul to a bunch of seafood for power. Fish face. Sanraku, huh? What was that? Wanna go, you bitch? Wanna go? Arthur Pensilton, I have a far better idea. Want to hear about Katsu, who is looking all the same even though his gender has been changed? Sanraku, wait for a moment here. I'll go buy myself some popcorn and cola. Mold, I guess that Sanraku-san really intends to sit down and listen to that story after everything is said and done. Sanraku, but before you start telling me about all that, I'll just mention here quickly that right now I'm in the middle of doing some unique quest on the side. Sanraku, and you will never even guess what that thing is. Katsu, then let's hear it. I could really go for a change of pace here, since I'm getting sick of seafood for quite some time now. Sanraku, wait just a moment. Sanraku, wait just a minute here. Benito-san, let's have a proper discussion here, shall we? Sanraku, the thing that differentiates human beings from mere beasts is that we do not need to solve all of our problems with violence alone, right? We can talk our differences out, right? Katsu, but wouldn't you say that many of human emotions are beast-based, such as anger, for example? Arthur Pensilton, oh my, could this be what people call a stray bullet hitting you indirectly? Sega Zero, what are you guys talking about? Rust, go and buy yourself popcorn and cola. This is going to be good. Mold, ugly cannibalism. Ugly, but also mysteriously entertaining. Sanraku, what the hell is wrong with this non-slip story here? Soon you are going to forget what this thing was all about originally, and what's the point in that? Arthur Pensilton, and now we can see a chimera in all of its majesty. Katsu finally fused with the grumpy old man and ascended beyond anything we have seen before. Katsu, want to add something more? Sanraku Crockett, how about that story when you got hit with a butt beam that managed to shoot you into orbit at the speed of sound? Let's hear it. I think that story is hilarious. Mold, Newbury Afu, Rust, oh boy, this is going to take at least 3 days for poor Mold to recover from. So, it looks like that clear of the Cutanid of the Abyss was done without problems. I still had some time to spare before the knights would start to move out. So for now I have logged in while thinking what could I possibly do here in order to prevent Katsu from spilling any beans on some of my utterly embarrassing stories. That in itself was truly a unique scenario. Really now, why is it that the weirdest of things turn out to be connected to one another when you least expect them to do so? Usually I would admire such a thing, but right now I don't really feel like doing that, at all. It is a unique scenario, but when you actually get down to doing it, it does not feel like a unique scenario in the slightest. Take escort missions for example. In those missions you are expected to partake in multitude of battles, some of them short and some of them fairly long. What's more, the player assumes the role of the wall that protects the escort target from harm and any danger that may arise during the travels. But even missions like that can have various restrictions and prevent you from doing certain actions, increasing the difficulty levels tremendously. So, in other words, it is best for me to prepare for a long quest, so it would be wise to stock on healing items, provisions and make sure that my weapons are in top condition, so that I won't find myself decreasing their durability to 0 in no time at all. But that does not really matter for now. If something interesting happens during this quest, it is going to receive a complete priority by me. Life is too short to be spent on regrets, and the same can be said about video games in general. There is no use agonizing and regretting your choices and decisions because, you want to know, right? There is always a certain romance to venturing into the unknown, discovering new lands and slaying various vicious monsters. It is something that no true adventurer can easily deny. There is this unique scenario called true love and true hate. The conditions of this particular unique scenario occurring are most probably the possession of both the Dullahan blade of the Dullahan warrior and the noble cicerant of the true quiet enemy. After that, it is only a speculation on my part, but it would be coming into contact with someone possessing a vast knowledge about weapons in general and knowing a blacksmith with the rank of master or higher. Know that I think about it. This unique scenario happened to unlock first when I happened to break the RIP weapon that I got from defeating True Quiet. She was just casually looking at it when all of a sudden she mumbled, "Is this thing looking for someone?" Followed by, "Hey lad, show me that big sword of yours for a moment." From that point forward, it was actually a smooth sailing. Upon closer inspection of the two weapons, Break came to a certain conclusion. She said that there is a strong connection between those two, and I'm not talking about anything half-assed. It's a genuine bond. If you want to know more, you must seek out the owner of this sword, the original Dullahan. I think that this is supposed to be a clue or something similar to it. Hearing about that, I remember laughing hard. That's actually quite a flag to be raised there. Contacting a corpse. It might sound really bothersome and it can actually be quite a landmine. But in games like that, the best course of action upon seeing a landmine it is to actually step on it without thinking too much. That is why I decided to come to $8 for a while, and going down towards the valley filled with cursed fumes. It's been a while since I was last here. What's this? Think you can take me on? Huh? You are welcome to try, you bastards. Just don't run away later with tears in your eyes. I don't really have the time to waste on small fries like that. I needed to get a move on and find my prey. However, where would I even start to look for something like that? The original Dullahan. About 2 hours later. For fuck's sake. Fuck? Is this the working of the RNG gods again? Or maybe it's the fault of some event flag that I did or did not manage to raise? God damn it, I do not possess nearly enough information to find and defeat this thing. But how am I supposed to do it? Let me think for a little bit. First of all, we need to make sure of the background relationship of the parties involved in this quest. I was told to investigate this place because two of my particular weapons were reacting to one another. Also, it is needless to say here, but the characters of this story are most probably not from the era of the gods, but from the more contemporary times. A black knight and his beloved wife, two regular humans. That much I know from the weapons descriptions. It seems that some sort of tragedy took place in the past between the knight, the princess and the king. Could it be that the princess wanted to have a romance with the knight and he refused her advances? But in that case, then, whatever the hell should I do? Iwamaki-san is the romance master, not me. Well, whatever it might have been, as a result of that tragedy the knight was beheaded and his wife went mad with grief, rage and hatred. Talk about one heck of a bad end. Is there even a sliver of hope in a hopeless situation quite like this one? Chapter 325, From Love to Joyous Celebration Part 1. When I look back and think back to that one particular moment during that faithful day, it was certainly a miracle that I did not die to the poison's damage over time effect. Call it simply luck or maybe even a divine providence, but the fact remains that I managed to survive and grow from that experience. But that is not the only thing. If I had not met Knight Prololokan on that faithful day, the present-day Sanraku would not be here. If I had not obtained the items I have obtained, the present-day Sanraku would not even be here. Truth to be told, my current Sanraku self is one big mixture of results of random encounters that were largely beyond my ability to control. That is why I made sure to remember the names of the players who have helped me out, even if it was only for a little bit. And on that very first day, there was a player named G and the girl that was accompanying him, Mia. They were the ones who showed me the direction to the Secandils Inn, and it is thanks to them that I was able to make a save there. This place right here was the place I would have the least expect to have a reunion in with players like that. That is why I wanted to make sure that I got the right person here. but much to my surprise the moment I opened my mouth and asked her that, she grabbed her brown-haired dog and started running away from here as it was the devil itself that was chasing her. And I must admit, that speed of hers was something else all right, but really now, it's as if she saw a ghost right now or something. No, now that I think about it, her behavior was not that strange at all. I mean, if you were to see a black morning dress wearing person falling from the sky while wearing a cloak of black thunder all over its body, you would probably want to run away as well. Because that is some pretty horror movie stuff right there. Wow, now I actually feel sorry for scaring the poor girl away like that. There were some questions I wanted to ask her, and I wanted to ask just how she was doing these days. However, that can wait for now. Right now I had more pressing matters to attend to, so I mobilize my vocal soul and try to listen to my surroundings for any scraping sounds that may have seemed suspicious. We need to revise our strategy here, and if by doing so we happen to meet all the conditions that are necessary, then all the better. Here. Doing this search, I managed to slay a whole bunch of monsters, so now I was pretty strengthened and healed basically all of my HP. When going solo to areas like that, this weapon was no so bad after all, but only if you go solo. However, there is going to be one final test here, and that is fighting the monster that was not just some weak-ass small fry. Only then I am going to see if this weapon is truly worth the effort and sacrifices that it demands of the player. Now then, I think that my search has been going for long enough here. It would be about time for the Dullahan to come out. But, contrary to that opinion of mine, it seems that even the small fries stopped spawning for the time being. Personally, I stopped updating my hit count here once it passed the magical number of 200, and considering that there are probably other players in the area killing all the monsters as well, it would have been about time for the Dullahan to show up. No, wait a moment. If there are other players in here with me, doesn't that mean that someone might actually kill the Dullahan before I manage to get to it? That they are going to swipe it right from under my nose? TSK. What an even this is. Please give me a break already with the small fries and give me what I want. Is this so much of me to ask? Found it. I have finally found the guy. The thing is, it was already engaging some other player, so I had to smack that player to the side so that he would not steal my prey away from me. Please forgive me, my dude, but sometimes life really be that way. That's RNG for you. Hello, nice to meet you. Say, I do realize that it might be a little bit rude to ask you this right away, but do you happen to be my husband, by any chance? Whoa there. Is that move an instant kill technique? That's not nice. Starting the fight like that, you bastard. Mommy forgot to teach you to mind your manners during conversation? TSK. If that is how you want to do it, fine. Magic torch. It may not be a high-level spell, however. This magic is really secretly OP. It is something that is more useful than you might actually think. It is really easy to forget about this or maybe even become unaware of it completely. But there is a concept of darkness in this game. Lurking in the shadows, illuminating one's surroundings. This is all pretty basic stuff that may seem useless initially, but when utilized correctly, it is better than the buffs or debuffs that you can cast around. Especially in a situation like this one right here. I use the disposable magic scroll in order to apply the magic light above my head. Thanks to that you can see the shadows dancing all around me. Also, it just so happens that both the shadows were about to overlap in this particular position. However, that property can also be used the other way around. The light source generated above my head is linked directly to the movements of my head, you see. This means that depending on the way in which you move your head round, you can also move your shadow around. I have your movements memorized, so don't think even for a second that you are going to have a chance here, but rest assured, I'm not going to kill you. You're more important to me alive. Now talk to me. Talk to me, my dear husband. Frenzy. To be precise, the magic torch moves around according to the unnatural movements of the body. I noticed that the source of the shaking was actually coming from behind me. Hey there, it's been a while, hasn't it, Dullahan? At this point in time all of my preparations were more or less done. Now then, just what is going to happen next? I wonder? I knew it. So meeting all those people was a necessity, a flag without which you would be unable to advance the event properly. But it is thanks to all that this headless warrior, the one who was clearly hostile from the very beginning, and the Grim Reaper that announces death, were able to finally meet. Chapter 325, From Love to Joyous Celebration Part 2. There are still some monsters in the area as well. However, they are only mob monsters. So for now let's just keep my distance as to not aggro anything and see what happens. Mob monsters and a rare monster. How is this situation going to develop? The one to move first was the Black Death Spirit. It reaches out its hand towards the Dullahan slowly. The way it was acting right now was so unnatural for it and so out of character that right about now it was hard to believe that it actually possesses the firepower and attack pattern so tricky and unusual that it is basically able to mow down sinners and bloodlusting players with the efficiency of the assembly line robot. Come on, come on. If the romance between the two of you will be unable to progress, then the unique quest is not going to progress, either. And that would be a whole lot of problematic for me. However, the thing that responded to the Black Death Spirit's extended hand was the edge of the sword. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. A huge blade of the Flamberg tears through the air with a might roar, as if it was trying to reject the Black Death Spirit's hand with every fiber of its being. But of course, for the monster of this caliber, an attack like that would prove to be not all that effective. This principle does not change even in case of mob monsters, so no matter just how long and hard the Dullahan would try to attack with its full power, it would never be able to deal any kind of damage to Black Death Spirit. However, the fact that it would rather reject the hand that was offered to it than accept it seemed to have caused severe mental damage to the Black Death Spirit. That's not good. It did not cause physical damage per se, but even after that, the Black Death Spirit was trying to reach out its hand to the Dullahan over and over again, only to be rejected by it every single time. And the fact that none of them would receive damage here only proved to throw them into this sort of nightmarish loop without any kind of end in sight. There is a ghost that comes right in front of us from behind a huge rock, laughing all the time. There is a female ghost who holds some strange object in her hand. That object looks like a small ball or crystal. I may be wrong here, but this strange object looks like a helmet. Yeah, I could be wrong here, but I think that's pretty much it. Huh? For some reason, that helmet looks kind of familiar. Yeah, it looks almost exactly like that headless armor I went against all that time ago. Could it be just a coincidence? The two monsters continue to relentlessly launch an attack after attack at one another. But what is their reason for acting so hostile to one another? The reason for that can be somewhat understood from the flavored text of the Dullahan's blade. The flavored text says the following: a sword of a skeleton that has forgotten its memories, its pride, and its love alongside losing its neck. That is why the body that was left behind indiscreetly targets not only the necks of the living, but the necks of the dead as well. So, does that mean that the Dullahan's body lost all of its memories for some reason? No, that's not it. I think that he might have lost his memories when he was still a human. That would make a whole lot more sense. So if it has come to this, what could possibly a player do in this situation? What can you do to restore the memories of the corpse? There is one saving grace to this entire situation. As long as the two monsters cannot cause harm to one another, I do not need to be worried about time limits of any sort. No, wait. Hey, Black Death Spirit, the fuck are you doing? Why the hell do you brandish that scythe like that for? Oh shit, the Dullahan might not be on a time limit here, but the true quiet sure is. Where is the event progress flag when you need it the most? Think about it. Think about it. What would be next here? No, not next. The right word here would be what needs to be aligned properly. I feel like all of the missing parts have already been assembled here. Now, I am missing but one more piece, but that piece is the most important one of them all. Where the hell is the Dullahan's neck? It's a really solid development, and if you carefully study all the facts, you can quite easily see where it is all going. The moment True Quiet swings its scythe at the Dullahan's neck, the Dullahan is going to die for the second time. True Quiet, causing the second separation with her beloved by her own hands, will let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh, what a fine tragedy it is. a twist that nobody would even suspect. How would you find a neck of the poor husband that his demon-like wife separated from his body? Without some pre-discovery system there would be no way of actually doing that. Just when I thought about that, I could see that something started to move at the corner of my eye. Found it, found it, found it, found it. I have finally found it! Exclamation mark. You bitch. You can try to hide it all you want, but you are the first princess of that country, right? The one who fell in love with the Black Knight. Now stop wiggling your head like that so I can slash through it and give you what you rightfully deserve. Monsters of the spirit class, huh? Then how do we even attack them? No, no, no. Unique conditions, progressing the quest forward. Yeah, that's it. Come on out. Oh noble silence. I have no idea just for how long you have been waiting for this moment to occur, but it's finally here. The revenge match that you have been waiting for. How am I on activated skills? Good. They are still on. What about Levin trigger, disaster hand? Still going strong, I see. All right, time for some slaughter here. Exclamation mark. It was at that moment, the ghost woman started to wave her hand at someone, and right after that a ghost soldier appeared in front of me. But when you cut through its illusionary flesh with my scythe, it disappeared into a cloud of black smoke and vapors. The images of soldiers, wizards, commoners and wow, there was even an image of a fat and disgusting king. No matter how you look at this man-pig, it does not look wise or just at all. I see, so that's how it is, huh? It's like that, huh? However, as long as the only things that appear here are small fires instead of the boss rush, then I should be absolutely fine. Come on, you undead bastards. Come at me all at once. I'm not afraid of you. I shall take you all on. You see, it just so happens that this monstrous morning Grim Reaper is this close from running out of patience. If you think that you are going to just dash through me like some American football player, then you are gravely mistaken. Think again. Chapter 326 Part 1, Chapter 326. And that is why you do not forget about Death Part 1. Look at the sheer size and the ornamentation of this scythe. It is not a proper weapon but rather a decorative one. And it's not that because it's a decorative weapon that is automatically useless. What matters here is not the type of the weapon, but its stats. It is thanks to that you can technically defeat the Demon Lord with an enhanced stick, as long as its parameters are high enough. Also, decorative weapons are quite hard to handle, so seeing someone actually being able to wield them properly is quite a sight to behold. Not to mention that their weight is not as it should be, so even the simple swinging around of it can cause the wielder many difficulties. But here in this full dive world, everything is a fair game as long as you have the system assist to help you out. That being said, a scythe was the perfect weapon for the job right here, and this here scythe was behaving really nice. And I say that having experienced video games where the scythe wielding was done so poorly that it was basically a useless weapon on the brink of being unplayable. But this thing right here was the total opposite of that. That is why I was able to hack through a whole wall of ghost soldiers in here with but a single swing, and it is without any kind of skill correction. However, their numbers sure were annoying here. Out of my way, out of my way, out of my way. Thinking about it now, the scythe is that kind of weapon that is similar to an axe or a sledgehammer when it comes to handling them. So I wonder why the Grim Reapers would choose the scythe if they also had other, better options. Thing is, unlike swords, where you need to hold your hands closely together, two-handed axes and sledgehammers allow you to keep your arms spread apart when you make your swings. But since I'm currently in the overflow state, even the slightest twist of my body causes excessive movement. Even the smallest of movements here can cause to start spinning around like a tornado, and needless to say, falling down will make me die on the spot, no questions asked. So I have no other way but to be extra careful about my movements as I continue to mow down the hordes of ghostly enemies. You need to admire and hate the warrior class at the same time. They can be tremendously strong at the same time as being really cheap to play. However, that can lead to them being either easy to beat or virtually unable to be defeated, depending on the circumstances. Yes, Cosmobuster, I'm looking at you here. However, the current situation with those ghosts is like constantly swinging between the two extremes. My scythe is dealing a good amount of damage here thanks to all of the upgrades it went through in such a short time, but one of its biggest flaws is that its range is limited. This is not good against waves of seemingly endless enemies. Not to mention that I'm also screwed if any of those warriors have means of range attacking. And since I do not possess any scythe skills in my arsenal, my only means of fighting back here is to manually reproduce the attacks that I have learnt in other full dive games. But aside from that, I can only do rotary slashes here without having to worry about anything. But even if I try to reproduce some more advanced techniques here, they are going to do me no good here without the necessary system assist and skill correction. TSK. While clicking my tongue, I change my weapon to the sword. I don't want to use the motion correction system here too much, since it carries a big risk of over-transmitting some of my movements. But if I stick to something simple and not overly flashy, I should be able to do this relatively easy. At least in theory. I then gathered my strength and jumped up about 3 meters into the air without the aid of any skill there. That's the kind of power that leveled up agility can give you. I then activated Frit Float at the highest point of the jump and I jumped forward as far as I possibly could. God damn it, does she possess infinite amount of stamina to run away and dash like that? The first princess runs away from me with a strangely graceful and beautiful form of dashing. When you stop to think about it for a moment, her unnatural speed makes a lot of sense here. I mean, she's a ghost, something without matter. So she has literally nothing that can obstruct her movements, not even her own clothes. That's a sly development choice. On the other hand, the only way in which my body could accelerate further right about now was by means of jumping forward. And once the inertia of my jumping is all but exhausted, the only thing that is left for me is to fall to the ground. I could technically slap some ghosts with my scythe like a scorpion stinger to try to see if that would negate the effect of the fall. But, is such a thing even possible in the first place? It should be possible, at least in theory. But honestly, the fact if it is possible or not can be all but ignored for now. What is important here is dealing with the obstacles that were in my path in form of the ghost warriors. I still have some mobility skills to be used here. Let's do this. I'm not giving up. I yell that out loud as I throw myself into the seething vortex of angry ghost warriors. At the same time as my landing would take place, I stabbed the tip of the scythe into one of the ghost warriors and then I changed the direction of the blade, creating something like a rotary slash. It was a move that you would not see all that often in video games. This rotary slash creates a sort of blank space all around me for a short moment and I proceed forward before that space has the time to fill up with more of the ghostly enemies. If I had twin swords on me at this point in time, this maneuver would have been even easier, but unfortunately the scythe was all I had for now, and sometimes it was really hard to move it just in the way I wanted it to. But thanks that, there is little less than 30 meters for me to go. Let's go. I can do this. It's inventory time. I know that it may seem weird and unnecessary to use it in place such as this, but rest assured, I know what I'm doing in here. With this, I am going to stop this shitty first princess once and for all. Mark my words. Chapter 326 Part 2. Chapter 326. And that is why you do not forget about death Part 2. This here is a monster rooted in hatred and resentment, not to mention that its appearance is only triggered by the particular unique scenario. The first princess is a monster that runs away with the Dullahan's head in her hands, her lips twisted in the creepiest form of a smile you would ever see. In the first place, that head she was holding on to should have never left its owner's neck. She was the embodiment of evil in this scenario. Every passing second and minute that she runs away means that the tragic couple only suffers more and more, and the first princess takes pleasure in their suffering. That is why she runs away. That is why she uses her knights and even her own father as a shield that separates her from danger. Hey there, you shitty princess, don't you think that you've had enough fun? Your twisted games ended long time ago, and they should stay that way. I could hear a voice like that. The voice I have heard was not the one of the Black Knight who lost his memories and his head. It was also not the voice of the woman who went crazy from sorrow and grief and became a murderer taking delight in slaughtering countless people. However, that voice was not of the scythe-wielding woman, but it was at the same time a voice that belonged to her. How is that possible? How could she possibly try to interact with other spirits like that? The answer to that was most probably, there is a ghost right in front of me, the ghostly apparition of the former king, aiming to protect the first princess from me giving chase. However, even during his lifetime the king was nothing more than a fat punching bag, so his noble desire to protect his child is nothing but a temporary setback to me. Nothing that would stop my advance right here. Those words are from the different game. But whatever, here goes. The dead should stay dead and go back to sleep. And so should you. It happened way faster than the AI was able to process the meaning of the words spoken by the mourning woman. Heave, ho! The head of the evil ghostly first princess was cut from her neck and sent flying in the air by the jet-black blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe. What followed here was all in accordance to the flavored text of this exact weapon. After the scythe finds its mark, the only thing that is going to be left is the silence of death that spreads around. There, catch. All right, serves you right. You filthy princess. You. However, now was not the time to be basking in the afterglow of my splendid victory here. I put the Grim Reaper's scythe back in my inventory and with the Dullahan's head in my arms I begin to retrace my steps all the way back to when I started my chase. On my way back, I ran through the ghostly hordes that were quickly collapsing like melting ice cream. I technically could defeat them myself to get some nice stuff out of them, but that was not important now. They were only an obstacle here. The real goal way waiting further ahead for me. Running in high heels. Hell yeah. It is true that while wearing high heels you cannot really run at full power, but the state of overflow was actually really helpful here. What I mean here is that even if I have to run on the tips of my toes, I can at least obtain a speed of the normal dash. Run, run, run. There. I can see them. Hey there, you two. I bet you are not going to believe what a wonderful gift I have right here. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Wow. Isn't this a total bloody battlefield? It seems that ever since I have left, both True Quiet and the Dullahan continued to exchange blows, even if both of them knew that it would not change anything. I wonder if their AI just evolved like 3 generations backwards now? Or could it just be a bug? Yeah, bug or something different, like a glitch, but we'll talk about it later. Thank you so much. Oh, the mysterious arcana. The recast time for my skills is over, and I can cast them again with no worries. I jump from the ground. Let's just hope that I'm not too late here. Make a step with all of the strength that was in my legs. One more boost that is going to be of huge help here. My timing seems to be good, but let's just hope it won't count as indirect kill here. Delivery. Yet another big jump. I go high in the air, higher than the Dullahan was even if it was riding a horse. My long dress dances in the air, carried by the wind currents. I take aim and swing the head in a helmet that I was firmly holding in one hand. Please receive it. Dunk shot. My aim could have been a little bit off here, but since the head was originally separated from the rest of the body, there should be no problem with this thing. At least I hope so. Fubei. At the very end of my dunk shot, I happened to smash my face right into the shoulder armor of the Dullahan. As a result, I fell to the ground and bit the dirt. Ugh, what a gross taste is spreading throughout my mouth. If I did not ended the overflow state right there, I would have been gone right now. Quick thinking managed to save my skin yet another time. But how about it? I have successfully delivered you your head, so what is going to happen now? Ooh. It seems that the ticking time bomb was successfully disarmed in less than a second here. This silence right here was neither anxiety-inducing nor deadly. It was actually kind of nice. The Dullahan stopped his hand with its sword from moving, and the True Quiet lowered her scythe and dropped it to the ground. It happened at the same time, almost on command. While I was silently striking various guts poses for everything to be all right now, I watched as the two monsters reach out their hands towards one another, this time to touch one another for sure with love and affection. Joa Na Van Sn T What a touching reunion this is. Should I start showering the two with fresh rice? Or maybe salt would be more accurate and fitting in here. Both of them are monsters, that much is true. And as long as they are not unique monsters, they are not quite the same as Wisman. It is true that Joanna and Vincent died without being saved, that their love met with a tragic end. Even with the two of them being like that right now, that fact will always remain unchanged. But still, even if it was nothing more but two monsters licking each other's wounds, it is also true that both of their regrets and sorrows managed to find a happy ending right here in this place. Since this is a game, I would expect a gentle breeze to sweep through the field right about now, and it comes our way. Indeed, it brushes against my cheek and goes forward, as if to carry the souls of the two monsters away from here. All that was left in this field right now was me, and a pair of wedding rings that were interlocked like the pieces of the chain, that fell to the ground silently. You have cleared the unique scenario sorrow born of love, true love and true hate. You have received the title to never be separated again. Ah well, what the hell? I gave that fucking first princess some of the other game's dialogue, so I might throw those guys some of that as well. Okay, here goes. Thou shalt not forget about the fact that because there is peace in death, there is also joy to be found in life. That is why, memento mori, always be mindful of death. That's literally perfect. If this was a story happening anywhere else but in the game world where a ton of wacky stuff was happening on a daily basis, I would have given this story about 120 points out of 100. Now then, now that's been taken care of, it's time for me to go reclaim some of that Vorpal soul points, as well as to farm some more back at the Crystal Cliffs. Chapter 327 Part 1, Chapter 327, Wolf licking its wounds in the night's shadows Part 1. Now then, shall we get to work? Putting on the slightly grayish in color bird mask on my head and making sure that it sits comfortably on my face, I started to follow the knights who secretly entered the forest in the dead of night. After overcoming the bloody battlefield that was the Dullahan versus True Quiet, I went to the Crystal Cliffs and farmed some more, and then the Crystal Scorpions played baseball with my body for a while before I died. After all of the recent events, it was surprisingly refreshing experience. Then I went to pay the Golden Scale Company a visit in order to get ready, and I have made it just in the nick of time to start secretly tailing the group of knights that exited the castle. It was then that it hit me. Just what kind of game am I playing here? Again? Oh well, like that even matters here. Alright, then. The condition for clearing this quest are as follows. I am to rescue the former King Taravanti and the first Princess Arya from being assassinated, as well as obtain the evidence pointing towards the involvement of the first prince and his knights into the conspiracy meant to kill the former king. As for the stealth and tailing the knights, I can do that fine on my own, but I wonder just how far I am going to be able to take it without having to rely on the system's assistance. Because I don't think that I will be able to do this all on my from the beginning until the end. According to the intel that I received from Ruthia Payson, the leader of the knights, the third knight is not all that strong to begin with, but, judging from the way in which the knights were dealing with the monsters around the forest, it is not that he is weak either. So I wonder what it is the extent of his power? At first I thought about climbing on top of the trees and following the knights that way. However, as soon as I tried that I was forced to abandon this idea. It turned out that this way I was making a whole lot more noise than I would initially expect. Plus, the knights were walking on the ground, so tailing them like that, it would just be way too slow. I may have said that before, but there is a clear correlation between the player's/NPC's vision and the darkness coming from the environment. The players can see well in darkness to some extent, but the NPCs are more like regular humans in that respect. Also, because of the nature of their excursion just now, no one was trying to light any torches, even though they would be of help here. That is why they were proceeding under the cover of darkness. Well, I normally play this game at night, so you might say that this works best for me, but I must be sure to maintain the right level of caution at all times here. However, since the time advances in this game in accordance to the real world's time, I would like you guys to speed it up and get a move on. I do not have all day to follow you, but for now I must suppress that urge to hasten anyone. Plus, the crowned papa and daughter are nowhere to be seen. That fact is hardly even surprising here, since I am tracking the absolute end of the column. I'd wager that if the king and the princess were here, they would be somewhere right in the middle of it, or maybe a little bit more to the front. In other words, I cannot see what the king and the princess are doing without getting closer to the column, or waiting for the knights from the front and the back to switch places. Not only that, but at this distance, I can barely make sense of the conversations between the knights of the lower rank that were walking at the very end of the column. Time for some interception. What do you do when you can't hear someone clearly because they are too far away from you? That's where my trust wiretapping device, Emule-san, comes into play. All of a sudden, the muffler tied around my neck started to move slightly. Normally hidden in this mode, Emule's ears start to move. They were moving around for a bit, but eventually they stopped. I guess they managed to pick up some conversations between some of the knights of the lower rank. Then, after a while, I could listen into what they were saying. Why the hell do we need to wait until going so deep inland in order to get rid of the former king and the princess? That's because the new king wants the proof that the demi-humans of this continent are hostile towards humans. I heard that the reason why our boss undertook this job is so that he can get on the king's good side, maybe even replace his favorite paladin. The way at which Emule was relaying the contents of the conversations was kind of annoying if I am to be honest, but thanks to that I at least start to understand the bigger picture thanks to all of that eavesdropped small talk. The new king wants to be in full control of the who killed aspect of assassination rather than get rid of the nuisances outright in the open, and the targets that are supposed to take the blame here are the demi-humans living in this continent. Does that include the elves as well? In short, does the new king wish to cause something between this here continent and the old one? From all that I know, his ascension to the throne was done way sooner than expected, so depending on how you would like to look at it, you could say that the current king actually usurped the right to the throne. That, and there are sure those who are going to ask the important question in here, why would the first prince want to usurp the throne if he was going to succeed it anyway? Why to be in such a hurry? Plus, I can imagine that the current king does not have enough of the people's support to pass some of the more unreasonable bills and laws that he is sure to have up his sleeve. So in order to gain popularity, he wanted a successful military campaign, but to send troops somewhere, you first need a good reason to do so. But here is the next question. Why the new continent? Surely there are other races back at the old continent that you could frame and persecute. So why go all the way out here? Sanraku-san, what are you doing? I'm going to record some of their conversations. If we can get enough of a solid proof of the first prince's involvement, maybe we won't have to stick with them for so long. We might as well massacre them all and be done with it. I don't think I have enough of a Vorpal soul to do something as suicidal as that. I think so, too, but if it to save some innocent lives down the road. But with that in mind, Vorpal soul parameter sure is quite a hassle to be mindful of all the time. After all, it constantly forces you to engage monsters and opponents that are way stronger than you are. Oh well, maybe the numbers will work in my favor here. They seem like small fries, but there is so many of them, so who knows? Maybe the Vorpal soul gauge will even go up a little bit. Emule, is there a possibility that they are going to detect us if you use magic here? If I cast it on me, then no problem, but anything other than self-centered spells always has that risk involved. I see. Could you use active sonar? I want to know if there are monsters around here. Roger that. After a while, Emule tells me that there are no monster in the vicinity. Could it be because of the event? There is also going to be an open area really soon. I'm starting to get the hang of the general flow of this quest here. This is definitely suspicious here. Why do I think that this is going to become quite a hassle soon? Maybe not as much of a hassle as making sure that one shitty brat does not die to an oversized octopus purely by accident, but if there is going to be someone else who will want to fight the knights here, this is going to be a hassle for sure, the kind of which only a player will be able to solve. As for the other players that came here with me, the members of the Sacred Shield's territory, I had little time to get to know them, but I get that Josette is similar to. She's not the maximum firepower, though, but rather a maximum defense. In other words, Josette is the ultimate tank, someone who is way better suited for a job like this one than someone like me. However, I was not the one to undertake that quest. It was outsourced to me by someone outside of the Sacred Shield's territory. I would not think that it would be anything special since it was not a unique scenario, but I still had way too few information about it. No, quests like that are good to have from time to time. Little variety never killed anyone. No reaction from the monsters thus far. No, there is a high possibility that some of them are going to spawn down the line, when the event progresses accordingly. Should I wait for that moment and deal with the knights at that exact same time? Chapter 327, Wolf Licking Its Wounds in the Night's Shadows Part 2. In that case, it would have been relatively safe and easy, but there was no sense in making predictions this early during the quest. Was it intuition? Or maybe just a coincidence? One of the knights broke off from the formation and approached my location to investigate, so I backed away a little bit and used Gravity Zero to hand upside down from a tree branch in order to avoid detection. Oh brave or stupid knight, if this was a horror game, you would be my very first victim here. This was a perfect opportunity for the attack from above, but I had to refrain from doing that. If he does not return to the formation, someone is going to raise the alarm for sure. I was staring at the knight from above like a bat, wondering if he even realizes just how reckless of a behavior that was. However, after a moment or two he just shook his whole body and returned to the formation, as if was the most natural thing for him to do. Sanraku-san, falling. We are going to fall. Suck it up. For crying out loud, the effect of zero gravity soon expires, and I land on the ground after slightly twisting my body. Ahead of me there is an open clearing, a place where the event is most probably going to proceed. Now then, let me show you my ultimate stealth techniques, which I used to assassinate various communist tyrants all over the globe as a contract killer in that one particular game. You people, do you intend to kill me? No. To kill us? Yes, that is correct. You see, your former majesty, your death shall become the cornerstone for the King Alex's new and bright future. This person was not overweight, but it was easy to tell that he rarely seen the sight of battle throughout his life. Anyways, that middle-aged man was talking to one of the flashier-looking knights amongst the whole group, and he was visibly getting angrier by the minute. Could this knight actually be the rumored sword of desperation? It must be. He looked like an NPC that had a difficult time throughout his life. Julian, I beg you to reconsider this. Think about the lives of all those who live on this continent. They have nothing to do with us, with royalty, with our superiority or inferiority. What are you saying, old man? They are nothing more but vulgar and inferior barbarians. They could never be called our equals. Oh, great, just great. So he's a racist character. I mean, every time a game features more than one race, there are people like that who is going to play some part in the story. It's a set, like crying of cicadas in the summer. You cannot have one without the other, or else you feel really uncomfortable. After all, for someone to flourish, someone else needs to suffer. That is the karma of good and evil. That being said, I bear no ill feeling towards demi-humans, your majesty. Or at least not as intense ill feeling as his majesty the new king. So then, but you see, what I want is the new type of battle. A stage upon which I could raise my battle skills and arts even higher than anyone else at the royal palace. That is all. So in the end, it's just that my own ambitions and the one of the new king simply happened to overlap to some extent. Those are living beings here, not some kind of fodder for your own martial arts or bloated ego. Oh, nicely said, your majesty. Good to know. If the one in need of an escort is a good person, this will mean that the defenders are going to feel extra motivated to save them. If it was someone like Pensilgton, a tyrant giving out unreasonable orders left and right, she would have been killed long ago, or her tyrannical was exposed to the general public and herself being dethroned. What I'm worried here for is the first princess. She was collapsed on the ground, either from exhaustion or fear, so I was unable to see her face all that well. but seeing all those knights and the king getting into fouler and fouler mood by the second. What is this? Am I afraid here as well? But with that, I have the background that I wanted. The new king wants to genocide or enslave the demi-humans, and the third knight wants to improve his swordsmanship in order to be better than anyone else. The idea of battling more and leveling up, growing stronger is something I can get behind. But, isn't that a little bit inefficient in my opinion? If you want your skills as a person, then go and train with pioneers. They should be more than willing to help out. As for level increasing, wouldn't monster hunting be a better solution here? Why get the demi-humans involved? I personally recommend the Crystal Cliffs, since they are the ideal place for all that. Materials, levels, hard opponents. It has it all. And best thing yet, almost no one ever visits that place. Sometimes I happen to see other players attacking the Crystal Cliffs out of recklessness or ignorance, but they do so from the main path, which is equal to suicide. The more efficient path here is through rock climbing, because you start with a certain safe distance from the enemies, and that's a lot in terms of advantage. Also, tanks are no good here when the scorpions are so many, but they can still serve for a nice meat shield from time to time. Julian, at the very least, could you spare Ophelia's life? Father, I am most terribly sorry, but the scale of the tragedy here is only going to increase if both the former king and the first princess are going to lose their lives. However, as knights we can guarantee you that your deaths shall be quick and painless. What's this? This strange buzzer inside of my heart won't stop ringing for some reason. The recording was all done, so now all that was left was to make a dashing entrance and save both of them. So why do I feel like taking that step is going to be like stepping right down the steep cliff overseeing a bottomless abyss? Emule, we have always kept our hearts strong, even knowing that what lies ahead of us is the certain death, right? Yes, that's right. I put away the recording device and take out my weapon, and then I take a deep breath. The third knight draws his sword and prepares to strike it. Perhaps for his it was just another job, yet another order to be fulfilled. Since his face was devoid of all emotion, even though he was about to strike the king down. That was when I stepped in. Stop right there! Exclamation mark. Who goes there? In this kind of situation, what is it that I should be saying? I wait for about 2 seconds, thinking about something. Yes, the line should be good here. The malicious intent spreading over to the uncharted lands. Even the most hidden deception in the darkness cannot hope to escape my gaze. Yes, this is what the people call justice. Show yourself as you wish. Here, the former king and the first princess. Following the flow of their conversation with the knights, I jumped above the tall tree right in the middle of the clearing. Magic torch shining above my head. I twist my body, and I throw my big sword to the ground, letting it pierce it deeply. Then I managed to land right on top of the sword's handle in a gesture that was taken straight out of a comic book's demi-human. No. Is that a mask? And what's with that gaze? Is that how justice is supposed to look like? This is the look that pierces the heart and unveils evil hidden in the souls of the evildoers. Nice one, me. Nothing beat adding the flavored text of the things that you wear into your own backstory. I smile just a little bit under my nose while giving myself a virtual pat on the back. Perfect. The success rate of intimidating someone with words like that is always 50-50, but this time around it looks like I managed to get the result I wanted. The only downside of this position here is that my crotch is literally going to explode the moment I happen to slip here. Even with Shangri-La Frontiers system in place, I have suffered some damage during practicing of that maneuver earlier today, and I must say, the pain was nothing like the real deal, but the psychological trauma was still overly extensive. What is your name? Let's hear it. Let me think about it. After 5 seconds have passed, I finally managed to come up with something that would be quite suiting here. I am the Wandering Sword, a sword that is swung to protect the king and the princess in accordance with the wish of the Holy Maiden. Dullahan's decapitating sword and noble silence. 2 weapons connected with a common background history. And then there is also the item that I received after clearing the unique quest Sorrow Out of Love, True Death and True Hate. Till Death Do Us Part. Its ability is to combine the 2 weapons into one, just like their respective owners who could finally be together. The weapon that was created as a result of combining the decapitating sword of the Black Knight and the tears of the woman who became the Grim Reaper was called Memento Mori, remembering death without separation. Not only its stats were great, but it also had a backstory that made it really cool. Wandering Sword. Protect the king. Could it be that? Please rest assured, your majesty. This Wandering Sword is wielded by the three gods themselves. You should thank Saint Iristilla later for this. I crack a smile here, but since I'm wearing my bird mask no one is able to see that smile beside me. However, once I start looking around the knights, my smile freezes instantly. ? No way, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Why? No way. Is this Shanfroze, the first princess, Ophelia? I thought that her eyes would be clouded with despair, but even though full of tears, her eyes did not lose their focus. It feels as though the impression was different, or maybe the graphics itself was different here, but I know that face. In fact, I have gazed upon it many times, and I just continued to stare at her so intensely that I thought I might actually burn a hole through her. Chapter 328 Part 1. Chapter 328, The Dark History appears once more wearing good intentions Part 1, ! Swing. With a max speed I was turning my head back and forth, thinking intensely and trying to comprehend what I just saw. And there were also beads of sweat coming down my face under the bird mask. Why? Just why? This is Shanfro, right? Not some other game, right? So why? Calm down. Just calm down. Me. No. 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 This must be Chronicles Online, right? That shit Chronicles Online, right? This cannot be just a coincidence that the design is almost identical, right? Yes, that's right. Upon closer inspection, there are some differences that can be seen here. The ears, for example. The princess from Shit Chronicles Online has elf ears, and this princess here has human ears, but that's it. The hair color and hairstyle may be different, but everything is just copy-pasted here. Those eyes, their shape, they even have the mole in the exact same place. I mean, is this supposed to be the first princess that I am supposed to protect and escort? This woman right here? Are you kidding me? Calm down. Just try to calm down, Sanraku. Be strong. Positive thoughts. You've been over this. You have put that chapter of your life behind you. It started to all come back to me. Those dark days when I used to love this pretty face. The days of doing sub-quests that were so broken and unbalanced that it should have been a crime against nature and the world itself. The days of being constantly thrown into disadvantage just because the developers made a fuck up after fuck up. The days of traversing the maps that would all of a sudden collapse right under your feet because of a bug in the map's texture. I thought that I have put all that behind me, but I guess that it might not actually be the case here. The muffler Emule wrapped around my neck trembled heavily, and I am sure that it was not due to the cold night. Emule does not know just how bad news Shit Chronicles Online are, but he is definitely going to find out. You'll see. The moment when the princess starts shooting Shit Chronicles Online lines every 5 seconds. Fuck me. Could it be because I have strayed too far from true shitty games for so long? My mentality is getting dull and my mind starts playing trick on me for no reason. But no, not anymore. I'm not going to run away from those hellish days. I'm going to look them straight in the eyes and turn those experiences into raw energy. You can do it, me. You can do it. You must do it, otherwise you will never be able to move on. Phew, guess I'll be the one to attack first. What was that? The one who attacks first is always guaranteed to laugh in the end, no matter the hellish landscape that you had to traverse in the meantime. It does not matter if the numbers are with you or against you. The one who attacks first is always guaranteed to have the upper hand. I mean, yeah. But is it not a joke when the side who says that is the one who actually holds a numerical advantage? However, I have the carved wounds on my body to help me out here. Adding the list of my accomplishments and title to the mix, I can create enough pressure to intimidate almost any NPC out there, be it a knight or not. Honestly, the situation here does not look too good for me. The only thing they need to do is to surround me and attack all at once. and I would be dead. However, it seems that the game's system was at my side tonight. For knights were yet to take that kind of action. So it seems that I am intimidating enough that the knights are cautious with their approach. Okay, so this means that I should just pick them out one by one when they will try to approach me separately. Please be extremely careful. Julian may not look like it, but he is a very strong sword fighter. Shut the fuck up. No one asked for your opinion. I'm just going to beat that guy into a bloody pulp and be done with it. I really had to use all of my strength and willpower there to not say those things to the princess out loud. But since she looks so similar, I get a bad feeling that I may have more such slip-ups in the future. This is not good. That being said, trying my best to forget about shit Chronicles Online, I jumped off Memento Mori with my arms folded on my chest. I then stroked my chin just a little bit, but it was only a pretense to tap on my muffler secretly. After a second the muffler tapped me back, giving a sign of approval. All right, so far the flow of this situation is just within the limits of my expectations. Third Knight of the Kingdom. Sword of Desperation. Julian. I have given you my name, knave. Now give me yours. The Sword of Vengeance has no name to call itself. Anything else would be preposterous. Drawing a rapier with a suspiciously long blade. Julian asks me for my name. I answered the way I did because I wanted to remain anonymous here. I do not wish to kill anyone in here, at least not as long as I can help it. Making the enemies in the kingdom would not be wise of me, so I needed to make sure to avoid doing that no matter what. However, the proud knight must have taken my words for a mere provocation. HMPH. Then die like a nameless dog you are. Julian brandishes his rapier and takes the initiative here. It was a thrusting attack directed exactly at my neck. And if you do not avoid something like that, you can't possibly prevent suffering heavy damage. I also happened to notice that his stance was a little bit unusual. However, it was working in his favor here. Even if I were to evade the attack aiming at my neck and move to the side or backwards, he would easily be able to launch another attack as a follow-up to that. It was a great stance, one that would allow the warrior to either go on the offensive or defensive, depending on what the current situation would demand from him. Well, if need be, I can always use Moment's Sight or Levin Trigger, Disaster Hand to escape, but that's an ultimate solution. The moment I announced my anonymity to the knights, it was Julian who was on the move first. However, from the broader tactical perspective, I was the one who had the advantage even before that. And besides, there is one basic thing here that Mr. Sword of Desperation seemed to have misunderstood. I know that it is bad to deceive others like that, but the fact that Memento Mori is a combination of two different weapons does not mean that it was going to stay that way forever. Yes, the two weapons could actually go back to the way they used to be at any given time. Chapter 328, The Dark History appears once more. Wearing Good Intentions Part 2. This is going to be a one-punch style. Be careful as to not bite your tongue off. I use the Late Vanisher here to increase the probability of causing the faint status effect here, and then I punch Julian straight to the jaw with my first, which also received a boost from Agatram and Overflow effect. Perhaps the knight would not expect someone to use their fists when they had a huge weapon like that, but the punch managed to land splendidly on his jaw and even hit critically with ease. Also, since in the overflow state every movement is amplified tremendously, and 10 is basically read as 100, the power of a normal punch was also amplified tremendously. So it would be no surprise if a normal punch would suddenly receive the power of a battering ram here. Bugay. And now you see me, now you don't. This is actually somewhat exciting here. Magic Hedge. Guar? At the moment when the feet of the third knight lift off from the ground, a blade of pure magical energy separates from the muffler around my neck and files away. Emule's magic edge then hits one of the knights who wanted to approach the king and the first princess using the current commotion as cover. Guess they would never really anticipate that a simple muffler would actually turn out to be a Vorpal bunny. Huh? The completely surprised knight was instantly blown away, not to mention the third knight who, even though was in the air, opened his eyes wide in the act of shock and surprise. I then stepped on the third knight's chest and glared at the other knights that were in the vicinity. Listen well, Fallen knights. If you value your lives, drop your swords this instant. It was one of the many intimidating lines used by Pensilgton on various occasions that I was able to recall from the top of my head right away. She used to say things like that a whole lot. And once she even managed to suppress the invasion from the other country in the first year of her rule. She even managed to succeed in exchanging the hostages that were taken by both sides when they were right in the middle of the enemy's camp. Talk about being crazy. That woman sneaking around and trying to take the lives of the king and the princess like a coward. Such a vile crime is only punishable with death. Only a saint would bring herself to forgive such a sin, but I shall not. I'll let the captain go. That's cowardly. Thank you. I shall take it as a compliment. Everything that lets me win here is well worth it in my book. So next I placed my foot on the third knight's head and pressed, casting an even nastier glare at the surrounding knights. Leave this place at once. Or do you want to live in disgrace and infamy after allowing your superior to be killed just like that? Even before the era of Shangri-La Frontier, there were games that were advertising themselves that you could interact in them with the NPCs to some extent. And while it was not on the crazy detailed level that Shanfro would offer, but it was still impressive. The AI in games came a long way throughout the years, and right now the NPCs can genuinely get angry if you openly try to mock or ridicule them like that. Usually it is a reaction to a specific keyword, and if you happen to be an experienced player, you will be able to figure those keywords out based on the NPC's character and role in the game. And when it comes to being a knight, what comes to mind is always chivalry, the guilt associated with assassinating the king and the princess, and the conflict of whether they should carry out their orders or allow their commander to be killed because of their blind devotion. And above all else, my mocking words that seem to cut deep into their AI brains. Being intimidated like that, their reaction is easy to predict. It would something alongside the lines of, "Q, all right. I'm starting to feel worried here. This was tad a little bit too easy in my opinion. If the knights will become so soft, doesn't that mean that the Pencil dynasty is bound to return in full glory on one day?" To be honest, I thought that they would give me a little bit of a harder time. I most certainly did not expect a one punch to be more than enough to get things done. What do you say to that, Mr. Third Knight? On second thought, go back to sleep. Gay. Come here. Come here. Come to Papa. Event flag. Otherwise it is going to be impossible for Papa to leave this place. No matter what you are, it can be an earthquake or a meteorite falling, I don't care. Sanraku-san. Something is coming. All right. Let it come here. Welcome home. Event flag. Now, I wonder just what is going to come here. Oops. Could this be this infamous tri-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex that I have heard so much about? I once even heard a story that one of those bad boys was more than enough to completely wipe out the party consisting of 15 veteran players. So if that does not speak for its strength, then I don't know what else could possibly do that. This may be quite a challenge. However, I am the one who have defeated hordes of crystal scorpions, one who bested the golden crystal scorpion and faced many dangers head-on without running away in fear. So don't expect me to go down easily here. And this is no exaggeration here. The roar of that tri-headed beast was so loud and so powerful that you could feel the entire area shaking and trembling. Oh my, that's actually bad. I mean, if only its roar was so powerful, then what about its actual combat power? This thing must be well beyond golden crystal scorpion. No way. Could it be that it is actually Lucan class? Is this hate I see gleaming in those 6 eyes? No. The victor has no need to feel hatred towards the loser. If so, this was more primitive combat instinct. It was the simple means of informing the surroundings that it was the apex predator here, and all other creatures were inferior to it. That's it. For this thing, humans were nothing more but food to be consumed at its own leisure. And currently, there was a whole lot of food right in front of it. I activated Secret Artutsura Kagami on the spot. Because of the carved wounds, its hate should turn exclusively towards me. And what comes after that? Good luck, Mr. Third Knight. I hope that you are going to take care of the aggro of this thing for me. Much appreciated. It would be an honor if you would let me protect you from now, your majesty. Now, come here. Why don't you? Seeing as the monster was approaching the princess, I put a mule on my head and approached the royal bear, trying to take them away from here as fast as possible. But what about this deep darkness around here? Darkness? Please rest assured, I may be wearing this thing on my head, but I can actually see pretty well in the darkness, as it turns out. Now, if you'll excuse me. The devil inside of my heart tells me to leave the first princess here and run away together with the king. However, the angel inside of my heart simply would not have it. God damn it, I need to make a choice, and make it quick. The road I used to come here was now blocked by the tri-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex and a group of knights. It does not take a genius to understand what the intended action that you were supposed to undertake here was. I take the hands of both the king and the first princess, and the three of us start our enjoyable, late-night emergency stroll through the deeper part of the woods. Chapter 329 Part 1. Chapter 329. Encountering Big Name Part 1. The first entry of the Distress Diary of Sanraku, Shit Chronicles Online version. Dear Diary, today I got into trouble because of the excessive murderous intentions. Emule. There are no reactions all around us. We must have escaped for now. We should be safe. All right, all right. We could still hear the might roars sounding in the distance, but we managed to put enough of a distance between us to rest for a while. Besides, the roars were coming from the opposite direction towards which we are heading. Now then, was this something that was bound to happen no matter what? No matter if you are playing solo or in a group, it's not that much of a surprise that if we were to challenge that thing with a whole group, say 15 people, it would have been much easier to defeat a monster like that. But no. Could it be because it is a request from the saint? Or maybe that the difficulty level of this quest depends on the amount of people that participate in it? Damn. I should have confirmed if it was possible to form a party for this quest or not, and it may actually work against me that Emil is here. He is an NPC, but technically we form a party together. Well then, Your Majesty, Your Highness, for now we have succeeded in escaping the ambush. However, we have ran away in the opposite direction to the Pioneers' frontline base, so walking back there is going to take a while. We also must assume that there are going to be obstacles that we are going to deal with on our way back. Is that okay with you? Yes, of course. Right about now beggars can't be choosers, after all. What is it, princess? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Could you stop doing that? You make the darkness inside of my heart writhe and start to reawaken. Blade of the Avenger. Allow me to offer my sincerest gratitude for rescuing both myself and my daughter. Right. I'm honored. I have little to no knowledge when it comes to role-playing nights and such. Aside from the United rounds, that is. But that's about it. However, I have seen some top-quality night role-playing in those last few days, so I may be able to pull it off here just fine. So I kneel down and accept the king's praise. If you do not show proper etiquette in moment like this one, it is quite possible that you are going to lose favor with those at power, and it would be wise to not invoke the wrath of any such person in here if I can help it. Now, please state your name. I do not like to give my name so easily and come into the spotlight, but my name is Sanraku, and this little fellow here is Emule. He is a Vorpal bunny. He may look like a monster, but he is a reliable companion that I would not exchange for anyone else. For fun. For some reason, Emule stands proudly on top of my head, puffing his chest forward. Fortunately, the king must have seen stranger things in his life, for he left the fact that there was a Vorpal bunny on my head without comment. However, the first princess seemed to be staring at Emule with mixture of both astonishment and curiosity. Sanraku-sama, is that right? I think that I'm going to have a seizure here. Your actions. You have really impressed me with them. Yugwa. Yet another dark memory I would like to forget. Back there, you were like, yes, that's right. Like a hero straight up from the world of fairy tales. Calm down, calm down. Me. Stay. Don't do anything stupid. No, stand by, and aim well. Stand by and aim well. You only get one shot at this, huh? What the hell am I doing here? Why am I thinking about aiming my blades at the princess's carotid arteries all of a sudden? She has nothing to do with shit Chronicles Online. Don't get people mixed up or confused. She is certainly not a character that would die on you the very next second after she just got introduced into the story. Even the gods of the dead have more respect for people than that. Why, you certainly overestimate me, Your Royal Highness. After all, I am merely a rootless blade of grass. A simple pioneer whose only redeeming quality is his ability to fight. Ah, it's no good. The more I look at her, the more she starts to resemble the princess from Shit Chronicles Online. The only difference here being the fact that Shit Chronicle Online's princess was more elf-like. This was due to the fact that she was a greater spirit that just got transformed into a human by the last boss. But this princess right here is entirely human. And as far as I was able to estimate from our interactions thus far, she was just your normal and typical princess character. She was just your beautiful girl, with nothing shady or bullshit going on about her under that pretty facade of hers. Or at least that was something I was hoping for here. However, her facial features were just like Shit Chronicles Online. Was it really a coincidence here? Or could it be that someone is screwing here with me? For example, if you know the true nature of Pensilgton, you will know that this perfect smile of hers that you can see on the covers of magazines is nothing more but a fake, a front she puts up for the sake of her work. Same with Katsu. If you know that he really is passive to a fault, and that humoristic side of his is fake as well, you will have no trouble in dominating over you or Meek in any interview. It is all really laughable when you start thinking about it. It's all but a matter of cognition and concept imprinting, really. I think that there was even a name for such a phenomenon. What was it? Again? Pavlov's dog? Yeah, I think it was something like that. With an ability to fight quite like that. Sanraku-sama, should it please you, would you consider becoming my knight? And now, Ophelia, please calm down. This is hardly the time and the place for discussing things like that. Ah, yes, father. That's right. I'm sorry for showing you such a shameful display. I'm sorry as well. I'm at my limit here. I cannot roleplay a noble knight all the time nearly as efficiently as Josette and her people do. Anyways, I do realize that this may not suit your tastes and preferences, but you must be prepared for the possibility of us having to rest at the local inn should we find any around here. Certainly. I should be grateful that we have managed to escape death here. So luxuries are hardly of my concern right about now. Emule's gate ability can basically transport the player and her companions only to places they have previously been to. Of course, certain events were an exception to that rule, and it was also impossible to teleport out of the locations that were all part of the unique scenarios X. I was also able to open a simple gate, but I needed a magic scroll for that. Chapter 329 Part 2. Chapter 329, Encountering Big Name Part 2. But we should have all visited Fifthsia, so there should be no problem with us going there if need be. It is something that is good to know if the worst case scenario was to come to pass and I needed to evacuate the king and the princess. Not to mention that getting to the specific location from inside of this forest might actually be pretty hard. The way in which we have come here was pretty twisted and roundabout, so I cannot really say that I have managed to memorize it well. If it was not for you, we would have already been dead. So we are going to follow you wherever you decide to go from now on. There is no shame in choosing the safe route to your goal, especially if it guarantees some success. It is certainly better than heading down a path that would certainly lead to failure and death. After all, 15 seconds of 100% success rate is way better than 8 seconds of 80% success rate. Alright. For the time being, let us reconfirm our current situation and a few other things. Starting with the clearing conditions for this quest. First of all, our current situation. When in peril or lost, it is important to know where exactly you are. I would use the stars for that if I could, but it was pretty much impossible right now. So I need to wait until sunrise to confirm that. Next, about the people and monsters chasing us. The Knight's Core and the tri-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex that are somewhere out there in the forest, looking for us. Out of those two, only the latter seemed like a serious threat to me. And then the clear conditions. It should be something alongside the lines of returning to the base with the king and the first princess while both of them are still alive. Or maybe it would be better to put them under the patronage of the church? Now I'm starting to hate myself for not bringing a map with me on this tour. But can you blame me? The whole area of the old continent was basically a straight road wherever you go, so there was no need for a map there in the first place. But there is no such thing here in the new continent. Actually, I do get a feeling that this whole continent is underdeveloped and the civilization and its blessings are only starting to be implemented in here. Take for it the fact there are hardly any roads here. So once you get lost here, unless you have some means of proper navigation, you won't be able to go back. I mean, you can always ask monsters for help and respawn in the town. But, as a player, I refuse to use the respawn function for something as trivial as fast travel. Ideally for us, it would be nice if the third knight and his people got slaughtered or at last incapacitated in the battle against the tri-headed dinosaur, but since it is always wise to assume the worst possible scenario, we must assume that both of those parties are still around, so we should get a move on, but at the same time avoid moving in the open or making anything flashy. I suggest that we move away from here some more, and then we should find a suitable place to stay at. Are you okay with that? Yes, it is too dangerous to light a fire. For safety, we should climb on the trees. Oh, wait. What if there are owls there? Even without the active sonar around, Emule's ears are sensitive enough to pick up the sound of approaching danger, so if push comes to shove, we won't get taken by surprise. But if we do have to respond to danger, I would much rather like to fight on the ground than on top of the trees. Sanraku-san, there is something on that tree over there. Please wait here for a while, you two. I'm going to hunt something for us to eat. That being said, I start making my preparation with various memorized moves and processes. It's really refreshing to do something like this on your own once in a while. If they are going to run, we won't chase them. But if they stay here, we kill them. I break into an overly excessive run as naturally as I walk. I activate zero gravity and trial traverse one after another. I run up the tree and activate my shield at the same time. I twist my body in the air, thinking that it would actually be great to be able to activate more than one skill at a time rather than having to use them one after another. And then I launched a surprise attack onto something that was hiding amongst the tree branches. Phew, haha. No matter if it's an owl or some other kind of a monster, as long as the initiative is on my side I have the upper hand here. But then I heard a long "Huey" scream. What the? A monster with a soprano-like voice? I then jump like a bullet and grab the neck of whatever it was that was hiding on that tree. Then I pull strongly to drag it down. Apparently that thing was trying to escape from me, but the physics engine here cannot be cheated. Strong and fast guys will always emerge on top. Fuck yeah? Nah. Monster. No. It was surely not a monster here. This thing fell from the tree neck first, but if it was a human being it would certainly suffer a lethal damage because of a fall like that. But nothing like that happened here. I wonder why? The worst thing that could happen here is to meet another player. They are not as easy to work with as NPCs, but in case of emergency I can always bribe them with money or items. No, apology would be the first order of things here. Let's confirm it. All right, it is actually an NPC. I don't know what their intentions are, but while I looked at the person laying on the ground in front of me I strengthened my resolve and wore the nastiest glare I could wear here. Oh? Those pointy ears. Could this person be an elf? You have 3 seconds to answer my question. If you don't, I'm going to use you as a decoy dummy next time a monster comes around here. Why yesh, please, don't kill me. Ah, this here was actually an elf, but because of their characteristics it was actually hard to estimate her age, but they were supposed to be elves inland here, right? So does this mean that she's one of the forest people? She must be. Why were you peeking at us right here? Was it simply a coincidence? Or maybe, whoa there. Would you kindly get away from Marina, my odd-looking player fellow, and making meta remarks? So this is no NPC, then. Turning around, I could see a bow aimed right at me, and the lightly equipped male who was holding it in his hands. The arrow was pointed right at my head. ready to headshot me at any moment. Needless to say, I would be dead before I would have been able to react in any sort of way. I'm going to leave your sexual orientation alone for now. But those guys are the key persons in the unique scenario I'm currently doing, so could you not hurt them for the time being? But just in case, I'll let you know that my name's Red until some time ago, so that means that. That's strange. I'm also on the NPC escort mission, so I was on high alert. And I was also escorting the members of the royal family. Seriously? The man was giving off a strong vibe of the ranger. However, for the time being we can assume that he has no connection to the Knight's Corps, so I let the elf go. Encountering elves when escorting the king and the princess, who are both pro-demi-humans. I get that the player's involvement was needed here for this to happen, but isn't that basically an event flag? Chapter 330, Evil is the concept that exists solely in the brain. Part 1, Tottery the Samane. Huh? I think I have seen or heard that name somewhere before. Now I remember. You are that player who found the tribe of forest elves and was tagging along with them, right? And you are Sanraku. Huh? That's Sanraku, the one who every single player in this game want to hunt down? Seriously? This isn't just a cosplay, right? You would have to show some serious dedication to get Lucan's carved wounds on 2 parts of your body just so you could finish a cosplay, you know? Or there would have to be something seriously wrong with your head. Not to mention I would file a fraud lawsuit against players who would try to do that. Tottery the Samane, a player who was given such nicknames as the last hope of elves, our hero, or the one who cannot forgive death, unique hunting methods, suspicious management, perverted exhibitionist demon with a bunny girl slave. My name, on the other hand, was all over various message boards related to gaming in general and Shanfro specifically, but not in the context that would make anyone happy. Oi, you bastards. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Emil is not a bunny girl, but a Vorpal bunny. And it is not a cosplay, but the effect of transformation. Get your facts straight. And besides, Emil is not my slave, and I do not go around half naked because I want to. You are, so the rumors about you are true. You really are going half naked all the time. I'm honestly impressed. Here, in the new continent, going around without a full set of armor is basically equivalent to suicide. Well, up until now it was not such a big of a deal for me, since I was able to supplement the lack of proper equipment with my skills, but let's forget about that for now. Listen, do you have a moment? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. All right. If my guess is correct here, Tottery is here by a mere accident, and it is not intentional. But even though he may be just to irregularity, I can use that opportunity in order to get some information out of him. From the meta perspective, he is the only one I can rely on for now. You see, right about now I am escorting the former King Taravanti and his daughter, first Princess Ophelia. It was a quest that I have received from the princess herself not so long ago. Is this Taravanti guy the former king of the kingdom back at the old continent? Was he replaced or something like that? So you don't know? He was overthrown by his son, the first prince? The fact that the old king was overthrown was not the issue here. The issue was the current situation that resulted from that incident. Here is what I think. You see, this here king is pro-demi-humans, so I think that it is not a coincidence that we happened to run into an elf when we were in distress and on the run. I think that it may all be part of the quest. Like a sub-event. What do you think? Tottery then falls silent for a moment, thinking about something deeply, and then he casts a quick glaze to the side, towards something that was located at the edge of his field of vision, the place where the elf of the forest people was standing at. Now getting somewhat noisy when Emil and the royal pair joined up with us. Gosh, so many templates gathered here in one place all at one. We have a tall and slim elf, royal family, meeting of 2 completely opposite factions in a place where they would normally never meet. But that being said, looking at Emil right now, he was gazing at the elf with slightly fearful eyes. Could it be that the Vorpal bunnies were not on the best of terms with the people of the forest for some reason? It was also then that Tottery finally opened his mouth, making up his mind and speaking up. I'm currently in the middle of doing a unique scenario myself as well. It is called Migrating Elves. the great relocation of the forest people. The condition of clearing this quest is to help the migrating elves reach the frontline base in this continent. So I guess that it would not be all that strange to come into contact with the former king from the old continent if he was in the vicinity. It actually fits the flow of the story quite nicely. So, he is also doing a unique scenario. Huh? I know that the unique scenarios with the X at an end give you the most unique challenges and the most unique rewards as a result, but could it be that the normal unique scenarios can also be tied to some X quest down the road on this continent? Such possibility was always an option that one needed to be aware of most of the time. However, if the story that Tottery here was saying was indeed true, then the elf that I happened to knock to the ground, Arena, was her name? It seems that halfway to the frontier base, the people of the forest have grown restless and started to wander off from the group, driven by strange revelations and premonitions. Right now it was all too vague to know for sure. All right, I see how it is. I can see that our goals are more or less the same here, so how about joining us for now? It's only a suggestion, but I think that both our parties could benefit from it quite a bit. I get the idea of increasing the group's size. That will also increase the chances of reaching our goals in one piece and without incident. But what are the other benefits? What's in it for us? Foo. Yes, that's it. Looks like this guy has no idea that from the very first moment this conversation started, he was already under my total control. This is not the type of negotiation where both parties have equal footing. For you see, we are going to offer both Tottery and the forest people that we are going to protect them, and they are going to be completely at our mercy here. You see, the former king and the first princess here are pro-demi-humans. However, the currently ruling king is someone who has the completely opposite take on the idea of coexistence. So what you are saying here is that if those two won't manage to reach the frontier base safe and sound, the people of the forest might find themselves in a difficult position down the road. Think about it. By maintaining a friendly relationship with the royal family, the people of the forest would manage to avoid getting turned into slaves or being treated as nothing more but pets, right? So it's something that is worth a shot in my opinion. Chapter 330, Evil is the concept that exists solely in the brain. Part 2, Tottery the Semaine. I can see both from your expression and the titles people have given you that you are willing to accompany the elves to the very end, to see that they are safe. Such actions take guts and serious conviction, and if it is indeed like that, then you surely would not want to risk the elves encountering any kind of danger. So that also means that you should not risk getting on the wrong side of the government. Now, I don't know if it is because of your preferences, but allying yourself with elves is always going to have your work cut out for you. Yes, in this case, it is not like any normal business. Normally, if some monsters or evil NPCs were threatening those you hold dear, you could go hunt them down and eliminate such threat. However, the enemy right here is the old and abstract form of hatred. As for me and my group, the only problem is to ensure the safety of the king and the princess, who surely are squishy and would not hold their own in the fight. I assume that even someone like Ray, the ultimate warrior tank, would have problems with clearing that quest solo, seeing just how powerful the monsters around this continent are. I guess that I do not have much of a choice in the matter, do I? As expected of Arthur Pensilgton's puppet, you drive a hard bargain. No, I'm no anyone's puppet here, so please remember that. I do not know what Pensilgton did to get on your bad side, but whatever beef you may have with her is entirely between you two. I don't want to have anything to do with this. It was a common thing that both Katsu and I agreed on some time ago. If we can blame something on Pensilgton and get away scot-free, then that's what we should do without any second thoughts. But that also means that from time to time we will have to deal with the problems this might cause us, or Pensilgton herself might drop on us. No, we are all guilty here from time to time. So does that mean those bombs are a form of divine punishment? Nah, everything is Pensilgton's fault. It's so much easier to think that way. All right, I understand. Many people are waiting for their chance at interacting with some other races, so it would be a shame to deny them that. So as long as we can prevent any drastic or gruesome developments here, I'm all in. You can count on me. Great. I guess that means that our contract is formulated and sealed. With that being said, I disbanded my temporary party with Emule, and then I formulated a new party with Tottery and the elf that was accompanying him. Speaking of which, that elf, Arena, and one more elf that looked more like a magic user rather than a ranger that you would expect out of people of the forest. But you know, there is one thing that I was worried about for quite a while now. We have forest elves added to our party. But that about the party judgment? Does that influence it in any sort of way? What about the other NPCs? Except for the NPCs that has been added to the player's party, monsters seem to ignore the normal NPCs and go after the players and their party members. So if we stumble upon any monster out there, it is our job to aggro them and but the time for the other people of the forest to escape to safety. That way, no monster should give chase after them. Sounds reasonable. But it also sounds hellishly difficult to me. No, from the community point of view this solution makes a whole lot of sense. Look, I don't know what your problem is with the people of the forest, Emule, but you'll just have to suck it up for now. We have a job to do, and protecting the weak is also a stunning display of one's Vorpal soul. Mew, those guys look like total wusses. They do not radiate enough Vorpal soul. Now, calm down, Emule. I know how you feel, but in this magical world, isn't it only reasonable and responsible to pick your fights and avoid unnecessary danger? Then what would you like to do when the danger comes at us in here, Sanriku-san? Are you going to run away with your tail in between your legs? You're kidding me, right? Meat, ingredients, possible loot, experience points. Who in their right mind would like to miss all of that? Now, this is the Vorpal soul that I can get behind. Together with Emule we high-fived one another, and then I saw that Princess Ophelia was heading this way. I broke into a cold sweat and looked for a possible way out of the inevitable conversation. Fortunately, Tottery was right here, so I went to him to talk about some more things. Safe. Well, I'm really glad that we have formed this contract of ours. You know, truth to be told, my group was being chased by thugs. Or more specifically, we were being chased by the Royal Knights, out of all people. Oi, what the hell does that supposed to mean? Wait. Nothing is going to harm the people of the forest, I assure you. Those knights are not the brightest, and besides, I have an ace up my sleeve. We can successfully mingle with the crowd of the elves, and no one is even going to recognize us. What better way to hide a tree than in a forest? Huh? Trees in a? You know what? I get what you're going on about here, so let's just leave it at that. So in other words, you want to hide amongst the elven refugees and enter the frontier base like that, right? Yes, what really matters here is not the power and force of the elves, but their sheer numbers. Plus the fact that they are elves, a race other than humans, at the chance of meeting with which many Shanfro's players have been waiting for. The fact that the elves arrive at the frontline base is sure to cause quite the commotion out there. However, it would be increasingly harder for anyone to harm the elves and anyone hiding amongst them. Even if the NPC did try something here, I highly doubt that the players would have taken kindly to that. Yes, this is all going to be about a loud majority, not the silent majority. And in such a battle with this many, even the best of Musu game players would have to admit their defeat and surrender when faced with such a force. Plus, as long as no one really pays attention to your name tag, it should all be okay. Even if your name was to turn bright red, it was a joke, man, a joke. I don't really like to view things like Pensilgton does, but it is undeniable that more often than not it gets the job done. It's like knowing your opponent's strengths and denying them all, capitalizing on their weaknesses. However, the matters here need to be handled with caution and care, otherwise I risk failing the quest and losing my job as an Avenger. In that regard, it was actually a blessing that the tri-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex came in when it did. Otherwise it would have been difficult for me. Now I wonder, what materials would it drop? Then, as if he remembered something, Tottery clasped his hands and turned towards me. Actually, I would want to take a slight detour while we are on our way to the frontline base. Would that be alright? And what's the reason for that detour? The Altar of Awakening. I heard that it is supposed to be somewhere in the vicinity. and I belong to the mapping guild, so I would like to map the way towards it. Altar of Awakening! Exclamation mark. Is this the way to get rid of the level cap? Is it seriously nearby? No way. End of Act 5 Part 1.